Gupta, Professor Kollani Mukherjee. I myself chose, and Dr. Kushagrati Ghosh is here. He has been a hero of mine as well because he was 1 year senior to me. So by looking at these people, I'm sure Kushada will agree, we chose the discipline of obstetrics and gynecology. And when I was doing my post-graduation, when I was doing my house jobship and choosing to do obstetrics and gynecology as a post-graduation, my teacher said, who was a specialist in oncology, he said, you don't follow me, you follow Buddhinath, because Professor B.C. Lahiri and Professor Buddhinath Chakraborty were like twin brothers. They used to do research and go to conferences together. And even after death of Professor B.C. Lahiri, Professor Buddhinath Chakraborty used to visit regularly Professor Lahiri's family. And there wasn't a single Durga Puja where he didn't go with the sari to see his beloved Bodhi, and even delivered the child of Professor B.C. Lahiri's daughter. Now, Sir has left this world on a very auspicious day, on the Bengali New Year's Day. And today is also a very important day, 1st May. So these are two memorial days which will always remain in our heart. But if I keep on saying, perhaps it will take about an hour to say my experience and my respect for Sir. But in short, I've said this jokingly in front of Sir so many times, and perhaps I'm saying it for the last time today, that B.N. Chakraborty was like a Dronacharya. So when we were students, we always wanted to get trained under Dronacharya. But he was in NRS Medical College and he was surrounded by all our seniors who will be here, Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh, Dr. Siddhartha Chatterjee, Dr. Bani Mitro. They were our heroes, like we wanted to follow them. So they were like Arjuns and Karn. And myself, I was like Ekalavya. So I had B.N. Chakraborty's photograph, I had B.N. Chakraborty's books, his lectures, but couldn't actually reach him at that stage. But Dr. Lahiri told me, whatever you do in infertility, please follow him. So he advised me to work on endometriosis, one of Sir's topics. So when I came and told Professor Anila Sengupta, she said, you're not going to get that many patients in 2 years. Your thesis will be incomplete. But as soon as I mentioned the Professor B.N. Chakraborty, so Dr. Chakraborty was like that. During his time, whatever he said was like Ved Bakko. And everybody said, oh, Buddhinath da boleche, thik ache tumi koro. So I looked laparoscopic findings of endometriosis and compared with the clinical findings. Whenever I reached Sir, after coming back from UK, he was always with full of encouragement, full of support, full of education. And he was such a unique person who will say no to anyone. I'm sure you will hear different people's opinion. And one thing will keep on coming, that he loved teaching, he loved clinical work, and he loved research. Such a unique combination. There are many good teachers who are perhaps not as good clinicians. There are many clinicians who are not doing research. So if we could do, if I myself say, if I could do even 1% of work of B.N. Chakraborty, then my life will be fulfilled. I sincerely thank all of you for attending this program, particularly our very good friend, Dr. Nimesh, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Sadhana, Dr. Charudat, and many others will be coming today. P.C. Mahapatra, Prakash Trivedi had an accident this morning, wouldn't come. And many of our senior colleagues have sent their video recording. We will cherish all these messages. Everything of today's program is being recorded, and we'll release a book out of this so that the next generation who perhaps wouldn't see Professor B.N. Chakraborty, but he will live with his scientific work, he will live with his teaching, and all his books like Clinics in Reproductive Medicine and ART is like well-read book. And I would request IRM, and we will all together try to continue his legacy of doing research and publication. And many of you, Suranjanda, Shakti Rupadi, and all of you, Dr. Hor, Dr. Kobir, I just, keep, many people will come. Let's all work together. And what Ratnadi said, Sir loved teaching. So today's memorial service without teaching would have been incomplete. So after listening to all these, and many of the speakers today, like Dr. Gopinath said, in my talk, I will bring science more than memory. Memories will be there. So ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank you. I feel very humble that Isar, Indian Society of Assisted Reproduction, which was started by Sir along with Dr. Mahendra Parekh and Mohanlal Sharnakar long back in 1995. And we keep on seeing this picture that they came to IRM, that was in the CIT road, in 1991. And we see Professor Arup Majhi as a young junior doctor in that team, Sudarshan Da and everybody. And they were discussing, they were having cup of tea, and Sir very typically was having it in a saucer rather than in a cup. And that picture is there. We have formed a booklet, you will see it. So all these memories bring tears in my eyes. And I've always watched these things from distance. And wherever I had the opportunity, I came. And Sir started Isar. 1997, the third Isar meeting was held in Kolkata. And then Sir was so busy with his work, we didn't realize that we didn't form the Bengal chapter. So in 2013, when Professor Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee, who will be joining us shortly, told Sir that we have to form a Bengal chapter, anything you tell Sir, Sir immediately says, okay, chalo, kore feli. And then he called all of us and we formed the Bengal chapter during ARM-ART conference, which was held in Hyatt Regency in 2013. And then we started Bengal chapter, and we had a very successful Isar 2018 conference under Sir's guidance. And finally, we had Yuva Isar, where we gave Isar Ratan and Shuprojojon Ratan award to Sir. And all these memories and pictures and words, Sir words, are still ringing in my ears. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. Sir's memory will live in our heart forever. And that is the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kastagir. Now, it's turn to call upon Dr. B.B. Hor. He's a very well-known anesthetist. He has been closely associated with Sir for a very long time. He has got a lot of memories, and he was a true friend and well-wisher of Sir. So, Dr. Hor on dais, please.
আজকের দিনতে আমার কাছে খুব দুঃখের দিনই মনে হচ্ছে। আমরা প্রত্যেক বছর ওনার জন্মতারিখে একত্রিত হতাম, সবাই মিলে ওনাকে উইশ করতাম। কিন্তু আজকে আমরা এখানে উপস্থিত হয়েছি ওনার প্রয়াণকালে ওনার স্মৃতি বর্ণনা করতে। আমি ওনার সঙ্গে গত 48 বছর যাবৎ কাজ করছি। 1947 আমি পিজি হসপিটাল থেকে নীলরতনে বদলি হয়ে আসি। তারপরে নীলরত্ন সরকার হাসপাতালের আমাদের অ্যানেস্থেসিয়ার হেড, উনি আমাকে গাইনি ডিপার্টমেন্টের ইনচার্জ করে পাঠালেন। আমি এসে একজন ভদ্রলোককে দেখলাম, লম্বা সুদর্শন চেহারা, গায়ে বুট শার্ট, ইউলিশ কালার, পরনে একটি সাদা প্যান্ট। দেখে আমার মন খুব আকৃষ্ট হয়ে গেল। উনি আমাকে দেখেই হেসে উঠলেন, আপনি আমাদের এখানে কাজ করুন, কোনো অসুবিধা হলে আপনি বললেন। 5-6 দিন পর থেকেই ওনার সঙ্গে কাজ করতে আরম্ভ করলাম। উনি প্রথমে দেখতাম উনি গাইনোকোলজিতে ওই ক্যান্সার সার্জারি আরম্ভ করেছিলেন। ক্যান্সার যে আরম্ভ করেছিলেন, উনি আমাকে বলেছিলেন যে ডক্টর হোর, আমি এই ক্যান্সার সার্জারিতে শিখেছি ডক্টর সুবোধ রায়ের কাছ থেকে। প্রতিদানে উনি বেঙ্গল সোসাইটিকে 1 লক্ষ টাকাও দিয়েছিলেন ওনার স্মৃতির জন্য। তারপরে উনি দেখি অ্যাডোলেসেন্স গাইনোকোলজিস্ট নিয়ে অনেক কাজকর্ম আরম্ভ করলেন। উনি প্রথম অ্যামনিওটিক মেমব্রেন দিয়ে ভ্যাজিনোপ্লাস্টি করতে আরম্ভ করলেন। মেরিল্যান্ড নার্সিংহোমে যত ভ্যাজিনোপ্লাস্টি হতো উনি মেরিল্যান্ড নার্সিংহোমে করতেন। ওখানকার যে মালিক ডক্টর সমর চৌধুরী একটা বেড ওনাকে ফ্রি দিয়েছিলেন। সেখানে এই গরিব পেশেন্টগুলি থাকতো, উনি ভ্যাজিনোপ্লাস্টি করতেন অ্যামনিওটিক মেমব্রেন দিয়ে। এই অ্যামনিওটিক মেমব্রেন উনি সম্ভবত প্রথম ওইটা ব্যবহার করতে আরম্ভ করেন। বেঙ্গল জার্নালে সেটা পাবলিশড হয়েছিল। উনি এমন সুন্দরভাবে এই ভ্যাজিনোপ্লাস্টি করতেন যা দেখলে মনেই হতো না এটা কৃত্রিম ভেজানা উনি তৈরি করেছেন। তারপরে উনি রিকনস্ট্রাকটিভ সার্জারিতে চলে গেলেন। অজন্তা বলে একটি মেয়ে ছিলেন, পেশেন্ট ছিল ডক্টর নগেন রায় চৌধুরীর কেস। সেই কেসটা উডল্যান্ড নার্সিংহোমে করা হয়। ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী সেই কেসটা করেছিলেন। এত সুন্দরভাবে সেই কেসটা রিপেয়ার করেছিলেন। সেই মেয়েটির তো কোনো বাচ্চা হওয়ার সম্ভাবনা ছিল না, সেটা উনি ইউটেরাস এবং সার্ভিক্সের সঙ্গে এমনভাবে কমিউনিকেশন করে দিয়েছিলেন, পরে ওই মেয়েটির 2টো বাচ্চাও হয়েছিল। এইভাবে উনি এই কাজটা করে গেছিলেন। উনি প্রত্যেক দিন, প্রত্যেক শনিবার সন্ধ্যার পর উনি একটা মিটিং করতেন। সেই মিটিংয়ে আমাদের ডক্টর সুভাষ মুখার্জি থাকতেন, আমিও ওনাদের সঙ্গে থাকতাম। সেখানে সমস্ত এন্ডোক্রিনোলজি নিয়ে, ইনফার্টিলিটি নিয়ে এসব আলোচনা হতো। উনি বলতেন যে বৈদ্যনাথ দা, আমরা একটা টেস্ট টিউব বেবি কেন করবো? তখন চক্রবর্তী বলতেন, আমাদের এখানে টেস্ট টিউব বেবি করার তো সম্ভাবনা দেখছি না, এখানে আমরা সেই জিনিসপত্র কোথায় পাবো? এখন তো আমাদের এখান থেকে সেই ইম্পোর্ট করে করতে হয়, অনেক টাকা ট্যাক্স লাগে, সেই টাকা তো আমাদের নেই। তখন সুভাষ মুখার্জি বলেছিলেন, আপনি চিন্তা করবেন না, আমি ওটা করবই। ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী বলতেন, ঠিক আছে, ওটা তুমি চেষ্টা চেষ্টা করো, আমি তোমাকে সর্বতভাবে হেল্প করব। তারপরে কপালের এমনই অবস্থা যে নীলরতন সরকারের, যদিও আমরা 3জনে বসে মধ্যে মধ্যে আলোচনা করতাম, একদিন হঠাৎ দেখি এই ডক্টর আমাকে প্রথম ট্রান্সফার করে দেওয়া হলো নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজে। তার কিছুদিন পরে 1977 সালে ডক্টর চক্রবর্তীকে নর্থ বেঙ্গলে পাঠিয়ে দেন। নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজে যে অবস্টেট্রিক অ্যান্ড গাইনোকোলজি ডিপার্টমেন্ট এত সুন্দর করে ছবি টবি দিয়ে সাজিয়েছিলেন, না দেখলে বোঝা যাবে না। সেখানে একনাংশে উনি তৈরি করেছিলেন, কেন অনিল ঘোষ নামে একজন গাইনোকোলজিস্ট ছিলেন, উনি ওনাকে খুব হেল্প করেছিলেন। এইভাবেই যেতেন উনি। মধ্যে মধ্যে আমরা 2জন ওনার গাড়িতে করে, তখন উনি একটা নতুন গাড়ি কিনেছিলেন, সেটা WB 181। একদিন ওই গাড়িতে করে আমরা দার্জিলিং এর পথে যাচ্ছিলাম। একটা রাস্তায়, আপনারা বোধহয় নাম শুনেছেন, একজন সিনেমা আর্টিস্ট, তার নাম হচ্ছে কাবেরী বোস। ওইখানে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হয়েছিল তার হাজব্যান্ডের। ওইখানে বসে উনি ওনার আত্মজীবনী আমাকে বলতে আরম্ভ করলেন। উনি তার আত্মজীবনী বলতে গেলে অনেক সময় লাগবে, সেই সময় হয়তো আপনারা দিতে পারবেন না। ওনার ছোটবেলার কথা, উনি 2 বছর, ওনার বাড়ি হলো ফরিদপুরে, ওনার বাড়ি অধুনা বাংলাদেশ। 2 বছর বয়সে ওনার মাতৃবিয়োগ হয়। ওনার বাবা কুষ্টিতে খুব বিশ্বাস করতেন যে আমি রেলে চাকরি করব। ওনার বাবার সঙ্গেও আমার খুব খাতির ছিল। উনি আমাকে বলতেন, আমি কুষ্টি বিশ্বাস করি। আমি দেখলাম যে আমি রেলে চাকরি পেলাম। উনি রেলের চাকরিতে বিহারের একটি জায়গায় উনি পোস্টিং হয়ে গেছিলেন, অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট স্টেশন মাস্টার। তখন মাত্র মায়না পেতেন 80 টাকা। আর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তীকে পড়ার জন্য, ওরা ওইখানে তো থাকার জায়গা ছিল না, ওনাকে ওই স্টেশন থেকে একটু দূরে একটা শ্মশানের কাছে একটা থ্যাস্ট হাউসে ওনার থাকার বন্দোবস্ত করে দিয়েছিলেন। উনি তখন ওখানে রাত্রে পড়াশোনা করতেন, হারিকেন জ্বালিয়ে, মোমবাতি তখন পাওয়া যেত না। সেখান থেকে উনি পাশ করে, উনি ম্যাট্রিক পাশ করে ম্যাট্রিকে ফার্স্ট হয়েছিলেন। কিন্তু বিহারে যেখানেই উনি ইন্টারমিডিয়েট পড়তে গিয়েছেন, তুমি এখানে পড়তে পারো, তুমি হয়তো তোমার ফি লাগবে না, কিন্তু তোমার থাকার জায়গা করে দেওয়ার আমাদের ক্ষমতা নাই। তারপরে ওনার বাবা ওনাকে কলকাতা পাঠিয়ে দিলেন। কলকাতার বিভিন্ন কলেজে উনি গিয়েছিলেন, কিন্তু সবাই ওনাকে ফ্রি স্টুডেন্টশিপ দিতে চেয়েছিলেন, থাকার জায়গা দিতে পারেননি। উনি রামকৃষ্ণ মিশনেও গিয়েছিলেন, সেখানে একই কথা, তোমাকে আমরা 5 টাকা করে স্টাইপেন্ড দিব, কিন্তু থাকার জায়গা দিতে পারবো না। তারপরে উনি আশুতোষ ফসিকার কলেজে ডক্টর শ্যামাপ্রসাদ মুখার্জির সঙ্গে দেখা করেছিলেন। উনি ওনাকে বলেছিলেন, তুমি এখানে ভর্তি হতে পারো, ফ্রি স্টুডেন্টশিপ আমি সব করে দিব, কিন্তু তোমাকে পরীক্ষায় ফার্স্ট হতে হবে। তখন উনি বলেছিলেন, সে কথা তো আপনাকে আমি বলে দিতে পারবো না যে পরীক্ষা আমি ফার্স্ট হবো। যাই হোক, উনি ওই স্কুলে ভর্তি হয়েছিলেন। তখন কলকাতায় থাকার জায়গা নেই। ওনার বাবার একজন খুব আত্মীয় ছিল, তাকে উনি জেঠামশাই বলে ডাকতেন। সেই বাড়িতেই উনি থাকতেন, ওই বাড়ির ছেলেপেলেদের উনি পড়াতেন। উনি আশুতোষ কলেজের থেকে ইন্টারমিডিয়েট পরীক্ষায় 20th হয়েছিলেন। তারপরে ওখান পরে অ্যাপ্লিকেশন করে উনি মেডিকেল কলেজেও অ্যাপ্লিকেশন করেছিলেন, শিবপুর মেডিকেল কলেজে, শিবপুর ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং কলেজে অ্যাপ্লাই করেছিলেন, কিন্তু শিবপুর ভর্তি হননি। ওনার ছোটকাল থেকে ইচ্ছা ছিল যে আমি ডাক্তারি পড়বো, এবং ডাক্তারি পড়ে আমি গাইনোকোলজিটা করবো, কারণ ওনার মার মৃত্যু হয়েছিল গাইনোকোলজিক্যাল প্রবলেমে। তারপরে উনি মেডিকেল কলেজে ভর্তি হলেন। ওখানে যাতায়াত খরচা ওনার ওই জ্যাঠামশাই দিতেন, উনি ছিলেন কবিরাজ। তার ওয়াইফ ওনাকে নিজের ছেলের মতো স্নেহ করতেন। বই তখন 15 টাকা করে মাসে মাইনা ছিল, সে টাকাটাও ওরা দিয়ে দিত। তারপরে ওনার বইটি কেনার পয়সা ওরা নিজের অলংকার পত্র বন্ধক রেখে ওনাকে দিতেন। এইভাবে উনি চালিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। উনি তারপরে মেডিকেল কলেজে সিনিয়র গ্রুপ হয়েছিলেন, সেইটাই ওনাকে রক্ষা করেছে। সেইখানে উনি থাকতেন, পড়াশোনা করতেন। উনি ডাক্তারি পাস করে ডক্টর অরুণ মিত্রের হাউসটা হয়েছিলেন। তখন মাত্র 50 টাকা পেতেন, ওতে ওনার নিজের খরচা এবং ওনার বাড়ির পিতার যে প্রায় চিঠি আসতো টাকা দেওয়ার জন্য। আর্থিক অবস্থা খুব খারাপ ছিল। তখন অরুণ মিত্র একটা চিঠি পেলেন, ওনার বাবা দিয়েছিলেন, সেই চিঠিটা অরুণ মিত্র খুলেছিলেন, খুলে লেখা ছিল টাকা পয়সা দিয়ে হেল্প করার জন্য। তখন অরুণ মিত্র ডক্টর সুধীর বোসের কাছে গিয়েছিলেন যে বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তীকে কিভাবে হেল্প করা যায়। তখন সুধীর বোস ওনার বিভিন্ন পেশেন্টের কাছে ওনাকে ইঞ্জেকশন দিতে, নানান রকম যেগুলো হেল্প করতে হয় এইভাবেই হেল্প করতেন। তারপরে সুধীর বোসে তখনকার দিনে ওই লোকাল রিক্রুটমেন্ট হয়েছিল। উনি লোকাল রিক্রুটমেন্টে তখন মেডিকেল কলেজে ওই ব্লাড ট্রান্সফিউশন ইউনিটে উনি বিএমএস এ চাকরি করেন। ওখান থেকে উনি থিসিস আরম্ভ করেন, সেই থিসিস কমপ্লিট করে উনি এমও হন। এমওতেও তো উনি পুরো ভালো রেজাল্ট করেছিলেন। তারপরে উনি ওখান থেকে পরে উনি বিলেত চলে যান। বিলেত থেকে ফিরে এসে ওনার বালুরঘাটে পোস্টিং হয়। বালুরঘাটের পর থেকে ওনার নীলরতনে পোস্টিং হয়। নীলরতনে উনি এমনভাবে কাজ করতেন, প্রত্যেক শনিবার দিন উনি ক্লিনিক্যাল মিটিং করতেন। ছেলেরা এবং বিভিন্ন কলেজের পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্টরা ওনার ওখানে পড়াশোনা করতে আসতেন। আর আমরা শনিবার দিন বিকেল সন্ধ্যার সময় তখন রুগী কম থাকতো, সেখানে তখন সুভাষ মুখার্জির সঙ্গে ইনফার্টিলিটি নিয়ে আলোচনা করতেন। একদিন উনি হঠাৎ জানতে পারেন যে ওরা আমি তখন 1976 নর্থ বেঙ্গলে ট্রান্সফার হয়ে গেছি। তার দেখি হঠাৎ দেখি 1977-এ উনি নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজে চেয়ে হাজির, যে ডক্টর হোর আমাকে ট্রান্সফার করে দিয়েছে। তখন বললে আপনি থাকবেন কোথায়? তখন আমি একটা গেস্ট হাউসের বন্দোবস্ত করে দিলাম, সেই গেস্ট হাউসে উনি ছিলেন। কিন্তু এমন অবস্থা, আমি একদিন কোনো কারণে শিলিগুড়ি গিয়েছিলাম, এসে দিকে উনি রাস্তা রাস্তায় মেডিকেল মোড় দিয়ে ঘুরছেন। যে কি ব্যাপার, আপনি রাস্তা রাস্তায় ঘুরছেন কেন? যে আমাকে তো ঘরের থেকে তাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, আমি কোথায় থাকবো? আমি বললাম আপনি কোনো চিন্তা করবেন না, আপনি আজকে গেস্ট হাউসে থাকুন, কালকে আপনি কলকাতা চলে যান, আমি আপনার জন্য থাকার বন্দোবস্ত করে দেওয়ার পর আপনাকে আমি টেলিফোনে জানাবো, তখন আপনি থাকবেন। আমি যতক্ষণ আছি আপনার এখানে থাকার, পড়াশোনা করার, সবকিছু করার কোনো অসুবিধা হবে না। আমি তখন ওখানে স্বরাজ বলে একটা ছেলে ছিল, তাকে সন্ধ্যের সময় বললাম, স্বরাজ তুমি গোডাউন থেকে ওনার জন্য টেবিল, চেয়ার, খাট সব এনে আমার এই বিল্ডিং এর মধ্যে এমন ভাবে করে দাও যেন উনি এলে এই ঘরেই বসতে পারেন, যে আমার নিজের ঘর। তারপরে উনি কলকাতা থেকে এখানে এলেন, ওখানে আমরা থাকতাম, আমরা তিনজন থাকতাম, আমি ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী এবং ডক্টর সুধীর চক্রবর্তী। সুধীর চক্রবর্তী মেডিকেল কলেজ থেকে ওই ইয়ের সঙ্গে পাশ করেছিলেন, ডক্টর ব্যানার্জি, অশোক ব্যানার্জির সঙ্গে পাশ করেছিলেন। অশোক ব্যানার্জির কাছে তো আমরা তিনজনেই রান্না করে খেতাম। ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী খুব ভালো আলু ভাজা করতে পারতেন এবং মাংস রান্না করতেন, আর আমি এই নুনিয়া চালের ভাত রান্না করতাম। এইভাবেই তিনজনে বসে এখানে খেতাম। তারপরে লাইব্রেরি থেকে একটা ফিজিওলজি বই, রাইটস এর ফিজিওলজি বই নিয়ে চলে এলেন, যে এইবার আমাকে সময় এন্ডোক্রিনোলজির সম্বন্ধে, সব পিটুইটারি গ্ল্যান্ড, থাইরয়েড গ্ল্যান্ড, এগুলো সম্বন্ধে জানতে হবে, আমার ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সম্বন্ধে কাজ করতে হবে। এই নিয়ে উনি করতে আরম্ভ করলেন। হঠাৎ 1978-এ প্রথম স্টেপটোর ওখানে যে প্রথম টেস্ট টিউব বেবি হয়, তার 3 মাস পরেই দেখা গেল হঠাৎ আনন্দবাজার কাগজে প্রথম পাতায় বেরিয়ে গেল যে কলকাতায় একটা টেস্ট টিউব বেবি হয়েছে, সুভাষ মুখার্জি করেছে। কিন্তু সেটা ডক্টর চক্রবর্তীকে উনি জানাননি। তারপরে সেইটা নিয়ে ডক্টর সুভাষ চক্রবর্তীকে কলকাতা, এমনকি হায়দ্রাবাদে ওনাকে খুব হেগুল করা হয়েছিল। তারপরে থেকে উনি খুব ডিপ্রেশনে ভুগছিলেন। ওনার মৃত্যুর পরে ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী জেদ ধরলেন, আমাকে যে কোনো প্রকারে এই টেস্ট টিউব করতে হবে। তারপরে উনি কাজ করতে আরম্ভ করলেন। ওনার যে একটা চেম্বার ছিল সিএই রোডে, সেখানে গ্যারেজে একটা ল্যাবরেটরি করলেন। সেই গ্যারেজে একটা ডক্টর নুরুদ্দিন সাহেবের অ্যানেস্থেসিক মেশিন দিয়ে, তারপর সমর রুদ্র বলে একজন গান্যবর্তী ছিলেন, উনি ল্যাবরেটরি করতেন, ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী থাকতেন, আর আমাদের সুদর্শন ঘোষ মাইক্রোস্কোপ দিয়ে এই ওবামগুলি দেখতেন। আর আমাদের পার্থ গোস্বামী আর একটি মেয়ে ছিল, এরা মিডিয়া তৈরি করত। এইভাবে ওখানে কাজ করতে প্রথম একটি মেয়ের প্রেগনেন্সি হয়, কিন্তু সেই প্রেগনেন্সিটা পরে অ্যাবর্শন হয়ে যায়। তারপরে 1986 সালে উনি সাকসেসফুলি একটা পেশেন্টের প্রেগনেন্সি হয়, সেটা মেরিল্যান্ডে হয়। আমি অ্যানেস্থেসিস্ট ছিলাম, আর আমার তখন পোস্টিংও ছিল মেডিকেল কলেজে। সেটাই ওনার প্রথম টেস্ট টিউব বেবি। মাঝখানে একটা টেস্ট টিউব বেবি ওনার হয়েছিল, কিন্তু তারা যেহেতু মুসলিম, সেটা ওনারা পালিয়ে গেছিলেন, ওনার সঙ্গে দেখা করে নাই। উনি এত মেধাবী ছিলেন, ওনার জীবনে দেখতাম কোনোদিনই কোনো কারো সম্বন্ধে একটাও কটু কথা বলতেন না, সব সময় লেখাপড়া। মেডিকেল কলেজের অনেকেই বলতো যে বদ্রীনাথ দা, এইবার আমি পরীক্ষা দেবো না। উনি বললো তা হবে না, তোমাকে পরীক্ষা দিতেই হবে, আমি রাত ভরে তোমাকে পড়াবো। একজন প্যাথোলজিস্ট ছিলেন, নামটা আমি ভুলে গেছি, ডক্টর গুপ্ত, উনি রাত ভরে ওনাকে পড়িয়ে এমন সরলভাবে পড়িয়ে দিয়েছেন, উনি সেই পরীক্ষায় পাশ করে গিয়েছিলেন। ওনার ওনার কাজের কৃতিত্বের জন্য উনি ক্যালকাটা মেডিকেল কলেজ, ক্যালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটি থেকে উনি কোর্টস মেডেল পেয়েছিলেন, আর নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজ থেকে ডিএসসি ভর্তি পেয়েছিলেন। বলতে গেলে তো ওনার জীবনের কিছু শেষ করা যাবে না। উনি অনেক পেপার করেছেন, 200-রও বেশি পেপার উনি হয়ে গেছে, এখন কত হয়েছে এই জানি না। ওনার যতই যেত আমার সঙ্গে কথা বলতেন, উনি বললেন যে এবার তো আমাকে একটা বাড়ি তৈরি করতে হবে। তারপরে সল্টলেকে জ্যোতি বসু যখন ইন্দিরা ভবনের কাছে থাকতেন, ওখানে 4 কাঠা জায়গা পেলেন, ওখানে একটা জঙ্গল থাকতো, রাত দিনের বেলায় শিয়াল দেখা যেত। ওইখানে একটা প্রথম বিল্ডিং তৈরি হয়, সেইখানেই তখন টেস্ট টিউব বেবি কাজ শুরু আরম্ভ হয়। তারপরে ওখান থেকে টেস্ট টিউব বেবিগুলি করতে আরম্ভ করে, ওনার নামও ছড়াতে হয়। তারপরে ওনার ইচ্ছা হলো আমি একটা বড় ইনস্টিটিউট করব, যাতে আমি ছেলেপেলে পড়াতে পারি, ফেলোশিপ কোর্স করতে পারি, এবং একটা এমন করতে পারি, কিন্তু টাকা কোথায় পাবো? তারপর রাত দিন উনি খাটতে আরম্ভ করলেন, রাত দিন খাটতে আরম্ভ করলেন, ব্যাংকের থেকে টাকা লোন নিয়ে ওই বাড়িটা করলেন। এখন সত্যি কথা বলতে কি, ওনার কথা বলতে গেলে আমার চোখে জল এসে যায়। আমি এমন লোক কখনো দেখে নাই। আমার স্ত্রীর জোর নষ্ট করেছিলেন, উনি দৌড়িয়ে টাকা নিয়ে বেল বিরুদ্ধে জমা দিয়েছিলেন। মৃত্যুর সময় ওদিকে উনি যে ইয়েতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। জীবনে আমি এইরকম একজন বন্ধু পেয়েছি যারা আমি কখনো বুঝতে পারি না। সেই যে 2 দিন থেকে ওনার এই খবর পেলাম, তখন থেকে আজ পর্যন্ত ঘুম নেই, সবসময় স্বপ্ন দেখি। সেই জন্য আজকের দিনটা আমার কাছে খুবই দুঃখের দিন। আমরা তো ওনার সেমিনার, উনি তো একটা সেমিনার করেছিলেন, মানে কলকাতার বহু গাড়ি করেছি, ঘর ভরে যেত, সেই সেমিনার উনি চালিয়ে যাচ্ছিলেন। আমাদের খুব ভালো লাগতো, লাইফ থেকে জীবন্ত মনে হতো। কিন্তু আজকে অসহায়, আমি সবাইকে জিজ্ঞেস করছি, উনি এখনো জীবিত নেই, তবুও আমাদের প্রাণে বেঁচে আছে। ওনার ইনস্টিটিউটটা আপনারা দেখবেন যাতে ওটা চলে, এবং ওনারই চলে। ওনার এক বন্ধু আছে গোপীনাথ ম্যাড্রাসে, উনি কলকাতায় এলে পরেই আমার সঙ্গে দেখা করতেন। ওনার এক বন্ধু আছে অস্ট্রেলিয়াতে, যার সঙ্গে উনি এমআরসি পাস করছিলেন, উনি অস্ট্রেলিয়াও গিয়েছিলেন। সেখানে যে কি করে এই উসাইড বের করতে হয়, কিভাবে ওগুলোকে ফ্রিজিং করতে হয়, এগুলি উনি শিখতেন। উনি জেদ ধরেছিলেন, এই সুভাষ মুখার্জি যে অপমান করেছে, সেই অপমান তার প্রতিশোধ আমি নিবই, যেভাবেই হোক ডিস্ট্রিবিউট করতে হবে। এই পর্যন্তই বলি, ভগবানের কাছে প্রার্থনা করি উনি এখন ইহলোকে নেই, পরলোকে ওনার আত্মা সুখে ও শান্তি হোক, এই বলে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করি। নমস্কার।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are really honored to have Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh here. Now, whenever the name of IVF comes, Professor B.N. Chakrabarty has his main colleague and lieutenant was Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh. We were very juniors during those days. We only knew they were working very hard. Now, today, we will hear from Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh. I've sat with Dada several times and have heard about how they were the first to do IUI, intrauterine insemination, semen analysis, semen preparation, sperm preparation, and what sort of effort they had to give for the IVF. Now things are very easy. We get media, instruments, everything. They had to work. Dr. Ghosh sacrificed his early medical career. After his MBBS, he was working with Dr. Subhash Mukherjee and Dr. B.N. Chakrabarty, Professor B.N. Chakrabarty. And the whole embryology aspect, which I consider is the pivot of IVF, was done by Professor Sudarshan Ghosh. And we will hear from him. And Dr. Ratna Chattopadhyay is also going to say about the early days, early work with Dr. Ghosh. দাদা অনেক ধন্যবাদ, আপনি এসছেন এবং আপনার কাছ থেকে আমরা এমন কিছু কথা শুনে রাখতে চাই যেটা ইতিহাস মনে রাখবে।
I don't have to say more, but the only just in one line that the history of foundation of ART in Bengal in India is incomplete with the struggleful contribution of Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh in the IVF lab along with Professor B.N. Chakraborty. And I myself Dr. Partha Goswami, all you know, another pioneer embryologist in the country. We all taught the basics of embryology and so many tips from our beloved senior, Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh. I just inviting him to say something. We are eagerly waiting, Dada, to hear from you.
এটা কি তোরা বাংলায় বলতে বলছিস না হিন্দি বলতে বলছিস? ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা। Before I start, let me pay my deepest regards, pranam to Professor B.N. Chakraborty, our beloved BNC, as we knew from our colleges, not B.N. Chakraborty, but BNC. It was enough. And a lot of memories, huge, but I don't know whether you will be able to give me time for that. But yes, I think many of you who are juniors or many of you are coming from outside Bengal, my friends are here, do not know exactly how it started. Again, sir, I believe wherever you will be, he will be resting in peace. Let me start with some historical details, how all this happened, and my association with Professor B.N. Chakraborty. I am from Arjigar Middle College, so I didn't know him personally. We just knew his name as a, renowned professor of OBGYN. And but in my locality in Circular Road, Lord Pada, Dr. Subhash Mukherjee's house was 4-5 building after my house. So I used to know him because he has a drum party, and I was also a member in the very early age. So Subhash Mukherjee, I was not associated with his work definitely. Dr. Mukherjee did his work independently, but I went to him to learn reproductive endocrinology. With the reason I was interested to get my studies in engineering, but from my family's pressure, I moved to medicine. Though I never liked biology, not at all. Subhash Mukherjee told me, yes, there is a wonderful analogy between hypothalamus, pituitary, ovary, endometrium, and some other organs. So there's a feedback, small feedback loop and all that. So he taught me wonderful teaching. And thus I came to know about some amount of reproductive endocrinology and IVF. Dr. Mukherjee used to see patients, or Dr. Chakraborty, when, as Dr. Hod mentioned, when he was in North Bengal, I think in the year 1978, 79, Dr. Mukherjee used to sit in his chamber on Fridays. Dr. Chakraborty was in North Bengal. So some of the endocrine patients, PCO patients, Rokitansky patients, so Dr. Mukherjee used to see those patients. So Dr. Mukherjee took me one day, Dr. Chakraborty came to Calcutta. He introduced me to B.N. Chakraborty. The word is very simple. The Sudarshan is not is not a very brilliant student in gynae, because his first love is physics and mathematics. But in any case, he is a very hardworking boy, Bodhinatha, as he used to call Bodhinatha. So we'll be working together. And that's how I was introduced to Dr. B.N. Chakraborty. And then onwards, I used to also accompany Dr. Mukherjee on Fridays to see patients when Dr. Chakraborty was in North Bengal. And then, as Dr. Horde mentioned, things were very unpleasant, very sad. It never happened that we worked together. Dr. Mukherjee passed away. After his passing, in the crematorium, Dr. Chakraborty was there, I was there. Dr. Chakraborty asked me to see him sometimes, that whether it is possible to start the work. How far you know? I said, no, I don't know anything, but I know theoretically. Practically, I don't know nothing. But theoretically, I have been given so much of talk by Dr. Mukherjee. Yes, I knew some of the things, but it is very difficult. He told me to see him. And then I saw him, and there was a man who was very friendly with Dr. Mukherjee, Mr. Gaur Kishore Ghosh, a very noted novelist, a very good friend of Subhash Mukherjee. Gaurda, I used to call Gaurda also. Gaurda organized a meeting in Jadavpur University in the month of September 1981 after Dr. Mukherjee's death. So there, Gaurda was there, the Vice Chancellor of University was there, Sunit Mukherjee, his friend, a cryobiologist, he was there. There, we decided, rather resolved, that somehow we'll start the work. So Dr. Chakraborty, I remember till now, the man with extreme confidence said, some reporters, some from Ajkal or Anandvaya said, but it's a very difficult, nothing is available in Calcutta, load shedding and very tedious work, you are in North Bengal. So Dr. Chakraborty said, look, I don't have blood pressure, I don't have blood sugar, and I can work 14 hours a day, and I'll never have heart attack. So I'm sure we can do it. And this boy, Sudarshan, he took my name and said, he'll be working with us. So we'll do it. We resolved there in 1981, Jadavpur University meeting that we'll do the work. Now, how we do it? I think many of you, most of you don't know, neither Dr. Chakraborty has seen a oocyte, nor he. Amar to prashno hi nahi. Dr. Chakraborty also didn't know how to look at the oocyte, how to identify the oocyte. So he told me, you try to develop. I don't know how he'll develop, but as Dr. Horde mentioned, Dr. Somaruddu, a brilliant laparoscopist, Dr. Chakraborty's initial interest was Rokitansky-Kuster-Hauser syndrome. Earlier days, ovarian malignancy and so many things, tuboplasty. But he learned a lot of laparoscopy because, the delicate application of laparoscopy, because he has to apply laparoscopy to aspirate oocyte. Because in 1980s, ultrasound, no question of ultrasound. So he said, I'll develop that, but your work is to develop IVF laboratory, I think initial laboratory. It was 1980. I was supposed to give an entrance examination for MD. So I was reading very hard. Dr. Chakraborty came to my house in Circular Road one day. For some reason, I don't remember. He was passing from there. He said, stop reading this for ND. If you want to work in this subject, if you want to develop this, you have to forego your MD. Can you do that? Yes, I can do that. It was a blank belief and support and respect that yes, I can do that. Dr. Mukherjee also told me, Charo, you will have a PhD. My mother, then nearly 80 years, she asked Dr. Chakraborty, why all doctors are doing MD? Dr. Chakraborty told, Mashima, if we can do IVF, university will come and give PhD to Sudarshan. It never happened. That never happened. So I started. First thing was how to look at the oocyte. I used to carry follicular fluid from Maryland nursing home. Dr. Horde was anesthetist. And taking a flask, I made a flask to keep the test tube warm at 37. So thermo flask. My idea was this, I'm keeping the cap test tube in a thermo flask water at 37. So I used to carry it to Indian Statistical Institute. Nearly 30 kilometers, 28 kilometers from Chetty Road. And initially it was a glass test tube in my pocket. Later on I took it in thermo flask. I used to, Dr. Chak never asked. He was so busy, so dedicated. One thing is very typical of his character. He never asked me how we're going. Are you going by taxi? Or are you going by bus? He never asked me. As if it is all, it has to happen. I said, okay, I was going. So one day, a lot of, the bus was congested. I had a glass test tube in my pocket with the blood mixed follicular fluid. In the pressure, the test tube broken. And the blood mixed fluid was in my shirt. And the conductor and the passenger said, hey, this man is carrying blood. As if I am a criminal or something like that. I had to get down from the bus. They said, please get down. We don't know what you was pleaded. I got down and came back because it was broken. So that was the laboratory of Professor R.L. Brahmachari, Ratanlal Brahmachari, another legend in animal embryology. He had a laboratory with a laminar airflow and dissecting microscope. My job was to identify whether I can look at the oocyte, but I didn't know. The oocyte cumulus complex was not in the textbook of 1978. There's no paper. Then I went to, there is a library of East India Medical Company in Russell Street. They had a library. In that library, we found one publication, very blackish photograph by Edwards and Steptoe, where there was a photograph of the early, not a mature, a moderately mature oocyte. And then it clicked to me, oh, it's not like because I was not very good student in gynecology again. So it was clear to me, well, it will be egg surrounded by cumulus cells. And that's how I knew, though. Then I thought, then it should be almost visible easily. And the breakthrough came. I identified oocyte in Indian Statistical Institute and called Dr. Chakraborty. He was very happy. So since we identified oocyte, the next job is to fertilize the oocyte. Where you do it? Then we realized that taking the oocyte to Statistical Institute or wherever else, it's not possible to fertilize them. Because by then I have read hundreds of pages about biochemistry, pH control, median, etc. So I said, sir, it is not possible. He told me, because our house was just 5 minutes walking from his chamber at CIT Road. He said, Tomar to barite onek ghor ache. So why don't you convert one of your study room? I had a study room from my very beginning. So why don't you convert to the lab? At least try to fertilize. Yes, I did that. I don't know whether Arup is here or Siddhartha is here. They should be here. I don't find them. So I initially developed a laboratory in my room, study room. I sealed it totally. It was a good room, of course. And Dr. Shubhit Dotto, one of our collaborators, he gave me a generator to run the power, because there is a time of load shedding. 6 to 8 hours load shedding in Calcutta, daily, 6 to 8 hours load shedding. So he gave a thing, I gave an incubator, he gave a thermoflask, and Adia Dotto simple incubator. But mind it, as you understand, I managed media 199, pH control, but if you take out the media, the pH changes. So that was a fault. So then I had a CO2 cylinder. We are flowing, as Dr. Mukherjee said, I was flushing CO2 from a flask to the thermoflask. It was a very crude work, definitely. But then I told Dr. Dotto, sir, can I develop a system? So we went to so many places. I didn't bring it today. I should have brought it today. So by then we realized, no, it is even CIT to my house, it is too much. So as Dr. Horse said, there's a second part, sir. So there is a garage, Dr. Chakraborty's chamber opposite, ground floor. So the landlord used to stay in the second floor. He said, no, apni niye nin, kono oshubidha nei. Bhalo kaj hobe niye nin. So he gave that room. I converted that to a laboratory. And there, my job was to, and now Arup is here, you are late. I just mentioned about you. So my job was to develop a initial oocyte identification, media preparation, media quality control, standardization, tube sterilization. You can't think it. I was so busy. I was talking about 1983, 84, Arup must be remembering, 82, 83. But I used to see that though I can't fertilize the egg, eggs were not fertilized. But if I wash the sperm and keeping in the test tube with the media, I finally found that a lot of sperms are swimming up. On the up, and took the sperm and find there's a 100% motile sperm in the swimming section. That is on the top section. I took it and see on the microscope, it's a 100% motile sperm. Those days, the senior gynecologist, somebody is here, there's a term called AIH, artificial insemination husband semen. The process was liquefied semen, put it through a speculum to the posterior fornix. It was practiced by gynecologists in 1970s. And it was a chapter, AIH. So Dr. Chakraborty used to send me patients for AIH. I didn't tell him that I have got through some good motile sperm. So 3-4 patients, I didn't tell him, you should know all this. I put directly that sperm cells, washed sperm cells, nearly 95% motile in the uterine cavity. And to my utter surprise, and maybe 3-4 months later, I showed Dr. Arup Maji, he is here, and Partho Goswami, how to wash. It was an astounding finding that if you wash the sperm cell, put in the media, put in CO2 chamber, not CO2 incubator, so I'll talk about that. Then you get 100% motile swimming sperm on the media. So we had 3 pregnancies. I still remember that day. Dr. Chakraborty used to see the patients. I used to sit down at a very small table, 2 feet by 1 feet table. And Dolly, the sister, was there. Dr. Chakraborty was very fond of muri bhaja. So that was our break tiffin. And then Dr. Chakraborty called me. Sudarshan, you have 4 pregnancies in AIH. And I said, it's not, I'll talk to you later, sir. But he said, but I'm not happy. I don't want this AIH pregnancy. Kobe Shedin Ashbe, when I'll find IVF pregnancy. I didn't tell him that day what I did exactly, that I put sperm within the uterine cavity. After 3-4 days I mentioned, he was furious, in fact. He said, you will again face the same scenario like Subhash Mukherjee. You will put the semen sample. I said, no, sir, it's a wasp cell, sir. No, there can be some bacteria, a lot of bacteria in the semen, you know. And if there is an ascending infection, if there is a tubal infection, if there is a peritonitis, and the patient dies, we will be given to jail. He was very worried on that day. I said, sir, we are washing, and I'm sure I'm doing 2 or 3 washes. And I told Arup, not 1 wash, Arup, do it 2 or 3 times. Partho and Arup, they washed 2 or 3 times. And we have several pregnancies. In 1982, first baby was Mrs. Shurovi Ash from Sirampur. And the second pregnancy was Mrs. Mukherjee from Gorihat. There's a Gorihat mansion. So these are the first 2 pregnancies, one 82 February or March, other was 83 January or whatever. These are the pregnancies. First IUI pregnancy. Gopinath is here, Mr. Gopinath. I think he used to visit Dr. Chakraborty's laboratory. But yes, I showed him how to wash sperm, how to swim up sperm cells. In 1984 or 83, I couldn't recognize him earlier in the elevator. Now I recognize him. I showed him how to wash the sperm cells. So those are the first group of IUI pregnancy in the world, not in Asia. But Dr. Chakraborty, a very voracious reader and a wonderful, not only what is a wonderful, we can't say what is writing ability. You give some data, morning, evening, 1 paper is ready. With that sort of capacity, with all regards, pranam and bowing down, I must say, he and I missed a great credit for having first group of IUI pregnancy in the world. Forget about Asia. There's nobody in Asia. I don't know whether all you know the story or not. But it's not even credited by Indian societies. So Dr. Mukherjee in the heaven should not be feeling bad. In this country, you get recognition if you die. You get recognition. So if you want to get recognition, die early. Yeah, I'm coming. I'll be coming. You know everything. He and Partho, extremely hardworking like me. But even they were surprised. The Sudarshan only eating once a day. You are coming 6 o'clock in the morning. You are leaving 10:30. And again, Bimal Babu calling me, Shigari Asun, Dr. Chakraborty is calling you. Again, I went 10:30. And 12 o'clock, myself, Siddhartha is not here. Myself, Siddhartha, and Dr. Chakraborty and Dolidi. Dr. Chakraborty used to drive the car, drop me in front of my house, and then go to drop Dolidi, and then used to go to his house. Terrible, terrible energy. My God, unbelievable. So then, in my house, Arup must be realizing, as I mentioned, my first laboratory, Lakheshwari Devi. There are 7 transfer, 8 cell MD, 1 8 cell, 1 2 cell. Dr. Chakraborty said, no, I'll go for transfer. In my house, my mother said, how you do? We had a big table, my study table. So the patient lied there, and Dr. Chakraborty did the transfer in my house, in my laboratory. And that was the first pregnancy. Unfortunately, that ended in the abortion in around 10th week. And there are subsequently 2-3 pregnancies. We presented that paper in 1984 May, Helsinki conference, 3rd World Congress on IVF, Dr. Chakraborty and Ghosh Sridhar. That was the first paper from Asia. They were the first paper. And then, before the conference day, I just visited, because I never seen an international conference. That is the first international trip. Dr. Chakraborty and I myself, we went to see the hall, because I'm not a Chinina. So I went there and I saw there are 13 flags on the conference hall. I forgot the name, Convention Center, Helsinki. But I find our flag is not there. I was not sure. So I asked the volunteers, why the flags are here? He said, these are the flags for those countries who are presenting some paper here. I said, then we are also presenting a paper here. Well, who are you? You're from Pakistan? No, I'm from India. All our black, we are all Pakistanis to them at that time. I said, I'm from Kolkata. So he said, I don't know. And this is Finland. This is Finnish people. I talk the organizer, the second man in the organization. He said, you talk to the organizer, Marcus Sepala. Marcus, he's still living, I feel. He said, is it true? You're from Calcutta, you have a paper? I said, yes, sir. We are very sorry. So he got a flag from Indian High Commission. Next day, before the conference, he took the flag and hoisted Indian flag there along with the other 14 countries. I was so proud. And Dr. Chakraborty said, তুমি খুব ঝগড়া করতে পারো তুমি খুব ঝগড়া করতে পারো আমি তো পারি না I said, yes sir, you have to do it. And then that was the first Indian publication. And after that, next year we had a conference in Athens. That is the 5th World Congress on Human Reproduction, where we presented my paper. I was the first author. And that term, IUI term in 1984, IUI term was not coined. Some senior ART specialists are here. IUI term was coined in later 1985. We sent the paper 84, conference in 85 middle. The IUI term was not coined. I coined the term in vivo and in vitro insemination with capacity spermatozoa, a new therapeutic procedure for human infertility. That was the first paper from not only India. I haven't seen any paper or searched a lot of literature then words. We didn't find any paper before that mentioning about washed capacity spermatozoa in the uterine cavity in a stimulated cycle with the HMG. So these two are the landmark events from CIT Road under this great man with his energy. And you did that again till today for IUI. I haven't received anything from Indian societies. So if you want to get success, Gautam, try to die early. Otherwise you won't get. This is your country. Just bring it as a corollary. Don't take it because Dr. Chakraborty is a big man. I'm a small man. I'm a dwarf. It is a shame. It is a shame for all of us. Now there are 4 Nobel Prize on Satyen Bose's work. Bose and Einstein theory, you all know. He was not conferred a PhD by Calcutta University. Satyen Bose, MSc, finished. So don't get upset. Don't get upset. This is your country. You like it or not, this is your country. He told me, তুমি এত মাথা গরম করো না। Work করে যাও ঠিক হবে। So we started working and our work. But one thing during 84, my first child was born. Still Siddhartha is not here. I don't know whether he's here. Partho was there. And I was busy with one Mr. Madhumita Goswami. His embryo just fertilized. Second day I'll have to change to growth medium. And he was in the Kakoli was in the Maryland nursing home. Dr. Chakou did the cesarean section. And he came back. He said, no, you can't get out. I saw Bodhinath after 48 hours. Arup, Siddhartha, and Partho. Both Vishnu, this Vishnu, my son is here. He has some eye infection. And Arup and Partho was giving normal saline or something, and some antibiotic, whatever. So I couldn't see. Dr. Chakwi said, Sudarshan, I know it's a very terrible thing. Ami to achi. I'll take care of your child. Don't leave the lab. I said, okay, sir. Believe me, my word was nothing. I don't mind, sir. Okay, my wife was very upset because I didn't see her for 48 hours after the delivery. It was a cesarean section. My father-in-law was very furious with me. What kind of a son-in-law you are? You are not seen around and you are in the busy doing something. My daughter is there. I said, Dr. Chakravarti told me I have to do it. So this personality is a tremendous personality. Obviously, you can do anything if he says. So there are some personal details I must narrate with you. But one thing I must tell you, all my colleagues here, that during the birth of the baby, how the birth came in 1986. We all know, embryologist, IVF specialist, I don't know how many embryologists are here. Without a proper CO2 incubator, you just cannot do IVF. Is it possible, Gautam? Arup? Is it possible? No. But I have to do it. It's my challenge. So I told Dr. Shubhi Datta, sir, I have an idea that I can flush 5% CO2 because Indian Oxygen Special Gas Division, they told me, yes, we'll supply you 590. Those days, we'll supply that. But incubator, ordinary incubator, Adya Datta, we bought an incubator. And I made 2 perforations on the top, one on the end, and put a glass, I made a glass jar. Sorry, I couldn't bring it one. That are inlet, that is outlet. But unfortunately, whenever I used to give it under autoclaving, it couldn't stand autoclave. It used to break. Finally, that amalgamated supplier, they made it. Shubhidatta said, Sudarshan, ekta pawa geche. Now there are 5 or 6 glass jars which can stand autoclave. That is, we can sterilize it. We sterilize that. And so inlet 5% CO2 in here, 5590, and outlet is good. And put the whole thing with a petri dish with water, sealed one, and that water was working as a humidity, and put that into simple 37-degree centigrade incubator, 1200 rupees costing in that days, Adya Datta. That gave rise to our first baby without CO2 incubator, giving the proof that Subhash Mukherjee was right. In the very beginning of any scientific work, it starts with very, very humble way, but moves to a situation now, you can't believe that is possible. Yes, it was possible. Arup is here, Partho was there. And that was how our first baby Imran, 1986, was born with a glass jar devised by me, supported by Dr. Dotto, by his supplier. And that system gave rise to 2 pregnancies. The second one, of course, ended in abortion around 19 November. But that Imran was born. Still then, Dr. Chakraborty, he was, Dr. Ho told you, he came from a very poor family. I too come from a middle class family. So I think up to 1983, 4, 5, he was not very much, eager to buy lakhs of equipments. And he was saying, in fact, in 84, Arup must be realizing, he said, hobe na. Because every day, next day I used to go in the morning, it was just filled up with infection. Main problem was infection because the laminar airflow which you are having was not very efficient. It was basically a bacillus subtilis, mostly for the dust. So he said, hey, hobe na, leave it up. I said, no, sir, hobe. So that was the glass jar which gave rise to Imran. Dr. Chakraborty was so happy. And but one thing I must tell you, I was young, 28, 29 years old. But Dr. Chakraborty, Dr. Hor mentioned you. Whenever we used to go abroad, Helsinki, Finland, Germany, then many places, wherever we used to go, we used to bring all plastic test tubes, beakers, media, Hamseptin powder, sterilizing millipore filters, 0.22, 0.45. These were our imports. We used to show in the green channel, and the customs officer, hats up to our customs officers. We bought a purchase of osmometer, 85. It costed quite a sum that time. We didn't pay duty. The green channel, the customs officer opened it. He said, you have no permission. I said, no. Then it's a crime. The officer came and said, Dr. Chakraborty came, they are taken for a research, let them go. That's okay. That's a customs officers. But we didn't get a single support. Governor West Bengal, any association, Dr. Mukherjee died, and Dr. Chakraborty worked like, I can't tell you. He said, I have seen 12 o'clock, he is doing hysterectomy. I said, why you were doing, sir? He said, well, money. I have to earn money. It is so much expensive thing. He used to work like anything and tremendous working capacity. 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, guy একটা চাদর দিয়ে মেইল্যান্ড থেকে হেঁটে আসছেন, কি আবার একটা হিস্টেক্টমি করে আসলেন. Why? To earn money. And this is your country. Now there are a lot of talk, lot of Isar, sorry for my saying, lot of things. Nobody came and said, yes, we have to support you. Because this was the first Indian center without any government support, without any institutional support, without any ICMR support. It was the money and fund from Dr. Chakraborty. Little bit of Shubhi Datta, he purchased a microscope, of course. Inverted microscope purchased by Dr. Datta. He went to Ajmer and purchased it for us. But it was our hard labor. But I shouldn't be sorry because I'm still living. So doing the first IUI in Asia, how can I get a credit? Dr. Chakraborty also missed because I have to die. But I can't die early. Sorry, I cannot. This is your country. So, sir, my not only pranam, we should all bow our head to him. It shows what sort of dedication, what man can do, how much one can work hard. And one thing, and Dr. Chakraborty said, never lost his temper. Even today, I'm a little bit excited. He said, Sudarshan, Mata Garam Korna. You should be cool. I said, sir, how do you remain cool? Well, it's a love for the work. You should be cool. He was never, I have never seen that he has lost his temper. He was angry, never. And one day, how he did it, 1985, before our delivery, one day he was feeling slightly sick. I got the blood pressure instrument. I saw his blood pressure. It was 130 by 90. 130 by 90. He was very worried. He said, this is the first time my blood pressure is more than 120 by 70. A 65-year person saying, this is the first time my blood pressure is more than that. So many words, many things should be said. The first thing, now just I'll finish it. A lot of time I've taken. So his center, he needed a center. One of his patients, I requested him, he has a job in CMDA. He told, why you are working so hard? You can get a land. I applied on behalf of Dr. Chakraborty. I signed Dr. Chakraborty's name and the land was, granted. We went, I myself, Dr. Chakraborty and Monjudi. We couldn't find our land. A lot of grass. These long grasses. There's no marking land. So one man, I was in the government service. He was in Mednipur. He cut the grass and you can see the stone and we identified the place. আমরা ভূমি পুজো করলাম And that was your first center in CIT Road. So Dr. Chakraborty is, but one thing, let me tell you, for my juniors and his work, two hard stories. In Helsinki conference, Dr. Chakraborty didn't book a hotel. He's a very simple man, didn't book a hotel. And Helsinki, we didn't require any visa. It is a entry permit only on arrival. We went there, we walked out, and I saw the buses. I said, sir, there is no visa stamping or something like that. He said, yes. But there is no checking, no immigration. We again went back, and then they stamped us. Just a moment, Gautam, listen to me. Then Dr. Chakraborty, I went, myself, it was 9:30 morning. 2:30, we got a hotel. 9:30 to 2:30, his luggage and my luggage. I was roaming toward Helsinki city because this is a World Congress. All hotels are booked. He hasn't booked. We got a small hotel. There's nothing. I used to go to long distance to get his vegetable burger. He will not eat anything beef, never. He hasn't taken beef any time in his life. And I told me, you also don't eat beef. I said, okay, sir. So I used to bring burger for me. And in Athens Congress again he didn't book a hotel. But that time we were rescued by a very small hotel given by late Dr. Mohendra Parikh. He had a booking for his junior. He didn't came. He said, you can stay there. It has a spiral shiri. So see, myself, Dr. Chakraborty, myself and Monjudi, we used to go to the spiral shiri. I was on the 4th floor, he was on the 3rd floor, and take the food for him going on the spiral shiri. So these are the struggle which he did, unbelievable. But unfortunately, I didn't get his extraordinary brilliant teaching in gynecology. That I never got because I had to work in a different area. But I knew, I taught Siddhartha and Bani how they are training for MRC that time in 1985. But his inspiration to others, it is unbelievable that he can make some young postgraduates say, accepting that he'll not miss myself, not compete for MD 7 years just to start IVF and complete it. And boys like, today he's like, he has aging, Arup, Partho, late Partho, they walk like dog, I would say. And we all together, Siddhartha was doing, I developed cervical scoring, I taught all of them. I taught IUI, I taught all of them. Dr. Chakraborty again told me, one day he went to see a Rocketensky operation. He was doing Rocketensky. He just told me, just get out. You can't get into clinical thing. If you want to work in the lab. You cannot come in. But I didn't mind. It was the right direction. That if you want, dedicate yourself completely. Yes, sir. Dedicate to yourself. And I pray for your great soul. I'm sure it will be resting in peace in the heaven. And with my regards to the great personality, my friend, my guide, and Dr. Subhash Mukherjee, who started the work in this country. I finished my talk, my dear colleagues, and senior Dr. Hori senior, Geeta Di senior, all are junior to me here, I think. And and Subhash Mukherjee's, I think you are Dr. Mukherjee's relative, right? The man with the, yourself, you are from, you Dr. Mukherjee's, okay, I'm confusing somebody else. So with regards to all of you and taking a lot of time, it was an emotional thing. We did right or wrong, we don't know. But yes, Calcutta was a pioneer. And there are some senior organizers of Isar. Yes, Calcutta did the work without any government, organization, and foreign collaboration. There's nothing. It was my hard work for the lab and Dr. Chakraborty's total work and guidance and leadership, and his tremendous leadership and inspirational quality. So let us all pray with his for his peace and we should take the pledge that yes, we'll continue this kind of work. I'm happy, Ratna. Ratna also, I taught him a lot of things when he came from other country and joined. I remember when I did first ICSI, I came and told Ratna, you have to cut the sperm tail, otherwise it will not fertilize. First day I did, I told him in 1995, the year I developed the first ICSI baby. So with these words, I finished my word. Thank you, my colleagues and Dr. Hor. আপনি এখনো এত ভালো আছেন. Very nice to see you, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh Tusidar. We learned the story untold. Now it's turn to welcome on stage Dr. Biman Ghosh, a good friend of Sir, for more untold stories.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning rather, ladies and gentlemen. It's very sad that I have to say something in this occasion. We always celebrated Dr. Chakraborty's birthday. As so far you have seen the test matches. I don't think that I should play test match. So I'll just take a simple one-day game. I can only bring the memories of Dr. Chakraborty. First of all, I say that I am a basically clinician. I'm not a scientific man. So how did I survive with Dr. B.N. Chakraborty? He has another side of the story. I was a fourth-year medical student. How I came to know Dr. Chakraborty is nice to say if I said. In 1968, I was a fourth-year medical student at Inadas Medical College. And my mother needed a gynecological surgery. At that time, the stalwarts of big professors with towering personalities like D.L. Poddar, Dr. Kitin Gun, and I come from a Midnapur village. I was very scared. What to do? When Dr. Subhash Mukherjee's name came many times, he was our hostel superintendent and very friendly to us. So one day I told Dr. Subhash Mukherjee, sir, my mother needs some surgery. Where to go? Hey, Biman, you go to BNC. So I just promoted to fourth-year student. I didn't know anybody. So I told one of a senior who was my next roommate, Dr. Simon Tupal. Many of you knew, he was next to my room. I said, Simon Tuda, who is BNC? Well, he is a professor. You go and tell him, he will solve the problem. So I took the address and I rang Dr. BNC's chamber, said, I'm a fourth-year medical student. I want to see you regarding my mother. I said, okay, come, no problem. I said, are you BNC of our Inadas Medical College? No, yes, you come, no problem. So I went in CIT Road chamber, and being a short figure like me, as soon as I approached him, I saw a 6 foot tall, handsome, glowing skinned, nicely trimmed mustache, and with a big smile. You are Biman, come. As soon as I saw him, I was very much impressed. And believe me, at that time, I decided that I want to be a gynecologist. And I saw his chamber, many times I've been there. So in my live in Salt Lake, just next 2 doors near here, I built my chamber exactly photocopy of BNC. Then a lot of water ran through Ganges. I left for UK with his blessings. I kept in touch. Then when I decided that enough is enough, I must go back. In the meantime, I went to Saudi Arab, earned a lot of money to build the house in Salt Lake. Then I approached him He said, what are you doing? I said, I went to Holland and I done a lot of endoscopy. Oh, no problem, you come and join me. Next day, within a month, I packed my things. My wife was very unhappy because she didn't want to come back. We still fight, but I never wanted to settle in UK. I came back and joined IRA in the old building. He said, listen, you start an endoscopic unit here. At that time, as you know, there are a lot of difficulty buying instruments. You have to get the bankers through. So I applied to the bank and I had money. So I bought the camera and you monitor everything, Dr. Hode. And I started doing endoscopy, which was that time was not very popular in India. I started hysteroscopy and Dr. Hode, BNC, they used to see what I do. So I started doing endoscopic surgery. A lot of septum used to come. I did the metroplasty and they conceived quickly. And he was very impressed with him. Now, then he told me, Viman, you must concentrate on this endoscopy. And I said, I am not interested in IVF at all. That is the reason maybe I'm still with him for the last 30 years. Then one day he said, Viman, you must start writing some articles. I said, sir, with due respect, I am basically very clinician. I don't like this. I'm not academician and I cannot do that because I have some other, I'm interested in doing some other things which I didn't tell them at that time. You know, if you have a building, if you have a big institute, you need scientists, you need teacher, you need this thing, but also you need a gatekeeper, sir. I want to be a gatekeeper. Any your clinical problem, you call me, I live next door. He was very impressed. Well, I will not force you. So I said, if you allow, then I leave, and otherwise I will go. No, you are my gatekeeper. Till that anything, any problem, clinical problem, Biman, APH, PPH, this thing, that thing, there are a lot of stories. Then one day he told me that we are discussing in the surgeon's room, we said there are a lot of problems because the Indian customs are creating havoc because they want to, there are a lot of people want money, these things, why? But our one clerk went, they said everybody, starting from this top officer, everybody takes money. I said, are you sure, sir? At that time, happened to be one of my relative, my nephew, was a top IAS officer. He was the in charge of that custom department. But that Belghata ki jan office ta ache, cell tax. So I told my nephew that he knew because he is doing a lot of good work. He next day went to the office and inquired everything. He said, no, this is not that a lot of didn't want to discuss. Then he wrote a very good letter, Dr. Chakraborty's, that this man is doing a great job. And I write that no income, no cell tax will be taken from this institute. Since then, the Radha, there was no cell tax since then. Then one day, he asked me, Biman, you tell me why every first Sunday of month you disappear? We have cesarean. He said, I can't come. I said, come. Then one day I told him very frankly, sir, I do a lot of charitable work in my village. I take these clinics to my village. A lot of people are deprived of this. You are talking big things in the 5-star hotel, but what about the village people, this thing, that thing? He was very, very impressed. And he said that, okay, I want to go. And then Dr. Hode, Dr. Chakraborty, a lot of people went to see my village and see my projects because I made a chamber, school, libraries, this thing, that. He was very, very impressed. When he wanted to do the second building, at that time I have some experience of building a house in Salt Lake. He told me that I want to do the second building. What can I do? I said, I can talk to my architect. He's a very nice man. Then I called him. He, in fact, designed this second building. Somnath Channal. He's not very well nowadays. Then a lot of memories. I don't want to, as I said, I want to do just only one-day cricket, not test match like Sudarshan or like. One thing I must say in front of everybody, I have said many times, and Dr. Chakraborty knew very well, I'm a very outspoken man. That's the reason I never, from the third year, I decided not to do government service, but I don't want to go to the writers' building and while these clerks. So even if I didn't go to UK, I would have gone to my village and start general practice there. Dr. Chakraborty's motto was help the people. Help the people, help the poor. And you won't believe that until today, all the cost of the endoscopic or operations at the institute is very, very nominal, less than the government hospitals. And we had no complaint. Because we love to work. And we promised him that we will do the work. We are not worried about the money. And before he was, as you know, he was admitted into the hospital. But before the last time he went to hospital, he sent a circular. All the fees of the institute, including the surgeon's fees, is reduced by 1,000. So not increasing 1,000. So he accepted with great regards. Sir, you are here. You will be in my heart all the time. I became the gynecologist because of you. And I'm still want to remain your gatekeeper. I'm not a clinician, but he was sometime happy when my daughter, after finishing her MSc in stem cells, came back here and joined sir. Before she went back to do PhD in Lisbon, I said, at least she will compensate. One thing hurts me very much when I see, I don't want to mean to anybody, that people, a lot of clinician, IVF centers, not all the time do the justice to the patient. It's very sad. I have seen, because I'm a clinician, I have a huge practice from Dunlop to Peerless Hospital. Patients come. I know to run a IVF clinic, you need money. And to earn the money, you work like Dr. Chakraborty has said, cesarean at 12 o'clock, hysterectomy at 12 o'clock. Not by doing a normal pregnancy, a patient go for fertility. And first time you say, sir, in an IVF. And the patient comes back to us, because patients are not stupid, they will come back. And then we just give a simple protocol of BNC's protocol. Within 3 months, he got pregnant. That is not good for the doctors, not if you, the memory of Dr. B.N. Chakraborty. It is very sad. I'm unfortunate it happens. I'm seeing it. And if you have any respect to that human being and for B.N. Chakraborty, be some sympathetic. We need money. We all know we need money, but not like that. That will be the best respect to B.N. Chakraborty, I think. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to say something. Thank you very much.
Life is eternal, the divine soul is immortal, and death is only a horizon. And I hope Sir is with us. He is omnipresent amongst us. Now it's time to call upon Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee. She basically needs no introduction, and she was a chairperson, past chairperson of Isar, Bengal, and a great teacher, very close to Sir and very close to his heart. So over to you, madam.
Uh, Very good morning to you all. And today, Dr. Hoare and Sudarshan has many things that people do not know. I request, before I start my talk, I request both Dr. Sudarshan Ghosdar and Dr. Hoare to write it and give it to me so that it could be published and so that people should know it. I told Sudarshan before also, publish it and give it to others so that they will be inspired. Dr. Holt told from which family Dr. Chakraborty has come from. And you have told his dedication for this thing. We know Professor Chakraborty is from Medical College. I am from Medical College. While we are students and stayed in Shawnee hostel, we used to see him in Eden Hospital. You know, he was a brilliant student, and everybody used to know him even from his student life. And when we were student, we saw him as teacher. As a teacher, he's par excellence teacher of the teacher. And Arup can tell that how student used to wait for him. And then he became a very good clinician. We know him as ART specialist. Not that. Before that, he used to do cancer surgery, VVF, and Rokitansky. I am very fortunate in this thing that my family, Dr. Chakraborty's family, was very close to my eldest sister family. So I used to know him from the very beginning. And the history that Sudarshan told, though I was not involved in, but I know each and everything when it is done and when everything I used to know. And, you know, Dr. Chakraborty, he is a good teacher, everything, but he's above all, he is a good human being. He is very kind. He is always, as Sudarshan said, we have never seen him to be angry, always in a smiling face. And you know, he is so popular everywhere. We Bengalis are very proud of him. Whenever he used to go, we used to hear from Calcutta, Professor Chakraborty is there. And he's popular not only among the elites, but from the very beginning, he was very popular. Anybody who is to come for his help, he is to give. I still remember Golden Jubilee's AICOG was in 2007. Gopinath was here, and P.C. Mahapatra was also here. And we are supposed to do that AICOG in this stadium. But one day, 1 month before this function, we came to know that we are not getting that stadium. we are so worried. We came immediately to Dr. Chakraborty and told him everything. And absolutely, I took him to Writers' Building. And he went there, talked to the minister, and everything was settled. This is like him. He was so popular. And those who were present in AICOG 2007, during inauguration, you must have noticed that we are all in the dais. Professor Chakraborty was in the audience, but the chief minister was the chief guest. And he said, where is Dr. Chakraborty? And he immediately requested Dr. Chakraborty, please come to the dais. From the dais, he asked Dr. Chakraborty to come to the dais. How popular, how is he? These two things I'll never forget. Another thing, I think Arup will remember, first test tube baby in here by Dr. Chakraborty. That time I was in Arjigar Medical College, and I was the secretary of BOGS. Dr. Amiya Mukherjee was the president. We called it big, giving thank you to Dr. Chakraborty and the team. Felicitate the team, Dr. Chakraborty and team. Sudarshan, you are also there. Siddharth was there. Arupa was there. And from the BAGs, I was the secretary and Amyoda was the president. And the hall was full. Dr. Mohendra Parikh from Bombay came there. And one time I thought, yes, there is no place where everybody will stand. And we were so happy that day. This is Dr. Chakraborty. Another thing, you know that I have got a foundation in name of my father, Aran Ganguly Foundation. From the very beginning, he was associated with that. And he delivered the first Aran Ganguly Memorial Lecture. And he never missed any CME or anything of Aran Ganguly Foundation. We used to go for the camp. Once he also went to the camp also. Dr. Siddhartha made a B.N. Chakraborty's institution. And in the opening of that institution, people from Bangladesh, they came. P.C. Mahapatra, he came. Then Kamal Bakshi and many others came and paid respect to Dr. B.N. Chakraborty. On the day when he died, really, immediately I got letter from message from Dr. Sadhna Desai about how is there giving this message to Mrs. Chakraborty. And also Dr. Kamal Bakshi and many people from all India. Those who don't know the number of IRM is to give the message in my phone, which I gave to Dr. Munju Chakraborty. Really, we are, so if I don't want to talk more because there's so many persons, they will talk. He can inspire anybody about anything. Really, it's very good how he made this center. Really, this center he made is a center of excellence for treatment, for education, for research, and how to be this thing. And really, so many doctors from all over India and abroad came here for training and for as visitor. Really, it is a pilgrimage to them. In the life, I won't go detail in the lifetime. he received many lifetime awards. Really, he was a living legend. Really, he was a living legend. This legend has left for heavenly abode, but legacy will continue. You know, man is mortal, but his deeds are immortal. Will, sir, with his smiling face, he will ever be in our heart, and he will inspire all of us. And we pray that his brainchild, IRM, should continue as good as best center for ART. With this, I thank you, everybody. And I request Sudarshan and Dr. Hor. Sudarshan and Dr. Hor, I request you again, publish, give the write-up, publish it so that people should know it. Thank you very much. And with this, yes. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, again, I'm taking the mic, I apologize, because Dr. Chakraborty and I myself, we were never members of Foxy. We never went to organization. We missed it. Now Gautam, Ratna, I find they are taking leadership in the organization. I made the mistake and he was the guru. He said, no, organization tomar kaj na, Dr. Parikh will do that. We won't go there. But this is the wrong way. My all best wishes to Gautam and Ratna. Go forward. Take the message. Yes, the work was pioneered in Calcutta also. In Calcutta's contribution, I'm sure with your leadership, Calcutta will get its position. Subhash Mukherjee get his position, and this man should be also properly recorded. And I request all my colleagues, we should support Gautam and Ratna for this, whatever, BOGs or Foxy, whatever, my best wishes and blessing for Gautam and Ratna, you take forward, because এটা আমরা ভুল করেছি। আমরা যাব না ঠিক কথা না, যেতে হবে, we should go to Foxy, we should go to BOGS, and we should take our suggestions, voice, whatever you say. You are doing that, I'm sure you will win. Take care. Thank you.
One thing, Dr. Chakraborty never became any member of BSS. Once somebody from Bombay asked him, why don't you be a president of Foxy? You don't have to go through all these things. And I was there. And Dr. Chakraborty said, no, I am not with this thing. I will do with my work. And my disciples, they will go to the organization. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Geeta Di. No, I will tell you, just, I mean, we have many people waiting here to speak. So my sincere request will be to Dr. Siddhartha Chatterjee to come forward, then Dr. Hiralal Kunar, then Dr. Arup Majhi, Siddhartha da age bolu. But my sincere request is, there are many people, so if you keep it short, that will help us to complete the program. Siddhartha da.
Good morning. Thank you, Gautam. Today is not a day to mourn. We have to be inspired to carry his flag. That is the most important thing. Basic thing he did, he brought infertility as a subject, which was actually, I should say, it was put to a stream such that followers of him can continue the treatment in his fashion. Regarding ART, everybody has told, but what I want to mean in case of infertility is non-ART part, he had a large contribution. That contribution started since 80s And when I joined in 1980 with him, and I saw the development, and I think Sudarshanda is also here, who will also support me, because that development actually led to the path of ART. The main thing is recognition or detection of ovulation. We didn't have anything in our hand. We couldn't do estradiol at that time. We couldn't do ultrasound. But depending on cervical mucus, how ovulation can be detected, that was his great training and great teaching. I think he has mentioned in one of the lectures previously, about 8 to 10 years back, how it was done. And Sudarshanda also carried out that path, and ultimately that was changed from BBT, cervical mucus, that changed to ultrasound and the hormone assay. The first international publication from IRM, because one thing I wanted to mention, that IRM, that is Institute of Reproductive Medicine, that name also was coined by Sudarshanda. And ultimately we all accepted that name. And the first publication, international publication in the name of IRM, was on basal body temperature. From basal body temperature, we detected endocrinopathy, and about 70% cases that was successful. I don't want to go to details of that. But with modernization of the whole system, with technical improvement, we had to give up that. So basically from that, we came to the field of instrumentation and the field of ART. And as Geetadi mentioned about cancer surgery, he was very much fond of cancer surgery. And when I started with him, he was doing a lot of cancer surgeries. And those surgeries were unique one. But ultimately, after demise of Professor Subhash Mukherjee, he came completely to the field of ART. And the reason he has also been mentioned. So basically today, we must take an oath that we must carry out his work, all of us. And we have to prove that what he told, that is absolutely right. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. To talk about Sir, it is immense. Everybody has talked up. And what I have seen and my association with him little bit, to talk about as a student, as we are from NRS and he was in NRS, as a fifth year student, first class, it is very glad that I could see Sanjeev, Nimesh, PC all over here on this pious day, that in a class of fifth year class, he was talking in a seminar class, he was talking of GNRH. And as you imagine, as a student of fifth year, listening to GNRH in a such way, simple way, that leaves memory, and we developed upon that. That was just the subject that came recently. That time is so difficult and complicated to understand. Journey started over there over the years from the studentship. And I felt we became, that time I became attracted to him. It reminds me, you know, in Bengal, in India, Parampurush Ramakrishna attracted Vivekananda. Magnet attracts metals. And I feel he had this power, the divine power to attract hundreds, thousands, maybe lakhs and millions all over the world and the country and the Bengal. And that's Dr. Professor B.N. Chakraborty. I continued, and then house surgeonship, working, and then one of my teacher, Professor C.C. Mitra, was there, the head of the department. He suggested me, you leave Bengal. I don't like to see you in Bengal. I didn't know the meaning of that. And thereafter, when I was going for the All India competition entrance for the PG, I got selected in PGI Chandigarh. I came to know my thesis is ready. What was the subject, you know? Premature ovarian failure. Dr. Sudarshan Ghosh Siddhar. We used to do biopsy that time. No laparoscopy, open biopsy, seeing histology, absence of follicles, fibrosis, premature ovarian failure. That was my thesis. But God's grace or God's decision that I had to leave for Chandigarh, And that thesis was given to my next junior colleague, Dr. Siddhartha Datta. He is also a professor now. Day I was working in Chandigarh, one day I was called by Professor and head, G.I. Dhal. You come down to see me in the office. I came down and so he showed me the thesis. It's a beautiful thesis. Do you know this? Have you got such research work understanding? I said, sir, this was my thesis in Calcutta. And I left for PGI. That's when my junior got this opportunity to complete the thesis. And he opined, this is the best research thesis I have ever seen in my career. So this is B.N. Chakraborty again. Journey continued. Fortunately or unfortunately, I had to live in between Chandigarh, then came back again, joined with him as a teacher, and then again I have to leave for England and came back again and again continuing the job. As a student life, when we came to know that this endoscopy is going on, Dr. Samar Rudra used to do the laparoscopic surgery for pickup. And that time we used to hide in the evening hours, night hours to see him. Professor D.C. Datta, one of the colleague of Nilatan Sarkar Medical College, warned me. He said, listen to me. He is an exception. Badrinath is an exception amongst ours. Don't try to imitate him. Don't try to follow him. Never you will complete. Such a versatile person all over the career, starting from the childhood, adulthood, professor, teacher, scientist, philosopher, social person, everywhere he is there. Now, working with him and then with all these associations of academic field, he was at time interested with that of these writings. He saw that Dullabh has done many things, so I will write. I said, why not? Then came that of the clinics in reproductive medicine. All the issues. It is one of the book based on own scientific research in collaborations with the world literature. Best review book. I believe all of us know that book is very popular now. Now, going to the other aspects of his career, that in the last phase that used to work him because of this ill health that he never liked, and nothing could put him down because of the health reason. And he was always excited and accept newer research. Few days earlier, when I talked, said new things coming up in the British Journal. What is that? It is these bacteriomes. He said, how it could be related to infertility? I said, yes, they are talking of this implantation failure. He was so happy, he forgot everything. He said, chalo, we will see to this, how it causes, what are the bacteriomes and how to get about it, and how to go for this, how to overcome this research. So this way, Professor B.N. Chakraborty, I feel that not that we are here to commemorate his works and memories, we need to be inspired to continue his path of research scientist. And it happened that one of the conference, he has been given the many awards, even that North Bengal University doctorate awards, and that of this American Society of Reproductive Medicine. Joe Leigh Simpson, I had the opportunity of having some seminar in Hyderabad conference. At the end of the session, he asked me, you are from Calcutta? And I say, yes, I am from Calcutta. Where is the gentleman? Immediately I got, of whom you are talking of? You know that Chakraborty, and yes, B.N. Chakraborty you are talking of, yes, where is he? I said that he has left. I felt so pride in my heart that he is being recognized internationally. That's the reason we are being recognized as Indians. And obviously Calcutta, that we are from Calcutta and India. And he has been awarded, you know, if you go to this office, the certificate of fellowship, honorary fellowship of ASRM, B.N. Chakraborty. And his philosophy that all of us noticed, that of service to the humanity, and his office in the front door, what is written, Diye dao, binimoy, don't expect something returned. Give away your everything, but don't expect anything return to come. Just wait, do your job. So it will go on and on talking about sir. So I think let his soul rest in peace. His blessings to come. We need to continue his works. That's our desire. Thank you all for the patient hearing.
Yeah, now, so his words of Gita. Hiralalda ended with his words of Gita. That was a belief of Sir. Now, requesting Dr. Kushagrati Ghosh, the past president of Bengal Obstetric Gynecological Society, to say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Isar. Thank you, Gautam, for giving me this opportunity of sharing a few words about Sir in front of you. I know all people are waiting and should be short. This is a moment of grief, no doubt about it. But more important is everybody of us have to leave one day or the other. But the most important thing is, what do we leave behind? And today, this mahal that we see a life-size picture of Sir over here, so many people throwing accolades, starting from a very initial days, what Dr. Hoare says, Sudarshanda said, I was mesmerized, stunned with hearing everything that is being told, untold stories, not published, and yet to be recognized. Thank you, Sudarshanda, for bringing out these things. Thank you, Dr. Hoare. Coming to a personal interest with Sir, the first thing I heard about Sir was when I was in 5th year, I suppose, in medical college. And I heard something called, in gynecology, there are only 3 treatments. One is wait and see, D&C, and B&C. Because if nothing was happening, it is go to the master, teacher of teachers, and see what he says about it. And he used to get myriads of referrals from students and folks and other departmental staffs all over West Bengal regarding all complicated cases. And I'm sure Geeta Di will bear to it because she has been a very ardent follower and colleague and associate of his. Now, then I became a house staff in Middle College Eden Hospital, which is the same alma mater as Sir. And professors who were all very well known at that point of time in FOGC, for example, like Professor C.S. Don, Bhabesh Lahiri was an oncologist in Roy Chaudhary, past president, and Bhabesh Lahiri was I ultimately became a house staff under him. All of them used to say, and Dr. Ajit Sarkar, that don't follow us, but they were big names in those times, either in practice or in political career in FOGC. All of them were FOGC presidents. Follow Buddhanath. They used to always say. And I think the greatest accolade that a person can have in professional life is from your classmates, both your school classmates and college classmates, because they are the people who know you through and through. Later on, we try to cover ourselves with layers and layers. They are the one who knows. My father-in-law, Dr. Ajit Kumar Sarkar, happened to be a student of Ashutosh College, where Professor B.N. Chakravarti studied before he entered medical college. So we're talking about when he was 17, 18 years old. And he always says, has high praise for him. He says, if you want to be a person like a good gynecologist, follow Buddhanath. So that itself shows what influence he had even over his classmates. And as Geeta Di said, he was a teacher from his college days. Now, then of course I went to PGI and then went to UK and I came back. And in UK I heard that if you go back, you don't have a job. So what do? Go to one person, BNC. He's the savior for everybody and you will get some sustenance money. So always working, even if you hold a speculum, you will get some money. So money was flowing and he came from a very humble background, as he said. And he was so udar, as we say, about helping the individuals. So and then I went there, but then I was not that much interested in fertility. And he said, sir, I want to do fetal medicine. He said, what is that? I said, this is what it is. Oh, acha, you'll be able to help me out because I'm having lots of fetal reductions that's to be done. Because in those days, there used to be a lot of multiple pregnancies. Then I said, sir, I really am not practiced in fetal reduction. He said, okay, you practice on my patients. So that was his. And I must say that he has been an instrumental in helping helping me out in so many days. And he always used to say that to act a fetal medicine institute korbe. And I'm very happy to say that he came to inaugurate the thing. And I'm so grateful to sir. Last time in 2019, I think he had almost a fatal attack of pneumonia, and he was admitted in Bellevue ICU. And I went to see him, and he had just come out of all those serious things, and he was just the first day that visitors were allowed. And I went and touched his feet, and he said that আমি তো প্রায় যাচ্ছিলাম, এরাই আমাকে, these people have pulled me out from the death doors. Nana sir, how can you go like this? Then he said that আমি তো চলে যাব একদিন, তোমাদের মধ্যে আমি বেঁচে থাকবো, I live amongst you. And today, that is what I'm feeling today after coming here, that is still living with us. He's still with us today and encouraging us in our journey towards our destiny. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. My pranam to sir. And actually, there are many senior persons and dignitaries person are waiting. But I am called for talking about sir, you sir. Why? Actually, I am Dr. Arup Kumar Majhi. And I was at the very beginning from the student life and also housekeepership and the first test tube baby when I was one of the team member of that. And after last 4 decades, I was with him in academic and very his fair. And I think I will very short and tell few things about him onto that. Your academic career, all of you know, you had great achievements. He was the awards of 25, he was paper of 23, 232, and majority, more than 50% was the peer-reviewed paper. And he was the Goodip scholar, and also the many medals he used to get, and from the Isar and Foxy, Bengal of Gynecology Surgery, many societies give him the lifetime achievement, also including the government of West Bengal. More than 25 award and achievement. But his great achievement is he prepared a large number of people on the reproductive medicine and to become how to become the human being. Gitaji has said already, he was a great human being, he was a great teacher, and he was a great clinician and great researcher. And really in one person, how can amalgamate those things? I have not seen like that person, Professor B.N. Chakraborty. I two, three things I bold. I little become nostalgic when Dr. Sudarshan Ghositata was saying, so Siddhartha was saying. And he was actually Goodip scholar, and it is in, he was, because in many of the days, I will to close one-to-one discussion and contradict also sometimes. The sir's habit was he do not admit that thing. Siddhartha now knows when we will have to contradict it, that this is you are not correct, and next day we will say you are correct. Siddhartha and Sudarshan knows. Next day he will say that. So interactive was there. And Dr. Nagendra Chaudhary is influenced to be the Goodip scholar, he said. And one person actually, that is the C.L. Mukherjee, and during his PGCA, he was influenced by C.L. Mukherjee. And he said his master is the actually Dr. S. Surrai. S. Surrai, he was a great surgeon. Professor B.N. Chakraborty was a great surgeon, cancer surgeon, Professor VVS surgeon, and also the surgery on the Mullerian anomaly and reproductive medicine. He admitted, I have also video recording, that he taught the surgery from the S.K. Rurai, but taught the medicine of the infertility. I have a video with this. I also from the Dr. Subhash Mukherjee, when Subhash Mukherjee was the professor of the physiology, and he influenced Professor BNC to use the gonadotropin. He is the first use of gonadotropin in India. He used to, and the PCO, the stress factor of PCO, he explained to Professor B.N. Chakraborty, and he was highly impressed, and he worked with it. And Dr. Sudarshan Ghositata, his author, he is actually the really work with the directly in the laboratory with the Subhash Mukherjee. And when all of you know, after 1978, in 1978, 25th July, or the birth of the first world test tube baby, and 3rd October is the Durga, that was by the that was not recognized by the government government of West Bengal and other many association, and had to suicide in the 19 June in 1981, Dr. Subhan Mukherjee. And after the death, Dr. Sudhar regularly comes to the chamber. And I was actually the house surgeon of Professor B.N. Chakraborty. And in the student time, I was impressed on seeing the picture of the spermatogenesis. At that time, it was in 1989. And I was house staff of Professor B.N. Chakraborty. I want 2 or 3 story. I will show how what the man is. And Dr. Sudarshan actually, and Dr. Siddhartha here, and myself is here, and Dr. Hod is here, Dr. Somarudro, the laparoscopy surgeon, and Dr. Soren Goswami, actually part of my batchmate. He is not here today. Actually worked together, and he used to come 6. Sudarshan used to come 5:30, like Sudarshan Siddhartha. Before that, I had to prepare the media, and failure. And Siddhartha said, hey, you are the infection, you are not cleaning the the catheter. And actually after that, the Imran, there was a successful of the baby Imran in 1986, 19th November. It is just few months after the Indira Hindurja and the Anand Kumar, which was the 16th August in 1986, 16th August. Well, I said, as a very immature person, sir, you do cesarean section first, so you will be the first of the baby in the. Oh, no, that is academic honesty is the first. And really I have seen how he was honest in personal life, you are honest in academic life, and every aspect was the very honest in honesty. When I was house surgeonship, I just 2 or 3 story how he was person. He was busy with the laboratory, with the research with the Sudarshan and Siddhartha and all of us. But what he has done at that time, one day there was a tremendous PPH of the patient. It is about 8:30, 90. So all the registers are puzzled what will be the patient will die. The chamber was very nearby. I asked the registrar, shall I go to call sir? You will be, because Dr. Chakraborty was the godfather, who will go to him. I went there. I called sir, the patient is there. Oh, there is a back door. Dr. Sir is Dr. Hod knows. And he came to the hospital and in the bimanual message and give money from the pocket for purchasing from Bellevue. I can remember this. Another day, when it is about 4:55 a.m. in the night, one of the transverse line handful up. The registrars do not know what they will do. There may be chance of rupture uterus. They told me, can you? There is no phone actually, Johnny. Can you inform sir? The sir was at the modern high school. He used to stay. Sir took me back one day. So I, by the taxi, went and picked up sir at that time. Munjudi was little bit. Is the night you have come to say, bring the sir. But he came and immediately internal podalic version, I can remember how efficiently did internal podalic. There are so many stories. I can say it will take one day, and I am the living witness of all the facts Sudarshan said, what Siddhartha said, Dr. Hod says, I am the living witness at the time, the junior member, and every document, majority of the document with me, until and unless you write this history, the IVF history and infertility history will be incomplete. Gautam, thank you for calling us. Didi also thank you for calling. That will be export. IUI is the first in the Kolkata. IVF in the first. Though the first baby was delivered by the Isimar Anand Kumar and Indira Hindura, but the first baby conception was Lakeshwari Devi, Dr. Ghosudhar says. Lakeshwari Devi is the 1984. Is like that. But that history should be written. I have many documents with me. In the time, Gitaji also told us to write. I will try to write and export on the thing. And Dr. B.N. Chakraborty, what he said, actually in 1997, third ART conference, Isar conference in the Kolkata. And he was the Sir was the actually organizing secretary, Dr. Nagan the president, chairman, and he called the Dr. T.C. Anand Kumar to export the Subhash Mukherjee. And Dr. T.C. Anand on that day, that book is with me, the proceedings with me, address of the Dr. Tishanand Kumar is there. And he exposed, I am not the person, it's the Dr. Subhash Mukherjee was the fastest baby of the world. And Dr. Tishanand Kumar and Dr. B.N. Chakraborty gave all the documents to the Tishanand Kumar and helped him how it can be explored. Lastly, I want to understand what is the message of Professor B.N. Chakraborty. I have a association of 4 decades, about the 4 to the till his death few days back. And but what he has that, he has given a ray for the ART, assisted reproductive pregnancy. But he is basically a person of the infertility person. There are very little person who manages the infertility, not the ART is the ulcer. Before ART, assisted reproductive is the part of the, is developed. It impressed many people, but before the development of the ART and the application of the ART in a patient, how to manage the basic infertility, that is very, very important. ART is almost now some mechanical way, but that is the treatment, that is the message I always give to my juniors. I have just retired at the age of 65. You treat, Siddhartha Das, Sudarshan Das knows how he used to treat the infertility, management of the infertility, not the, you wanted not the ART facility, but you first you treat the infertility. That is very important. Medical management and other management. So thank you all. Thank you all. To respect to all, giving me the scope. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arupda. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Shakshat Param Brahma, Tashmai Sri Gurave Namo. We have a galaxy of eminent personalities who have come all the way under this roof. We are really grateful to all of you, sir. Now, our request goes to Dr. P.C. Mahapatra, the past President Foxy from Orissa. Yeah, he basically needs no introduction. Very close associate of our sir, Professor B.N. Chakraborty. Over to you, sir.
That I actually I forgot to tell one thing. The important thing of the evolution of the ART and the movement of the ART. And I have seen, I was very little at that time in 1984. Dr. M.N. Parikh and Dr. Gopinath also, they used to come to this laboratory. There was a laboratory was made by sir. And for cesarean section, hysterectomy, he used to devote all the money there. And M.N. Parikh used to come with Sosanda, Siddhartha, and they discussed about all the things. Dr. M.N. Parikh, he used to, and he used to love sir so much. So, and sir is our, with you, we will hear many things from Dr. P.C. Mahapatra.
Good morning to all of you. All legendary persons are there, or fertility specialists, members of the Isar, and the close associates of this great visionary, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Gautam. That call has thrilled me. When I decided to be with the Yuva Foxy Salem South Zone, I was supposed to be there. I told that today on 1st, don't put me, on 30th, you finish me. I will divert my flight from there, Bangalore to Calcutta, and that's why I'm here. I was really thrilled by your call and by his attraction. I'm here over here. I'm very happy to be with this meeting of untold story of these great legends. It will take hours and hours to tell about this visionary. And many things, all associates have already been expressed their own sentiments along with their own experiences. When I was just entering, I saw a full picture of this great legendary, under which written, born on such and such day, dash, death on such and such day. One date was there, middle was the day with the big dash, and I was thinking, I could understand what is that day. That means he was born on that day. I could understand what is the death, born on death or died on such day. But the meaning of this dash is important. This dash meaning one has to get, if he wants to know something about this great legend. And I remember Professor Aldous Huxley told, 100% of the people, those who are born in this world, realize life. But the paradox is that 99.99% realize life at the deathbed. But those 0.001% who realize life before deathbed, long before death, they can do something in their life. They can inspire people, they are the innovators, and you are one amongst them. We remember all of you because of that. Maybe because of your God-gifted characteristics, maybe because of your hard toil and work throughout all the periods, all the years of your life, right from the childhood, you have made it. And today, Gautam, rightly the song is ended, but the melodious song continues to linger on amongst all of us. Well, I'm one of the students, remote students in Ekalabya, and I consider him as one of my dream teacher. I remember way back in early 80s, in my early years when I was a gynecologist, young gynecologist. At that time, I knew Professor M.N. Parikh. I was discussing, he was very close to me. Till death, I was there with him. And he always tells about this great legendary. He formed Isar. He told, organization is one aspect, but there are many hidden talents. And one BNC is there. Then, after my post-graduation, immediately in early 80s, I asked him, Mahendra Parikh, I didn't know who is BNC. He told me that in Eastern Zone, one person is there, BN Chakravarti. You go and meet him. And he's a great teacher, but he has done a lot of work on infertility. I have some interest in infertility, though I entered into the medical college. Jack of all trades and master of none. But some interest in infertility. He suggested his name. Then I asked few persons. They told that yes, there are 3 idiots there. One BNC is there, one Sudarshan Ghosh Dastidar is there, and another Partha is there. And then many associates young people are there. Subsequently, Siddharth, Vani, and Arup, and other people are there associated. But these are the 3 idiots who started that center for that. I came here. I was really thrilled at the first visit. Then he asked me about some things. I told that my purpose of life is something different. And I am really attracted to you because in medical profession in gynecology, I have seen very, very fantastic teachers, very, very fantastic surgeons and researchers. But I didn't find a combination of everything with one person. There are very good teachers who cannot operate. There are very good surgeons who cannot speak. I think he is a person where he is an extraordinary teacher, he is an extraordinary surgeon, and an extraordinary academician and researcher. And that's why, sir, my motto is like you. And I should give some tricks so that I want from my own childhood, I wanted to become a doctor. And while I entered the medical profession, I wanted to become a gynecologist. And I want to derive something, tips and tricks of how to combine everything with that. I remember that time when I met him, I asked, where are the other 2 idiots? I want to meet Sudarshan Ghosh Dastidar and Partha. He called Partha, met me. Where is Sudarshan? He is in laboratory. He is damn, I think, combined and totally involved in laboratory, forgetting everything about that. Today, I'm very happy. After long years, after he is up, I'm meeting you, sir. Well, many stories are there. He's so frank with me after that long years of association in conference, academics, CMEs. I became so close to him. For hours together, days and nights, he used to disclose everything to me. Both his personal life, starting from how he came from the railway, he's a railway employee's son in the station, and then school, very meager money, and a lower middle class family. I said my father was also a teacher, and it is also coinciding with that. I am also come from a very low class family and became a teacher. I told, why, sir, you left your teacher? And then started, in fact, that has attracted me. And you know, I've started this by my GPF amount and my pension monies. He narrated everything to me, how he started this with a lot of difficulties. As rightly pointed, nobody helped him right from the government, nor from any institute, nor from any investors, buddies and all that. Because of the determination, he has done it. And I told 2003 in Bangalore conference, we sat together one-on-one. I asked a very tough question to him. Sir, IRM has grown like anything. It is a teaching center, training center, and a center of excellence. Can you tell me what will be the fate after you? Very tough question I asked, 2003. After you, one day you will be not there. After you, before that, you must plan it and do that something, an institute forever will be there. He kept quiet, thought a little. I have not planned it, but I think after you told this, I will decide. I told there are very dedicated disciples of you here, there. You can take help of all these. Madam is here, and all the persons are there who can help you and make a big center of excellence for that. And your student has become politically gone to very high level. You can catch him and then do everything for that. A political support as well as the technical support, lot of people are here. You can bring them in one forum and make it a great entity for that. Believe me, lot of experience I've got. Before the corona, he told me 2-3 years before, he told that, no, I'm not able to go. I'm not able to move. I've decided not to move outside Calcutta. At best, for few conference with a compulsion I go. Otherwise, I will not able to go because I cannot work also properly. In that situation, I called in 2 events. He told, Manjudi was very furious. Yes, why you have given consent? Told Purna. He calls me. He's the only person who calls me by name Purna. Other people are calling PC and Dr. Mahapatra and others. I still remember he's the only person in the gynecologist forum who calls me Purna. And he loves me so much. I will definitely go there. But with one condition, I can't go alone. I had to accompany, 2 persons are there to accompany me. They will hold me and go. But you have called, I will go. And he went there. He told that I need 2 rooms. 1 room for me and 1 room for persons who are carrying me. But I thought the event will be over. Event will be really gone up to high if your presence is there. Let it be 20 rooms, I will arrange. That is not a problem for me. And he went. I still remember those sentimental events and attachment with this great legendary. Lots and lots of experience and many of the untold stories are there. Time doesn't permit me to elaborate that. But this is all a thrilling moment, and that's why I made it a point that I will leave everything and come over and join on this 1st of May here to pay homage to this great legendary. He is with us. I don't consider that he is away from that. Lastly, a request for the other people, like Sudarsanda told about the request Isar people, organizations do something for that. What organization can do? He is an institution, he is an organization by himself. And when Siddhartha Da called me for 2 occasions in BNC School of Infertility, I attended that. And I also suggested him that BNC schools of infertility and training and research, you name it. And now the only thing, 2 things will give solace to this great soul is structure and propagation of that school to a very great high level. I sincerely request all of you, those who are really doing a job, I think organize and restructure that BNC school of, they are doing training, there is no doubt about it, but a structured school in full form, in 365 days, it should function for that. That is my appeal. I'll be a part of I'll give my heart and soul to that. And rightly, you have told that infertility is not a IVF. Infertility, I remember one of the big CMEs were there, about 500 people were there, gathered there. There were 2 talks. One talk was given by BNC, infertility ART, and one talk was given infertility non-ART to me. So at that time, he told, I have been given infertility ART, but Purna will tell about infertility without ART, and that's more important. And that should be the philosophy. Infertility is not IVF. Infertility, basic understanding of infertility should be the motto for that. And in the BNC school, I think that should be a permanent students, continuous students for 365 days with faculties and all that. And it is possible we can do that. Second important aspect, I asked BNC long back, sir, you are full with knowledge. Why are you not writing books? The same thing is being asked by other people also. He used to tell, Purna, there is an age for writing books. Now lot of people are writing books at the age of 28, 30 years. They're just a copy books writing this and all that, and all are editors. I don't want to be like that. And when the first book came, I read that. He always sends a complimentary book to me. In the third book also, he has sent it to me. 4th, I have not received. You have to give it. At that time in BNC's education thing, I had told about this. And I told that this is a Bible for fertility specialists. I have read all books of infertility. I have all existing books of infertility. And I always tell the people who are starting infertility clinics, the students of mine who are in infertility clinics, I ask them, you have started infertility clinics. Have you read Spiroff 10 times? And have you read the BNC's 3 books? That is enough. It is a completely different book. I propagate among students that if you have not read BNC books, the crystal clear idea, you cannot get it. Other books revolves around everything, they jumbled up, and at the end, you don't know anything for that. But this book is so crystal clear, and the current thoughts are there with BNCs. Original thoughts are there with BNCs. I hope this second wish of mine is to continue this book, series of books, even after he is no more, but he is there with us as far as books is concerned, as far as the school is concerned for us. Thank you very much. And great homage to this person. He is never born, never died. He has visited this earth from this date to this date and be with us always. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderfully, so nicely you have said. Now, it's time to call upon Dr. P.M. Gopinath. He was the first student of Sir, and he has come all the way from Chennai. He has an ART clinic out there. So over to you, sir.
distinguished dignitaries, doyens, teachers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with my sincere condolences to Manjudi and the faculty and members of IRM. Many people have spoken about all the qualities and his credentials and all his achievements so far. But let me see how I have been associated with him. In 1988, I was a secretary for the Oxy and I wanted to conduct a program on IVF. There are only 3 babies born that time. So I called Induja, I called Professor Hansotia, and I called Dr. BNC. All 3 of them came there. They conducted the program beautifully. It was very well. They have mentioned their journey into the IVF. It was a real thought, food for thought for all the people who want to start it. So immediately I wanted to take an IVF. I wrote to all of them saying that I want to come as a trainee to observe with you. I never got any reply from the other 2. So I got a reply from Dr. BNC saying that I'm shifting from CIT Road to Salt Lake. So give me some time and I'll call you. Then ultimately when I was restless, he said, okay, you come in May. So I came all the way from Chennai by train and he sent his assistant Nirmal Das to receive me in the station. And then he put me up in Salt Lake, Calcutta. Me and my wife came for the training. That time we used to be with CIT Road. We will work till night 10 o'clock. After that, Sudarshan will just take us all the way up to the Salt Lake where we were staying there. It was an amazing event for us. Not only the training and every aspect, every individual meal and every individual tea we share with all the people here. I have all the people who have just listed my name here were there. And we used to go to the Maryland nursing home and operate where Dr. Hoare, we used to meet him regularly there in the afternoon and have an evening snack. And it was an amazing events there. I finished and came back. When I came back, he told me to come and join him as his assistant. So, but due to the family circumstances, I could not come. When I expressed him, he sent me saying that you need some kind of a fine tuning. He sent me to his friend Gillian in Adelaide and then Professor Kingsbury in Perth for further training. I finished and came back. Then I was in constant touch with them. He used to call me for all the annual meetings and also for the release of both the books. I was there. And it was really, he always used to introduce me saying that I'm his third father. He has got his father-in-law, and I am the third father. You know, that is the way in which he'll express. Whatever happens in my family, he'll be there. My son met with a very bad road traffic accident, and he came all the way from Calcutta to see him, spend half an hour with him, and then go back to Calcutta. My daughter delivered twins, and both of them came there, saw the babies, blessed them, and went back. That is the kind of association we had with them. And it was indeed, I really miss him. And I always been with them. And I can only promise him, saying that we'll follow his track and make him more merrier by showing our achievements. Thank you very much for the time given.
Thank you, Dr. Gopinath. Indeed, sir had a heart that cared completely. He had a smile that brought so much pleasure, and he had a love that brought joy beyond measure. And now it is time to call upon Dr. Sanjeev Khurd. He has come all the way from Pune, and he practices ART there in his own clinic. So over to you, sir.
Well, it's still good morning, and my sincere thanks to Dr. Ratnadi, my dear friend, Dr. Gautam, and all the organizers of this very, I would say, solemn meeting. I'm deeply touched, and it was, I would say, a great moment of opportunity for me and Sadhna to be amongst you to hear all those wonderful memories of our beloved Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, fondly called as BNC. Well, we come from the city of Pune, 200 kilometers from Pune is a state in the state of Maharashtra is a place called as Pandharpur, which borders the state of Karnataka and Andhra. Well, in Pandharpur, there is a very famous temple of Lord Vitthal. He is in fact Lord Vishnu. Lakhs and lakhs of pilgrims flock to Pandharpur to have darshan of Lord Vitthal and seek his blessings. For centuries, Lord Vitthal has been revered and loved by both young and old, rich and poor. Really speaking, Lord Vitthal is the God of the masses. To us, our beloved Dr. B.N. Chakravarti sir has been Lord Vitthal and Kolkata our Pandharpur. Every visit to this city of joy is indeed a pilgrimage for me and sadhana, and to have darshan of our beloved Guru and seek his blessings. The very first time I heard about Dr. Chakravarti was from Dr. Surgeon Captain Debu Ghosh, who was his junior at the medical college. Well, Dr. Ghosh and I were associated with laparoscopic sterilization camps, and frequently he mentioned about Dr. B.N. Chakravarti and the wonderful work in IVF that he was doing. Well, the year was 1994, and Sadhana had taken our 2 children to Nepal and Darjeeling. And we had a stopover in Calcutta, and I decided one day of the tour I'll spend with Dr. Chakravarti. Well, whole day, I was with him by his side, and he saw his patients, he took clinics for his postgraduates. It was a matter of great learning. In the evening, he told me, Sanjeev, now I have to go to visit my chamber at CIT Road. So I volunteered to accompany him. And when I went there, I was just shocked. Well, a huge number of patients were waiting for him. I had never seen such a huge crowd waiting for a person like him. Well, he went there, he had a bath, freshened up, and then he saw all his patients. At around 9:30, he said, Sanjeev, now you must leave because you have to catch a flight to Pune. Because I have to stay here till I finish my patient. It will be 1:30 at night. I was amazed. Well, right from the morning, I was with him, and he's going to be there at 1:30. And he just dishes out the latest references for his PGs. Well, hats off to him. Well, I felt really blessed to be learning at the feet of my Guru. Well, fast forward to 2019, I felt honored and humbled when Dr. Chakravarti invited me to deliver the first Saurendra Goswami oration at a conference organized by Isar, Bengal. When my friend Dr. Sudeep Basu was the organizing secretary, Partho and Manjusha were dear friends at IRM, and it was an emotional occasion for me to deliver the oration in his name. As we always did, Sadhana and I came to Calcutta a day earlier. Well, today, for this function, we also came a day earlier. It was nice to meet Madam Chakravarti and Ratna and visit the institute. Well, at a young age of 91, Sir had just finished a cesarean, and we witnessed him doing a very, very difficult embryo transfer under general anesthesia. Well, the zeal, the zest, and the boundless enthusiasm and the entire spirit that I had seen during my first meeting 25 years ago had not dimmed a bit. Well, our beloved Guru has been ageless, with a timeless mind. He is a Rishi who kept himself most updated among the most recent scientific advances. He is a teacher who wholeheartedly shared his knowledge to enrich his students, and he has been a compassionate, caring doctor for his patients. This is something I really witnessed time and again. Humanity was his core, and although being truly nationally and internationally acclaimed and respected, he was affable to the most junior of the persons like me. Well, he built IRM, a research institute which trained with everyone, I think has talked so much about it. And what remains now, as Dr. PC mentioned, and Dr. Sudarshan also mentioned, his wealth of knowledge through his books. Well, another vivid memory that I recall is about Dr. Subhash Mukherjee, about whom I was always very curious. The man who gave Durga Kanupriya Agarwal, India's first test tube baby. Well, I knew about Dr. Chakravarti's association with him through when I used to sit with him and I used to discuss, he used to tell me a lot about Subhash Mukherjee and his persona. Well, 3 years ago, Sadhana and I decided to celebrate Durga Kanupriya Agarwal's 40th birthday in Pune. And it was my friend, Dr. Gautam, You helped me get Kanupriya Agarwal to Pune along with Dr. Sunit Kumar Mukherjee, the cryobiologist who had frozen Durga's embryos. Well, it was one of the grandest functions that we had in Pune. The mayor of Pune was there. You name everyone who was there because they all wanted to see India's first test baby in fresh and blood. Dr. Chakravarti sir was not well and could not travel to Pune, but he sent a video recording of his thoughts on Subhash Mukherjee and his legendary work. And this is something that we cherish even today. Friends, as I stand before you, so many memories flood my mind. Memories of his numerous meetings, memories of his numerous lectures and clinics that we attended. But above all, everything was his love for all of us, and we will ever cherish this in our heart. Friends, there cannot be another B.N. Chakravarti, and he has been a legend in his lifetime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are proud to have with us, have your presence with us today. Now may I call upon Dr. Nimish Shelat. He has come all the way from Gujarat and is an ART specialist.
My dear colleagues and friends, all the dignitaries who have come from all over the country, and my dear friends who I really call them friends and mentors, and I would say many of them have been with me in many times, which includes Dr. P.C. Mahapatra, Dr. Ratna, and also Gautam Khastagir, who is the Isar Bengal chapter chairperson. Well, for those who may not be knowing, I'm Dr. Nimish Shelat. I'm the chairperson of Gujarat Isar chapter. I've been the past vice president of FOXI, and my association with Dr. B.N. Chakravarti lasts for almost 40 years. This was the first time when I met him when I was a resident at Nauroji Wadia Maternity Hospital, and he was visiting as an expert professor, and he actually performed vaginoplasties. And I was fortunate to be called upon to assist him at Bombay when he did this vaginoplasty operation for some of the patients who had been collected at Wadia Hospital in those days. That was, I'm talking of 1982, almost 40 years from now. And that was my first, encounter with such a great teacher, which was so enamoring and which was so captivating that I kept on watching the way his hands moved, the way he took stitches, and I was very close to him. Naturally, when you are assisting a vaginal surgery, you are still more closer than any other surgeon, even in abdominal surgery, because you have to be very close and actually be with the surgeon and keep on assisting every time at every move. And I really enjoyed the surgery so much that I was so fond of him as a teacher that left an indelible impression on my mind for the teacher, the legend whom we all know and who is not with us anymore. Since then, we had a lot of interactions, and Gujarat was one territory which was very dear to him because he hailed from the other part of the country, which is east, and Gujarat is west. Gujarat. And he told me one day that how about coming to Gujarat? And I just took that as a great opportunity, and we all invited him, and he came to Surat. Surat, by the way, is the 8th largest city of India. It is the fastest growing city in the country, and I would really love to see you all there when we have a major event, and you are all welcome anytime. We'll welcome you with open arms. By the way, he came to Surat, and we had a fertility clinic which ran from morning till evening with his name behind it, and I assisted him with that clinic at our center, which is the Gujarat Institute of Reproductive Medicine. Incidentally, before he came to Surat in 1997, we had started an ART center much earlier, way back in 1991. And it so happened that Dr. B.N. Chakravarti did not just have friends locally or say in certain part of India. But one of his greatest friends was none other than my father, Dr. Ramesh K. Shelar, who was also an MD in gynecology from Mumbai. My father was a student of V.N. Shirodkar, and he was the one who established the first government medical college department of obstetrics and gynecology at South Gujarat University in Surat. So father was a great friend of him, and we had a great time having this particular fertility clinic, which ran for almost 12 hours. We started 8 in the morning until 8. There were patients which came to see him, and you can imagine that you may be known in a city where you are practicing, but to be known in a far remote corner or another corner of the country and having so many patients was a very big miracle that I have witnessed with his name going behind him. And with his team, we also performed micromanipulation technologies. In fact, we were the first in Gujarat to start IVF, and the first IVF baby came through us in 1995 from our own team. But we wanted to progress in micromanipulation in those days. And with ICSI coming in, it was Dr. Ratna Chattopadhyay, Dr. Ghosh from here, who is also with us in the meeting here. And we had another 2 assistants who came from IRM with Professor B.N. Chakravarti, and our lab was full of IRM staff in those days. And for those 2 days, we ran a workshop which was relayed on CCTV and on a program for the Surat Obstetrics and Gynecological Society. So we had a great time in the other part of the country where Professor B.N. visited, and it was a great time. Not only that, but when Isar got involved, we always had a great interaction at all the Isar conferences. I was always a faculty in all Isar conferences which were organized. And of course, it was a great time coming to Bengal and discussing so many scientific subjects in various capacities, even as keynote addresses. So it has been a great, acquaintance, and whatever time that I had, and whenever I had the opportunity, and whenever I was in Calcutta, I never missed that opportunity to see him. And basically, he lives in our hearts. He has contributed so much that words are not enough. And it's my great pleasure today to be with you, but it is with a lot of sadness and grief also that we are all here, that we don't have him moving around anymore. He lives in our hearts, but I'm sure that a lot more positive things will come along after he has departed. And the idea of running a BNC school, which Purna, as I call him, again, it will be a great thing to call him as Purna. And from me, you can take it that I'll call you Purna. So it's a great thing that we can start the B.N. Chakravarti School of Reproductive Medicine, and we will all contribute, and we'll make it sure that it will be a great institution. I thank you all for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Nimish. Now, may I request Dr. Charudat Joshi, he is embryologist from Indore.
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Gautam and Isar Bengal, to give me this opportunity to speak on a person. Means you don't have words to speak about him. He was so legendary person and done so many things. I just want to mention few things, few memories, because basically I am an embryologist, and as an embryologist, I do not have much of interaction with him. But for us, like for clinician, Dr. BNC is the Bhishma Pitama. For us, Ratna Madam is the mediator between us, and through Ratna Madam only we talk with Sir. So I have so many memories with him. We organized one conference in, we formed a society called Academy of Clinical Embryologists, and we organized its national conference in Indore in 2014. And a thought came that, okay, BMC sir should be called and should be given some honor and awarded as for lifetime achievement award. And in our committee discussion, that responsibility was given to me, that you are the person who will be communicating and making him agree to come all the way and do. So for me, it was a big challenge because I was a little bit hesitant. I never met him earlier. I heard him so many times in so many conferences, very polite, gentle person. That's all was there, but talking to him and getting him agreed, it was a very big thing. Then Ratna madam comes in picture and she helped us, and then he very politely agreed that, okay, we were thinking that we are such a new society, very small society, why a person like his caliber will entertain us and come. But to my surprise, he was so politely accepted our invitation. And at that time, I think he was little bit unwell also. So he made me sure that don't worry, whatever will happen, I will definitely come to the meeting. And he made it sure that, and he came all the way. Yes, he was ill, but then he has not shown that thing. He attended the meeting with full enthusiasm. So for us people, I also started in 93, the embryology, and I have seen all these things. Dr. Dastidar, today we came to know so many things. I was not aware. After so many years, I came to know that what kind of struggle as an embryologist also faced in India. So definitely we from embryology fraternity, from Academy of Clinical Embryologists, we have great regards and would like to offer him tributes. And definitely in future also, in coming year, we will make it sure, like Dastidar sir said and so other dignitaries said, that it has to be compiled and written in form of book, or at least there should be some effort that the new generation coming up as an embryologist, they should know that how difficult it was in 83s and 90s, and now today the scene is totally different. So they should understand that how the things has gone. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Now it's our turn to call Dr. Pragya Mishra. She's an IVF specialist. She has come all the way from Patna. So over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all the stalwarts of infertility and the doyens of gynecology who are present today in this hall. And they're not only from Bengal, from all over the country, who have actually come today, to commemorate, for this memorial service, to commemorate and honor the life and works of Dr. Professor Baidyanath Chakravarti. At the outset, I would like to thank Isar Bengal and IRM, and especially Dr. Gautam Kastagir and Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee for having given this opportunity to me to speak a few words about him in front of you. And you all would actually, on the 15th of April, when Dr. Gautam Kastagir was the first person to post that Dr. Professor Baidyanath Chakravarti is no more. I mean, I just thought, like, how could it be, for some people, you just take for granted, that they are immortal souls, and he was a living legend. And, but I just thought, oh, it's like an end of an era. And it was not only a loss for the medical fraternity from India, but all the reproductive medicine specialists from outside the country also, because he was a man of such international, national and international fame. So, I mean, you would wonder, how I would have interacted with him. I never interacted with him directly, but so many occasions were there when I interacted, I would say, indirectly with him. And how, patients from Bihar would, come to Kolkata for treatment, see him. And then, some of them would return and, I would see their prescriptions. And I used to be so impressed with Sir's prescription because, they were so practically oriented,
cost-effective and feasible treatments that he offered to his patients. And and I mean, it was something which you would think that, or even a common man, would be able to afford. So there was a lot to learn from his prescriptions also. Then later on, because of Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee, madam, once, I mean, in fact, a couple of times, she connected with me and asked me to contribute a chapter in some of the books which, he was going to edit. So for me, it was a matter of real, I mean, great esteem and honor to contribute a chapter which was going to be edited by Dr. B.N. Chakravarti and Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee. Then, his lectures, which I heard, I mean, there were such practical lectures that, I mean, which book of infertility would tell you, would give you the tips in IUI, and it would tell you that that 50% of the times, the uterus is, tilted to the left, and 30% it is axial, and 20% to the right. At least I have not read, in any book of infertility. And, this simple tip of his actually helped me so much in my practice, I can't tell you, especially with not only with IUI patients, but with my IVF patients also. So real practical tips, he would give in his talks. And some of the webinars, recently where he had spoken, and I would just wonder, how someone in his late 80s, would talk with so much of clarity of thought, and how he had so much of clinical acumen. I mean, these things were just like, like Dr. Sanjeev Khud said that there can be no second Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, and definitely, all of us would agree. And once, and when I'd heard that, he is donating his institute to ICMR, I mean, my respect, from distance for him, it just grew by tenfolds, I mean, that this was something like someone was saying that, yeah, Dr. P.C. Mahapatra sir said that what would happen, So he has actually, really thought about it so well, in advance, and I mean, donated it to ICMR, and it is for a good purpose. So I mean, because I've been given very little time, but actually I can go on and on about him. And to be very honest, I mean, this is not an occasion to condole or mourn his death, but it is a time where actually, to celebrate his life and works. So, and with these words, I would just like to end over here, and thank you so much, for all the people who have been involved in inviting me today for this grand occasion, to celebrate the life and works of Dr. Professor B.N. Chakravarti. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Misra. There is a message from President RCOG Edward Bernard Morris. Dear esteemed colleagues, I can't tell how sorry I was to hear of the passing of Dr. Badrinath Chakrabarti. Although I have not had the privilege of meeting the Reverend Doctor in person, but I have had the opportunity to read up on his accomplishments in the last few years. I have been told that he was such a sweet and kind person, and we will always remember him for that beautiful and kind sentiment that he always displayed, and his dedication and commitment to his profession. I was also made aware of his generous nature and his commitment to the progress in the field of ART and infertility. I'm sure that there are many grateful parents out there owing enormous gratitude to him. I offer my deepest condolence to all his family members and colleagues he has left behind. May his generous soul rest in peace. Yours in sympathy, Edward Bernard Morris, President RCOG. So now we'll pass over to Sir's students, the F&B students, and there'll be two panels subsequently. The first panel will be moderated by Dr. Shweta Mittal, his first F&B student from ARM. And may I call on stage Dr. Ratna Chattopadhyay, Dr. Shangomitra Ghosh for this event. All the FNB students present here, Dr. Shweta Mittal, please come on stage.
FNB, Fellow of National Board in Assisted Reproductive Technology. They are the pride of, sir, pride of IRM. They are now practicing ART in various corners of India and abroad. We hope and we believe that sir is enjoying their presence and sir is blessing them at this auspicious moment. I am requesting all the FNB students, please come. Shobhan and Shonjit, please come over here. Now you are the member.
Camera.
বিমানদা বিমানদা নলিনী দি মনীষা গুঞ্জা তোমরাও এসো চলে এসো শকুন্তলা দি প্লিজ কাম Our beloved Geeta Di, please, without you it will be incomplete. Please come. Now you are our guardian. Oh, kothay Dr. Ho? Sir, Dr. Hor, please come over here, please.
Just a second. Just a second. I want to change one name. Haan, theek hai. Can we make full screen? This one? Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we start? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think there cannot be a more emotional moment for all of us than what we are experiencing today. Such heartfelt moment. Sir is a legend, a living legend, and legends never die. They just leave their legacy, and this legacy needs to be passed on. And what I think we as FNB students have learned is a very, very strong foundation. He was our mentor, he was our pillar, and his educational skills were so high that even if we can gather certain percent and we can practice and pass on to our next generation, I think his purpose of the whole existence and to bring this reproductive medicine to this platform would be successful. And Ratna Didi had so clearly said that no memorial service is complete without an academic program. So I'm sure sir is there. Whenever I look at this picture, I always feel that he's with me, he's with us, he's looking at us. A very special bond I had being the first fellow of FNB, not only with him, with sir and ma'am, Shangmitra Didi, Ratna Didi, Goswami sir. I was treated like a child in that institute. I felt sir and ma'am are my parents there, and the kind of love I got, and till now when I came today, I feel the same feeling. So it's very nostalgic. And thank you, Gautam sir, for calling me here and making this happen. Thank you, Ratna Didi and everyone here. So we will do a very quick panel. I want to invite my very, very dear and esteemed panelists, Dr. Radhika, Dr. Shweta, Dr. Soma, Dr. Aindri, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Yashwant. Is he here? Have I left anyone? Dr. Soma is here, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Neha. Yeah, hi. And Dr. Aindri. Dr. Yashwant Mane is here? Yes. And Dr. Sanjeev is also here? No. Okay, hi. Please, Dr. Sanjeev. So very quickly, what I decided that we will take up 2 or 3 cases. I had 4, but we'll discuss 2. And if the time permits, then only we will go ahead. So I would just want my panelists now, since all of us are into clinical practice, so very, very clinical and practical approach. This is what I was thinking. So this case very recently came 2 months back. She's a 25-year-old lady. She came from Nepal. She was para 1 with no living issue, was trying to conceive since 4 years. Her cycles were delayed. She had 3 cycles of ovulation induction, and with IUI, BMI is only 22, but AMH was super high, 21 nanograms, and ovarian volume was high with very high antral follicle count with normal semen analysis. Now, this girl actually started undergoing through a stimulation in Nepal and came for aspiration. Now, what happened was, it was an antagonist protocol. 150 unit of recombinant FSH was started. Day 6, antagonist was started, but she got 12 days of stimulation, and she presented after 12 days. There were no interim estradiol levels which were taken. What we could see when she came to Delhi was 40 to 45 follicles in each ovary, and the estradiol level had gone up to 14,000 picograms. Of course, an agonist trigger was given. Oocyte retrieval after 36 hours. I actually aspirated 80 follicles with 37 oocytes. A split IVF-ICSI was done. 20 day 5 blastocysts were formed. So they said, we want to get 6 day 5 blastocysts frozen and discard the rest. And that is what, was done. The embryos were discarded. So let's start, from Dr. Sanjeev, that what went wrong in this ovarian stimulation cycle for IVF?
Can I have the case, ma'am, please?
Yeah, so basically a young girl, very high AMH 21, goes through stimulation, antagonist cycle, 150 unit gonadotropin given, 12 days of stimulation, no interim estradiol level. And when she comes to Delhi, her terminal E2 is 14,000. And then I aspirate 80 follicles, 37 oocytes, 20 blastocysts, and she agreed for 6 day 5. So what are the different things what you could have thought of, or what went wrong in this cycle?
The stimulation dose can be a little bit lower.
Yes.
So it may be to be started with 75 to 100 IU.
Yeah.
Because the AMH is very high, around 21, and the FSH and LH level is also not mentioned.
Yeah.
And whether the female had given metformin before that, 1 to 2 months before the stimulation to decrease the OHS. It is a clear-cut case of OHS in the PCO patient. So by this way, we can decrease the.
So yes, very valuable point that the starting dose with very high AMH with a normal BMI could be lower than 150 unit. He said that pre-stimulation metformin can be given, more applicable in agonist cycles, because in antagonist we have agonist trigger. Dr. Radhika, how frequently do you think you would have done an estradiol level? Because in this particular case, no estradiol level was done.
She being a very high-risk patient, we should anticipate hyperstimulation in this lady. And probably the 6th day of stimulation, when we started doing the ultrasound monitoring, we could start with estrogen monitoring as well. And with the growth of follicles, maybe we could have increased the estrogen monitoring as well.
So suppose after 5 days of gonadotropin, you see that there are 20 follicles coming up and estradiol level has gone up to say 2000 unit. So would you like to reduce your dose that time, or would it make no difference?
So depending upon the size of the follicles, anyway, we would have started with the antagonist, and yes, we could have reduced the dosage to a little lower dose, or we could have shifted to HMG, which where the lower sized follicles would be less sensitive to HMG compared to FSH, and only the higher follicles, the larger follicles would have carried on.
Yeah. So Dr. Soma, do you think that a different gonadotropin, or gonadotropin was fine, recombinant, but maybe the trigger could have been given earlier than 12 days? What's your view on that?
See, considering that already looking at the history, you would have anticipated a higher response, because she was a lean PCOS with a high AMH. So, and definitely I would have liked to have a previous histories, like she had undergone OI and IUF. If I could get hold of those cycles just to see at what dose, how she responds, because it's not very predictable, looking at the AMH, sometimes they can be resistant. So definitely I would have liked to have a history of.
Yeah, another very valuable point, that if we can extract the previous history, and especially if she's been given gonadotropins in her previous stimulation cycles, we have an idea that how she's going to respond. So, and maybe the trigger can can be a bit earlier. Maybe she was ready in about 8 or 9 days of gonadotropin. Her estradiol levels could have been lower.
Yeah.
Dr. Shweta, what is the role of coasting in the era of antagonist cycle? Do you think it's helpful?
So we need to individualize every case here. For the
Yeah.
previous thing, I would just like to make a point that yes, it's easy to theoretically say that we should reduce the dose, but these severe PCOS are also one of the most challenging cases. Like we can also like really go wrong in the stimulation if we suddenly decrease the dose or do a coasting and end up not getting any follicles or good quality eggs at all. So
Yes, so it's very important that there are certain fastidious PCOS also, and we have seen in our clinical practice, sometimes they also have FSH receptor polymorphisms, and they also respond to HMG. They may not even respond to very, very small subset, and some could be delayed responder, but they could have a late bloom. So coasting in the antagonist cycle doesn't make much of a sense because
Yes.
we already have an agonist trigger and we can abandon the cycle.
But we could have done step down, after first
yes.
scan, we could have gone for step
Yes.
down after seeing how
There
many
is-
dominant follicles are
There
coming
is
up.
also a little evidence which says that in the middle of cycle, by reducing the gonadotropin, we are not reducing the incidence of OHSS. But yes,
Right.
we all end up doing that. If the E2 is super high after 5 days of gonadotropin, we all tend to reduce.
But
Do we have
addition of
Dr.
HMG
Ayandri sitting next to you? Yeah. So what would be the final trigger in this kind of a case?
Yeah, an agonist trigger for
Yes.
sure. And for
So-
me, most of the times it would be a decapeptyl
A
trigger.
decapeptyl. So she likes triptorelin, and there is a unanimous decision, I think, among all the panelists that E2 above 3000, more than 15 follicles. Is there a difference in opinion that we give agonist trigger? Yeah, Dr. Soma.
I also would have taken a chance with the dual trigger because so many times PCOS you see as empty follicles and less of M2.
But in this particular case,
high
very
value
recent
model.
disaster.
I'm individualized.
These
I have to
patients with a
individualize.
dual trigger can't
Because
imagine.
dual trigger is basically an HCG trigger
I
where
would
you
have-
are topping it up with an
I would have said
agonist.
LH at day 2 or day 3. That would have, helped me take a
Yeah.
decision.
So
Whether I'm
of
gonna say
course,
for
with
dual.
this kind of an E2 and this kind of a response couldn't have taken. Okay, Dr. Yashwant, let's see what. So the only thing is that though the evidence says that estradiol monitoring is not mandatory, and ultrasound is a very, very good parameter, 150 or 100 unit kind of would bring the same response. So, 100 unit also could have been fine depending on the BMI and the previous response. And this kind of a minor dose difference sometimes becomes very difficult for us to judge also. Coasting, of course, is not so recommended in antagonist cycles. We know that OHSS is one risk factor. Now, Dr. Yashwant, apart from OHSS, what are the other complications, what we are anticipating in these kind of patients?
Apart from OHSS, like she can have severe pain in abdomen
Yes.
with ascites, with severe intractable nausea, vomiting, and she is at risk for deep vein thrombosis and ovarian torsion.
Yeah.
That could be really
And once in a
fateful.
while, very, very stimulated ovaries could be difficult to aspirate, and you may need 2 or 3 punctures. And that is the place for these hyperemic, hyperstimulated ovaries. We are increasing the risk of even ovarian hemorrhage. So we
Intraperitoneal
need-
bleed.
Yes, so it's very, very important that before you discharge this kind of a patient from your OPD facility, please do an ultrasound before they go and call them back, or maybe have a number ready where they can contact you, or in case of any emergency, come back. Because see, this patient was from Nepal. I told her to stay back for a couple of days. I wanted to be sure that she has none of these complications before I send her back. Dr. Neha, how will you allow the patients to travel back to her hometown post aspiration, as this is a freeze-all cycle, which we just discussed, the following complications? And what symptoms, if you can just elaborate that, does she have to report immediately to emergency?
If she has severe abdominal pain, respiratory distress, or she decreased urination, she has to. If she feels rapid increase in body weight and all, these are symptoms that she is going into severe OHSS, which has to be managed in a hospital.
So we need to tell them any pain, any breathlessness, fainting attack, any kind of discomfort, vomiting, you need to, any calf tenderness, you need to immediately report to the casualty, and that is very, very important. Can I ask you that, how do you suspect an ovarian torsion? Because you can have mild pain, but how do you suspect that she has an ovarian torsion?
Ma'am, if the patient is
the patient is complaining of intractable pain, which is not relieved by any medication, and patient is having nausea and vomiting, and
Yes.
she's having a colicky discomfort, we should always suspect ovarian torsion in such cases and take the patient to the hospital, and the diagnosis can be made by
Yes, so it's
ultrasound.
very important that very severe pain, unilateral, associated with vomiting, please do not forget we need a very keen ultrasonologist, a very senior ultrasonologist. Very recently, a patient of mine, Rocky Tansky, had a history of torsion previously, one ovary removed. I only aspirated 6 oocytes, but the uterine bulb, which was remaining on the right side, actually underwent torsion. A very, very reputed place she went to, they couldn't pick it up. Her symptoms were not getting control. I got her to the hospital, and there she had 3 or 4 torsions, and luckily we could save the ovary. So this is something which is unavoidable, and we need to keep in mind, and we need to diagnose by a very, very keen ultrasonologist. And even if the first ultrasound comes negative, do not still forget this diagnosis and keep that in mind. So, this we know that symptoms which are suggested nausea, vomiting, dyspnea, oliguria, rapid weight gain, and pain in lower limbs are something which needs to be kept in mind. And when to suspect ovarian torsion, we know. Post aspiration, again coming back, I think we can start from there. Do you think that in an agonist cycle you want to give any of the additives like an albumin, cabergoline, letrozole, antagonist, or nothing at all because it's an agonist triggered cycle?
Cabergoline definitely helps in an agonist cycle, and letrozole, the evidences are not very clear, but letrozole, since it brings down the estrogen level, it will prevent many complications.
So any of my panelists, just a view that who gives nothing after an agonist trigger and aspiration?
Usually I do prefer, like we have seen, like we have assured that we have a 0 OHSS clinic since last 7 to 8 years. So even after aspiration, 80, 90, 100 follicles, like I shouldn't say that we aspirate so many follicles, but some cases they respond in a very weird way and things are beyond control. And we are not in favor of a step down or coasting protocol. We continue with the same dose, do the aspirations, and we have found that it's very effective. Post aspiration, within 4 hours, the patient walk home, and within 4 to 8 days, they get their periods.
So you don't give any additives. That's what
Usually we never give,
usually
apart from some
Yes.
antispasmodics, we don't give anything.
I'm just asking, in your practice, when you're suspecting OHSS or hyper responder in an agonist trigger cycle, do you give something? So we got one view, nothing. We got a view that we give some cabergoline and we give letrozole, you said? Yeah.
Antagonist is sometimes given, but most of the times we also prefer not to give anything. Just keep the patient under observation.
Yeah, doctor.
I used to give cabergoline from 7 to 8 days,
7 to 8.
0.5.
Okay, so the kind of unanimous opinion is that there is no harm. We can give a VEGF antagonist, which is cabergoline or bromocriptine. If you want to further reduce the estradiol level, we can give letrozole or an antagonist, because antagonist kind of takes care of those 10% receptors which are still free and we can bring an immediate. And then one opinion is that agonist cycle, we are safe. So what is important is an agonist trigger and nothing else.
But just one word here, Dr. Shweta, when we are stimulating a donor, I think we need to be extra careful, considering that they usually go back to work after that and they are not so mindful
so
of
we
their
have to
symptoms.
be very,
So
very
probably
careful.
in those cases, I think it is a safe option to give them at least cabergoline after such a hyperstimulated
Yes, fair
cycle.
enough. Cabergoline will not cause too much of side effects.
Exactly.
We can give, and we have to keep stimulation protocols very low. With the new law of 7 to 10, 12, maybe in future oocytes, of course, we will
7
have to
to
keep.
15.
And I anyway give very, very low dose in donors. So we have to be careful, and we must do an ultrasound before they leave the premises. Okay, so we'll just go to surplus embryos. Now, this was my very important questions. We think that, stimulating patients, getting more oocytes, more the merrier. Is it a good situation? Making 20 blastocysts, most of them going in the dustbin because there is a freezing cost. Patient doesn't want, and good responders will anyway, most of them will get pregnant in 1 or 2 or 3 embryo transfers. And we have seen that most of these embryos are in the tanks. There is a lot of load to heavy, busy centers. The tanks are increasing in space, and there is no place to keep these embryo tanks. So do you think it's a boon or is it a bane?
Getting 20 blastocysts out of 80 is a poor outcome actually if we see. So
Yes.
that actually would have compromised the quality of the oocytes. So it would have been better to stimulate a little lower and have a little lower number of oocytes and have a better quality oocyte.
So I can tell you that
And,
this girl got pregnant in the first frozen ET cycle, and her 5 blastocysts are still there, and I think she's about she's reached about 18, 19 weeks. So yes, too much of embryos is not a boon. There is no pleasure, because the best embryos will definitely give a 70% implantation by the end of 2 embryo transfers. So target minimum is required oocytes, which could be 12. Always my embryologist says that you give 12 oocytes. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with 12 oocytes, because I know that I will make embryos for up to about 2 embryo transfers.
Definitely, it's ethical and also a management point of view. It's a problem, because once the couple conceive and you keep on asking them whether can we dispose the thing or discard the embryos, it's not easy. They're still not ready. Though they have conceived, but they won't say ki discard the embryos.
Yes.
It's not easy to get
And
a yes
so
for
many
discard the
patients
embryos.
after one child, they do not pay the renewal fee.
They don't
and
give,
by-
they don't allow you to
and
discard.
by
You
a
have
law,
tags
we
full
can't
of them.
discard it before 10 years. And it is so much of a load on the center, especially busy centers who have so much of frozen embryos kept. And this was a fertile sterility, that 10-year analysis, we said more than half of the cryopreserved embryos are never transferred. So we need to be very careful. It's not only OHSS, it is so many spectrum what we need to see when we are looking at hyperresponder. Coming to case 2, she's a 30-year-old lady. Now this lady came, she was a known case of endometriosis, married since 5 years and trying to conceive since 4 years, no history of dysmenorrhea, pelvic pain, already tried 2 cycles of ovulation induction and IUI. Her AMH was decent, 2.8, CI 125 was normal, bilateral ovarian cyst, 7 into 5 centimeter, 4 into 3, and planning to undergo IVF. Now that's a big dilemma. So let me put 2 situations. One, she's never gone through a surgery. Second, same case, gone through a previous laparoscopic surgery, or even sometimes we come across a laparotomy which has been done. So we can just start from maybe Dr. Soma this time. So what would you like to do in this kind of a case? Just simple answers, a 7 centimeter cyst for IVF.
See, first thing would be I have to see the accessibility. You know, surgeries first is not the thing. I have to look at the, because AFC is like borderline, 4 to 5 follicles are there in each ovary.
Yes.
Plus, anyway, she is not suffering from any pain or anything. So I would like to do an ultrasound and see whether I can retrieve the oocytes without puncturing the cyst. So if I'm able to do that, I would like to first retrieve the oocytes and later transfer later.
What about you, Dr. Shweta? What is your cutoff that, yes, we keep in mind the age, we keep in mind whether they're treatment naive, they have already gone through a treatment, what's their present ovarian reserve, and what's the accessibility, which Dr. Soma said, it's very good. So in this particular case, do you have a cutoff where above this centimeter cyst, I'm more comfortable telling her that go ahead with surgery?
So we earlier used to have a cutoff of 4 to 5 centimeters, but I don't think it's any longer true, especially because of a lot of our cycles, we'll plan a freeze also. We can always do some medical suppression and then take her up. So I agree with Dr. Soma, as long as there's accessibility, as long as she is not symptomatic with pain, as long as there are no big hydrosalpinges we see, and if the patient is clearly inclined towards IVF, because a lot of these patients who are young might not be ready for IVF. In that case, yes, it's easy. We do an endoscopy and try to clear out the cyst. But no matter how fertility sparing we may try to be, we are still going to damage some follicles. So I would be in favor to move straight to stimulation and freeze.
Any change of opinion? Yes.
No, same opinion. And for recurrent endometriosis, the other one which you said, it is definitely IVF, no more surgeries. And for the first one, we should keep in mind that the AFC is already less. It's around 4 to 5. So removing the endometrioma will deteriorate the AFC further. So that is something we have to discuss with the patient.
So let's hear a difference in opinion.
Actually, if there is no past history of any surgery and there is a large cyst, it is around 7 centimeter and 5 centimeter. And maximum time, practically, it is very difficult to assess the follicles. And again, in the baseline scan, if the follicles are accessible, while the follicles are growing, it is sometimes the follicles are very difficult to reach. So from my point of view, I will definitely go for a cystectomy first and then.
Yeah. So, that's the reason I put this 7 centimeter, because we know that now for 3, 4, maybe up to 5, we don't advise them a surgery if they're planning to go for IVF. We may have couples coming to us, short duration of infertility. They would say, no, we don't want IVF. Then definitely, I think they go for surgery, because you have to downstage the disease. These cysts are not isolated cysts. They would be present with peri-ovarian and peritubal adhesions. We need to do an adhesiolysis. But when it comes to IVF, I think most of my panelists feel that now in the present scenario, after assessing the accessibility of ovary, they may not do surgery. But the second point is that, to make the oocyte recovery better, because this is a large cyst and there is a little bit more than known, chance that it can be punctured. And we know that these cysts cannot be aspirated through a, oocyte aspiration needle. The pressure is very low. You need to connect to a main pressure, otherwise it will be a leaking cyst. So it can be operated.
There is one case, ma'am. This large cyst around 6 to 7 centimeter, it was automatically ruptured during the stimulation itself, and the patient was having so much of pain.
Yeah,
and
so
we
that
have
will
to-
be like
yes.
one odd emergency where you will have to
No,
rush
before
in.
that, it was not no pain was there, but during the stimulation process of stimulation, the cyst automatically spontaneous rupture was there.
Yes, and so in that is a very, very rare emergency where you will have to stop the stimulation, operator, it's an emergency, take her up and then do. One word I wanted to put, so once you have operated, now the AMH would be low. Do not start IVF immediately in the next cycle, because these ovaries will take some time to get their reserve back. And usually it will take 2-3 months. So please do not do an AMH immediately after a surgery, because unnecessarily patient will feel that you have reduced the ovarian reserve, but it is a little surgical shock what they have gone through. So the evidence says that yes, we know that any ovarian surgery can have a negative impact on the stimulation. Because the healthy ovarian tissue can be damaged. So the right plane is very, very important. Good expertise while operating on these, cases is very important. If you don't have expertise, call for help. Do not hesitate. The right plane, open the cyst wall, identify the cyst wall and remove it from a plane where there is minimal bleeding, so that least amount of cautery is used. And nowadays, I also inject vasopressin in the ovarian cyst so that the bleeding is minimalized. So that is very, very important. So though it is not routinely recommended, because the surgery per se will not have benefit, barring 1 or 2 clinical conditions. So now just coming to stimulation protocol. In this particular case, I can have all the panelists view one by one that in endometriosis, what is your practical approach for stimulation? Ultra long, long, short, or antagonist protocol?
Antag, ma'am.
Antag. Can I have Radhika's
The reserve is reasonably good, maybe antagonist protocol. But if she is a poor responder, I would prefer agonist protocol.
Agonist, Dr. Soma.
Again, it's an individualized thing, either agonist or antagonist.
Yes, Dr. Shweta.
Not a big fan of ultra long. I think it over suppresses the ovary. So either long or antag, depending on their reserves.
Yes.
Yeah, antagonist protocol probably followed by agonist prior to transfer.
Yes.
Yeah, antagonist protocol would be
What?
okay.
Same, depending on the reserve.
Same, ma'am, but sometimes if a patient has failed on one of the protocol, then the second time, if we are going for the pickup, we change the protocol.
Yes, so just to put across all the, the thought process of the panelists, they feel that antagonist protocol is most suitable as a primary protocol. However, if during antagonist protocol, suppose in one cycle, you see a disjointed cohort, this is what Dr. Radhika wanted to put across, Dana, that if you have a disjointed cohort, despite having or expected good response, you can revert to a long protocol in the next cycle. Number 3, ultra long protocol can over suppress an already compromised ovarian reserve patient. So kind of it is not recommended anymore, but there is a segmental IVF concept that make the embryos, freeze the embryos, and then give prolonged downregulation, especially in adenomyosis patients before a frozen embryo transfer cycle to make the implantation better. So are we good to go ahead with this? Thank you. So this is what it says, that now the long-term pituitary downregulation, though earlier it was said that it had better oocyte quality, and with more of freeze-all protocol, now we are resorting to freeze-all and giving segmental downregulation, that is prolonged downregulation before FET cycle.
So, but I'll just make a point to Dr. Shweta. I think a long protocol does help in improving the egg quality a bit because you're able
Yeah.
to suppress the endometriosis
Yes.
as long as the reserve allows us.
The reserve allows it, absolutely. And the second thing is that if she is a hyper responder, then the risk of OHSS will remain because we will have to give HCG trigger. So that is the other spectrum what we can keep in mind.
Group 3 and 3 or 4, it is recommended you can go for long protocol or dual stimulation.
Yes, so there was a small study which
So
Dr.
exactly it's
Sankara
individualized.
had did, which said that slightly improved egg cohort, and absolutely, so you can choose between the two, but though because it's more easy and compliant, so we all prefer that antagonist can be the first and agonist can be reserved if in antagonist they are not showing good response. HRA guideline says both agonist and antagonist protocols can be offered, patient and physician's preference, because there is no difference in live birth rates, which has been demonstrated. And ultrasound long protocol, theoretically, which Dr. Shweta said, makes the implantation better. But the flip side is that an already poor ovary can get over suppressed and can have poor outcome. Okay, so I think I'll just skip this because fresh transfer or frozen transfer. Let's come to this. In this particular case, what do you do in your patients?
Ma'am, frozen transfer.
Frozen. All of them.
As long as the quality doesn't allow.
Okay, so in my center, 60% are frozen and 40% are fresh. So we do kind of believe in fresh transfer too, categorizing them. So it's not a freeze all in my center at least.
For endometriosis, we're saying that, yeah.
Yeah, so in all patients, if there's no suppose if there's no adenomyosis, would you still do a fresh or would you do a frozen?
I can go for fresh.
You can go for fresh. And how many for frozen? Only frozen.
Frozen, as long as we get good blasts, which we can see.
So I think what is important is if the centers have good vitrification and thawing rate, you can reserve to freezing more so. But if the centers have not gained finesse in vitrification and thawing, then it is a disaster of freeze all. It's not a fad. It's not a rosy picture that my frozen will bring. So it's very important to analyze your results. And if you are in that learning curve, then even fresh transfers would give the same pregnancy rate. The second, I think, scenario where same pregnancy rates would be achieved are average embryos. So freezing average embryos, you're not increasing the implantation rate even by freeze all cycle. So possibly time to think over. We are doing a lot of study on fresh versus frozen, and especially in poor responders and elderly group, and we kind of find same pregnancy rate. But most of the panelists would prefer a freeze all if the conditions allow, and prolonged down regulation if there is adenomyosis. I think, yes.
I like to put this that she is a case of stage 4 endometriosis nearly. So you can do a freeze-all technique, give a depot for 3 months, you
Yes.
suppress the adenomyosis, and then you do the frozen embryo transfer. That will give you a much better result.
Yes, so that's absolutely the school of thought, that to improve implantation, or if one good blastocyst transfer has failed, so we can resort to prolonged down regulation, make her implantation better, and then transfer. So agonist or antagonist, both are same. Standard IVF, adequate dose of gonadotropin. Now here there is no role of low dose. Trigger can be standard HCG trigger depending on her response. It can be fresh or freeze all depending on her case. This is what the conclusion. Now in the last just 10 minutes, I'll wind up with the third case and then I'll stop. We'll not discuss the fourth one. This was a very interesting girl, 40-year-old lady staying in Germany, trying to conceive since an year. Cycles were regular. She came to me with 3 cycles of stimulation and IUI failed. Normal BMI, AMH was normal for her age, 2.28. The ovarian volume was okay with an antral follicle count of 9. In her first IVF cycles, 5 months back in Germany, a flexible antagonist protocol was used, recombinant FSH from 300 units, 10 days of stimulation. On day 12, 7 dominant follicles and 6 dominant on the other side, decent E2, 1250, recombinant HCG was given, OCR performed after 36 hours as per the records, and no oocytes retrieved. So once in a while, we think everything has gone well and still the oocytes are not retrieved. HCG levels were done and they were found to be very low on the day of HCG, on the day of OCR. So now, during OCR, when no oocytes are retrieved, let's hear from all the panelists that at what point, suppose there are 12 follicles, 4 or 5 have been aspirated, no oocytes. Embryologist says no oocytes. What do you do? What do you practically do? Yeah.
So depending on if you have given a HCG trigger, would it stop and do the UPT kit just to know the HCG level? whether it's positive or not.
So one is that immediately do a urine pregnancy test if it's an HCG triggered. If it's an agonist triggered, then you will have to do LH, but maybe LH levels also will not be detectable. So you'll have to do serum progesterone. So if it is positive in this case, we know that some levels would have been there 40, 50. What else? What oil check can you do?
In fact, we had undergone such type of case, like we aspirated one ovary, but the trigger used was a urinary HCG. We stopped the aspiration from the first ovary. Then we gave recombinant HCG and we did aspiration after 35 hours.
Yes.
And we
So
got
most of the
oocytes
times you
like-
will see that it's maybe a pharmaceutical problem. Either a urinary HCG would have been given. You can do an HCG level if they are very low. That means that HCG was not proper. Re-trigger and do the aspiration. Give a recombinant HCG.
In a case like this, dual trigger would work better actually.
Yes. So, and another thing, I think what we have come across that patients communicate wrong. They have not taken it 36 hours, but they've taken one night prior. So by constant probing, we can find out that it was a pharmaceutical
wrong
problem.
administration. Wrong administration.
Yes, wrong
As a
administration.
precaution, Dr. Shweta, we do a urine pregnancy test for everybody one day prior to the OPCR,
Okay.
any of the HCG triggered patients.
Okay, so
Decapeptyl,
that
of
they
course,
come
we
on.
just. go
Yeah, it's a
ahead.
good thought. It's an easy test to perform. They can do it at home. Do you like to, so normally we ask our embryologists, can you see cumulus cells or not? Or are they totally empty follicular fluid, what you are getting? And do you check your machine, the aspiration machine, the needle check? So the tubing, the needle, the aspiration machine, no blocks, no cracked tubes. So all that also needs to be checked along with this. Now, if your UPT is also positive, everything is good. Would you finish your aspiration?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think there is no other.
Yeah, and
So
the
I
E2
think
level was a little low for 13 follicles. It was
Yes.
around 1250. Yeah.
So I think if everything is found to be proper, trigger was proper, then you go ahead and finish the aspiration. Maybe from single lumen, you can change to double lumen. You can slightly increase the pressure of your aspiration machine. You can flush the follicles, but maybe we are dealing with a genuine case of empty follicular syndrome or poor oocyte. Could be something other than what we had anticipated. So if you stopped OCR as you identified HCG or agonist trigger issue, then this answer was given that a re-trigger is given. But remember, give a dose of gonadotropin, give your antagonist for that day, and then that night she gets the trigger, the usual, the next day, because you will not get any oocytes. The rescue, the dose, then I also got this answer that this time a dual trigger can be given provided it was an antagonist cycle. Now, what are the theoretical possible causes of genuine empty follicle syndrome? Has anybody come across any genetic defect in chromosome with 1 or 2, which we say? So we only have come across one girl who came from Japan, 3 times absolute empty follicle syndrome, but barring that, either they were age-related, poor oocytes not getting retrieved, poor responders, or all pharma-related or administrative, administration issues. So most of the times they are empty follicle syndrome. So anyone wants to put anything else, any point extra? Okay. Can you have a mic? Okay.
Or LH component.
Okay, so very good thought that yes, a stimulation, primarily Dr. Soma would add an LH from the beginning. Anything else? We can have any other views?
Dual trigger.
And a dual trigger. So defective folliculogenesis because of apoptosis of oocyte, defective granulosa cell function. So there are so many. So we've already seen genetic factors, polymorphisms, altered expression of genes, and pericentric inversion of chromosome 2, which we have only seen in one case till now, and advanced ovarian aging. And false empty follicle syndrome is more common, which is drug-related, human errors, low bioavailability of the product, rapid breakdown of active molecule of HCG, and any other metabolic process which could be happening. So technical errors, we have seen that how we will do the troubleshooting. I still remember Dr. Shangmitra Didi in 2001, she was like a Ferrari when it comes to aspiration. She used to do it so quickly. She used to do it so swiftly that now in retrospect, I can analyze that, how much I used to admire her doing oocyte aspirations. So one ovary aspirated, no oocytes.
Check if premature ovulation took place or trigger was timely administered. Check beta HCG levels, do a urine pregnancy test. If it is low, as we heard, rescue protocol, use 36 hours later. If normal, more than 40, then try the other ovary and try your luck. If agonist trigger, check the LH level, and that is important. So what we did in the next time, as we heard, we used a recombinant FSH with LH, trigger dual. Maybe you can slightly increase the time to aspiration instead of 36, 36 and a half or 37. Pressure of the pump was checked, double human needle, and then maybe, which Dr. Shweta said that you can do a beta HCG. I did a beta HCG 24 hours later in this girl because she wanted that my level should be good. Then only I'll go for aspiration. This is what we did. And this girl, I know everything was done. She got good oocytes, and actually we did a fresh transfer. She was a biker. She was into biking and all the mountain riding. So she went with her partner for that after embryo transfer, and she's pregnant. And now I think it's been 5-6 months. No news is good news.
She should speak to our patients who keep lying down for 15 days.
Yes, absolutely. So change of stimulation protocol, this all we have heard. Change the batch of HCG. We always use recombinant HCG. Look at your cold chain, dual trigger, and prolonged interval. So I think I'll end here. It's 1 o'clock and everybody is waiting to even gather. Thank you so much for discussing 3 cases. Oh, the pictures I showed first, I'll show you. This was, wait, Shaumitra Didi's one. I have to show that picture and I'll tell you the story. This is a picture. Forget the kind of love and academics I would get here, and ma'am is here, so it's a wonderful moment.
Hello.
A wonderful moment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hello.
So sir is, yeah. So I think we are rejoicing the life of sir, and he will always be with us, always and always. And thank you, Gautam sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Just put it in the WhatsApp, in the group. It is so overwhelming that so many of you.
Yes. There is absolutely no question that we wouldn't have been there. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Ratna.
Hello. হ্যালো ওনাকে একটু হ্যালো করতে বলে দিন ওনাকে হ্যালো হ্যালো
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I'll switch off my mic for now and then I'll switch it on whenever it comes. Is that okay?
Yes, okay. You can hear you.
Okay, and you can see me as well if
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Whenever we will start the panel, I can talk to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe another 10 minutes or 15 minutes after. 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
করছি করছি করছি। সাউন্ড এটা দিয়ে যাবে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এই তো ওটা করে দিচ্ছি। এর আগে পিভিডিতে লোড করছি। না ওখান থেকে চলবে।
আচ্ছা না
আপনি এখানে দেখতে পাবেন, সবাই এখানে দেখতে পাবেন।
এখানে মানে ওখানে
হ্যাঁ আসবে, ওটা আমি দিইনি এখন, এই স্ক্রিনটা আমি দিইনি, অডিওটা এটা দিয়ে যাবে। এখানে আনমিউট কিছু করতে হবে না, ইউ জাস্ট হ্যাভ টু ডু।
সামনে থেকে
হ্যাঁ আমি আছি।
So I would like to request, since we are running short of time, yeah, I would like to request Ms. Sharonna Mukherjee, granddaughter of Professor Grita Ganguly Mukherjee. She would like to say something about Sir and on behalf of R.N. Ganguly Foundation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sharanya Mukherjee. I am a lawyer by profession, and I am speaking here today on behalf of the board and the members of R.N. Ganguly Foundation. On the morning of 15th April, we all woke up to the terrible news that Dr. B.N. Chakraborty, our benefactor, our mentor, was common for us to come across mentors who shape our lives every day. Yeah, so I was saying that it's not very common for us to come across mentors who shape our lives every day in such meaningful ways. But we have been very fortunate enough that we have had Dr. Chakraborty with us at the foundation from the very inception of the R.N. Ganguly Foundation. Nice. It's okay. I mean, so we've been very fortunate that we have had Dr. Chakraborty with us from the very beginning of the R.N. Ganguly Foundation. I remember I was just a child when I saw Dr. Chakraborty for the very first time delivering his first memorial lecture at R.N. Ganguly Foundation. And like I said, I was just a child, so I did not understand a word of what he was saying. But his aura was such that it just left me mesmerized, and I think it was instrumental in me deciding that I would become a doctor one day. Fast forward to many years later, when I again met him at an event at R.N. Ganguly Foundation, and I was not a doctor this time, I was in law school. And sheepishly enough, I told him that I had gone on to pursue the legal profession instead of medicine. And in his ever radiant smile, he encouraged me to pursue the profession in all its vigor. And he also recounted how he had started his profession as an engineer, and he had enrolled himself in B.E. Shibpur College. And he encouraged me to pursue the profession I had chosen. So I'll always remember that. And I have heard from my grandmother, Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee, as well, that Dr. Chakraborty had been contacted by Shama Prasad Mukherjee. And because when he came first in his matriculation, he was awarded a scholarship, and only on the condition that he would come first. And it goes without saying that Dr. Chakraborty kept his word. I have seen so many of his lectures and I have had the privilege to attend some of the CMEs at R.N. Ganguly Foundation lectures. And there I have seen how his lectures enjoyed the undivided attention, not only, of course, from the medical fraternity, but also from laymen like us. There was pin drop silence every time he spoke. Apart from that, like, we already know what kind of a legend he was and that he was a brilliant doctor. But his brilliance was not limited to medicine only, because and it was not limited to the kind of some lectures or his academic prestige, but rather it went on to the humanistic kind of medicine and the empathy that he had for his patients. Often I overheard at these conferences how doctors told me how they would aspire to become a doctor like him, and would like to share the kind of bond that he shared with his patients. So, having said that, everyone remembers him today, even though he is not here with us today. He lives on with these innumerable stories that we have about him, and in the research work and the kind of work that he has. His memories and his legacy is etched in our hearts forever. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Bani Kumar Mitro. Sir is here. Okay. Sir has gone. So I would like to request Dr. Pradip Mitro to say a few words about sir. Pradip, please.
Respected audience, I don't know what to say. I was just preparing 1 or 2 points to say a few words when Gautam requested me to say, Prida, say till something at least on Sir. Now at the outset, I must say that it is my humble submission that to speak on Sir BNC will take much more time than the cumulative time for all his lectures he has delivered in his lifetime. That is just like Rabindranath Tagore. The saying goes that it is not possible for a man to read and understand all the writings of R.N. Tagore in his lifetime, what R.N. Tagore has written in his life. That was the era of many years back, as I say, of Professor C.S. Da. And the only book in obstetrics and gynecology, only comprehensive book was Dr. Dawn's book. And Dr. Sehesda used to do insemination test and DNC for all his infertility cases. And after that, he used to tell, if my DNC fails, go to BNC. That was a standing words he used to say. I was not his direct student in my undergraduate or postgraduate student phase, but I came in contact first with him when I was a trainee in IRM as the first batch, in the first batch of artificial insemination, and infertility training program. I was there in the first batch. Later, I got so much from him, which I, as a small fry, don't deserve. Then he was the founder president of Endometriosis Society India in 2003, and I became very close to him in all our activities as a founder secretary general of that society. In innumerable occasions, he taught so many things, how to run an organization and how to do conferences and how to do everything. Everything I learned from him. I'll remain ever grateful to sir, not only for learning in our every meeting, but also for gracing all important occasions of my family, including my son's marriage. Here I must say, he had enormous power. The enormous power of his blessings or golden touch, what someone said, could make any organization, be it social or professional body, or an individual, to reach at his highest level. He had inaugurated the Zenith Super Specialist Hospital, which is now the best multidisciplinary hospital in North Kolkata. He also was present in the first birthday of one social welfare organization like Monon, Kharda Monon Welfare Society, which is now become a large national organization in public awareness program. He blessed my son by saying two words, two sentences, small sentences. Je beta, bacha tumi focus on one area and continue doing research. And now my son is one of the global authority in patent data survey research. So this was the power of his blessings and golden touch on someone's end, which I felt myself in a long association of 34 years with him. Sir had imbibed the idea of prediction and prevention. Most of the time, he used to tell, for every disease, these two words are very important, prediction and prevention. And he taught us how this endometriosis awareness program, is much, much more important than the upcoming treatment and other things for advanced or high-grade endometriosis. This is the lesson I learned from him. And then, since then, I became one of the advocates, I devoted myself for awareness program on endometriosis for last 14 years or so. I had never been turned down by sir for any requests, including a very personal interview. It is a very personal interview I had. That is a treasure of my life, only a part of which, a very edited part, had been published in BOGS Times, Bengal Obstetrics and Gynecological Society's bulletin, quarterly bulletin, where it was published. But the rest, it is there very secretly in my custody. Many emotional points, many emotional scenarios are there in his confession, in his interview with me in that particular day. I still remember that particular area. His down to earth, exceptionally pleasant personality proved how great of the greatest he was. This is my absolutely personal feelings. Lastly, I am yet to find any stalwart whose memory progressively sharpens with age. I don't think none of you had find the same. This is a very personal observation, and you must admit. Lastly, I will remain ever grateful to him for various innumerable points, innumerable areas for which I am indebted to him. And to me, he is like a God in human being, in the form of a human being, and he will be there in my heart till my last breath. My pranam to Sir BNC. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Suranjan Chakraborty to say a few words.
It's opening. It's opening. So it's opening. It's 1 GB. 1 GB. Does this have any audio video? Audio video connect. আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে দেখছি। অডিও যাবে না, অডিও বন্ধ করা হচ্ছে। তাহলে স্লাইডের ভিতরে আছে, ল্যাপটপের অডিওটা এখানে দিয়ে দেবো, চলে যাবে। পাওয়ারপয়েন্টে হবে না, ল্যাপটপে যখন হবে এখান থেকে চলে যাবে। অনেকটা বড় অডিও হচ্ছে। প্রেজেন্টেশন বাইরে যে কোলাবোরেশন স্টাডি গুলো করছে, তখন আপনি এখানে তো কিছু বলবেন না, কিছু বলবো না। ঠিক আছে, আমাকে জাস্ট আগে একবার একটু দেখিয়ে দেবেন, তাহলে আমি এটা বন্ধ করে দেবো। অডিওগুলো আছে কয়েকটা আছে যে স্যার নিজে বলছে যেটা, সেগুলো থাকবে, তাহলে আমি এখান থেকে ইন্ডিকেশন দেবো। যেগুলো ভিডিওগুলো চলবে না, সেগুলো অডিওটা আমার একটু বন্ধ করে দেবো। যখন বলবেন আমি হ্যালো, স্লাইড শো দিয়ে দিই, স্লাইড শো দিয়ে দিই।
Good afternoon. স্যারের সম্বন্ধে কিছু বলতে বলা হয়েছে, কিন্তু স্যারের সম্বন্ধে বলাটা অনেকে অনেক কিছু বলেছেন, বলাটা খুব, তিনি এমন বড় মাপের মানুষ, সবকিছু কভার করা খুব মুশকিল। রিসেন্টলি স্যারের যে কিছু চিন্তাধারা, I'm just going to briefly touching that what sir was thinking and elaborating us. Recently he was thinking to find out. He was a man of going to always thinking of the research and the academic part. Lately he was doing all the times, everyday routine was that coming dot at 10 a.m. coming to the first 2 hours with the academic works, writing and completion of the books, as going to complete the books, that what PCS says, the 1, 2, 3 and the last for the 4 books. I'm just telling that this is the picture. Sir is gone, but he's not gone. He will remain forever with us. He will guide us. He's propelling us to carry his legacies in the right direction. This is the IIM building. Sir is always with the academic. This is his seminar part. Routinely, seminars are going on different aspects. Every time he used to call us, come and see. And this is the Isar Bengal, the inauguration ARTIM. Sir organized this international conference on 25th September inauguration. On 5th September 2021, Teachers Day, he has been felicitated and sir was very happy. This is during that time. These are the 3 books is already published, and the last book was always in thinking that he will be published on this Teachers Day, but he could not. He was agony just because it is not. But it has been published. It was inaugurated on the clinical in a symposium on the clinical experience. This is the Teachers Day, and so on Teachers Day, this is
না স্যার এইটারই ইন্টারাপ্ট করলাম, এই কথাটা বলবেন না। আপনি আমাদের জীবনী সত্যি, আপনাকে দেখে প্রতিদিন ভাবি যে আমরা ওইভাবেই চালাবো। আপনি এই কথা লাস্ট কথা একদম বলবেন।
আপনাদের আমাদের জন্য অপেক্ষা। আপনি আছেন তো ঠিক আছে, বড় যাচ্ছে এই বড় যাচ্ছে যাই হোক, আপনি না আসি জন্যই হতে গেছে পুরো রোজ না হলেও প্রায় দেখা হয়। ওই দেখার বলতে আমার যে কি বলা এখনো রয়েছে কিছু থাকতে হবে, এটা সুযোগই রয়েছে যে প্রায় এই ইয়ং জেনারেশনের সাথে ইয়ং সেকেন্ড থার্ড জেনারেশনের মধ্যে হচ্ছে, সেকেন্ড থার্ড জেনারেশন জানিয়ে সম্ভব হয়। Being our the 4th edition, which is started very late in my life, it is the 2015, and we have already published 4 volumes based mainly on my own personal experience and supported by the published material. So I'm very happy to God, and that God has given me that power only through your generation, giving me inspiration, your generation giving me aspiration, and that's why I am. Thank you very much for organizing this meeting. I'm very sorry the book could not be brought today, but it will come possibly the 3rd of October. I heard, and I think I'll be able to give something on 3rd of October, and it is an aspiration which keeps me inspiring all the time to go ahead, and don't look negative. And that is my advice to your life. Always think positively. even if you are disheartened in your ambition, in your aspiration, don't look desperately, look always positively about the future, about the current activities. Thank you very much, my students and my grandchildren, for organizing this. Thank you very much.
স্যারের বক্তব্য যে আমাদের যে যতজন বক্তা এখানে বললেন স্যার তাদের ভেতর বেঁচে আছেন। স্যার বলেছিলেন যে থিঙ্ক পজিটিভ অলওয়েজ, নো নেগেটিভ, ইউ উইল ফেল ডিফিকাল্টিস, ইউ হ্যাভ টু ওভারকাম ইট। অ্যান্ড আমাদের এই প্যান্ডামিকের ভেতরে টিচার্স যেটা পালন করা হয়েছিল তাতে স্যার ভীষণ খুশি হয়েছিলেন। রত্নাদি আছেন, রত্না জানে যে কিভাবে আমরা করেছিলাম। স্যার এত খুশি হয়েছিলেন এত শরীর খারাপে, সেই দিনই বইটা পাবলিশ করার কথা ছিল, কিন্তু পাবলিশারটা করতে পারেননি বলে ভলিউম 4টা স্যার বলছে আমরা পরে ইয়েতে পাবলিশ করবো। এটা একসাথে সেই দিনের যেটা। এর পরবর্তীতে 2021-এ ভার্চুয়াল কনফারেন্সটা গুলো, তাতে স্যারের বইটা ভলিউম 4টা পাবলিশ হয়। না 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 না, ওরা পেছনে দেখছি। ভলিউম 4-এর পাবলিকেশন স্যার দেখিয়েছেন ভার্চুয়ালি। এই বই পাবলিকেশনের ব্যাপারে স্যার এতটাই চিন্তিত ছিলেন যে সবকটা বই যাতে পাবলিশ হয় স্যার জীবিতকালে, বলে আর সময় নেই। শক্তিরূপাকে ডেকে পাঠাতেন, যে কোনোদিন যদি ড্রাইভার না আসলো, যেতে পারছি না, বলতেন আমি গাড়ি পাঠিয়ে দিচ্ছি চলে এসো, যে আসতো। স্যার ওই প্রথম 2 ঘন্টা তিনি ওই বইয়ের প্রুফ দেখা, লেখা, রিরাইট করা, এত পারফেকশন ছিলেন উনি, এতটাই একেবারে। ইনি হচ্ছেন পিকচার প্রফেসর রাহিলা খান, তিনি নটিংহামের প্রফেসর। স্যার লেটলি যে কাজ করছিলেন এন্ডোমেট্রিওসিসের উপরে, এন্ডোমেট্রিওসিসের হি ওয়াজ ভেরি থিঙ্ক অফ দ্য ক্যাচ দেম আর্লি, ইয়াং মেয়েদের যাতে হচ্ছে তার যদি এন্ডোমেট্রিওসিস, ইফ উই ডায়াগনোসিস আর্লি we can treat it with, to find out any biomarker, any marker easily available, then we can treat them. We can treat them. We cannot cure them, but we can treat them. It is our last aspiration chilo, and collaboration is going on with the Nottingham University, and happens to be my daughter and son-in-law is working together with this collaboration. Work is going on absolutely SAR's own funding, and samples were going to from here to Nottingham University is going on. And for 3 days before, sir had a meeting with my son-in-law, how to proceed, how to carry forward this research. He has elaborately discussed, and suddenly this came. And Professor Khan has sent, after having this demise, this news of sir demise, and sent the message that, oh, I am so sorry and shocked to hear such sad news. Professor Chakravarti was an inspiration to you all, and latterly me too. I would be more than willing to continue his legacy, and we would discuss this in the next few weeks, so that his promise to carry forward this research work, well, he will discuss it. And in this context, my son-in-law is sending one regarding this research work and what is going on, and one video clips. Some.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Ujjwal Bose, Assistant Professor at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. I feel extremely privileged to be able to share my thoughts and opinion as I pay my tribute to Professor B.N. Chakraborty, mostly highlighting on his vision that I understood would take us forward in the research for cure for endometriosis. I was introduced to Professor 3 years back while I was in my final phase of my postdoc in the UK. It was interesting to learn when I discussed with Professor BNC that he had a vision that was very closely associated with certain aspects of cancer, mainly the hallmarks of cancer. He always would mention the unmet need for endometriosis and the research that should be done to get better benefits from the existing pharmacological mechanisms in place for endometriosis. He always emphasized to unravel novel markers through genomic and proteomic profiling of women who are likely to develop endometriosis. I still remember the catchphrase which Professor BNC would use: catch it early and treat it young. It took us quite a while to understand, and which we are still trying to understand extensively, the depth of this phrase that Sir would use. So the research that Sir envisioned predominantly was in the search for ideal hallmarks of endometriosis. He showed us how the endometriotic tissue would be associated with extensive adhesive property, penetration property, neoangiogenesis, associated with inflammation. The cells would lose their appetite for apoptosis and contribute towards the cancer-like behavior. From our end, we tried to contribute to the fact that inflammasome, one of the mediators or a complex associated with inflammation, in response to altered cellular signaling to steroid hormones, participate in this disease. And there are quite a few studies backing that data up as well. Its progression and changes the endometrium receptivity. This in turn would contribute to the maintenance of inflammation in patients with endometriosis. He was extremely helpful and encouraged all of us to bring about a collaboration between the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, his esteemed institute, the Institute of Reproductive Medicine in Kolkata, and in collaboration with Professor Rahila Khan at the University of Nottingham School of Medicine. So let me quickly take you to the understanding that we had to take his vision forward. The hallmarks of cancer, which were highlighted over the past couple of decades, were now observed to be very similar to the hallmarks that Professor BNC had envisioned about endometriosis. One of the primary hallmarks that Sir always would emphasize is the loss of apoptosis. In addition, arousing immune response in the endometriotic tissue and the neighboring tissue. It also had a very uncanny similarity to the VEGF suppression or neoangiogenesis property of endometriosis. In addition, the impending invasion and metastasis property of cancer also had this uncanny similarity with that of endometriosis. And finally, the limiting property of cancer for its neighboring tissue and associated inflammation, where the salient points that were very similar to cancer and could be extrapolated to endometriotic research. He encouraged us to conduct this research and also made provisions for samples to be transferred to the University of Nottingham for further investigation during my fellowship in 2019. And we did look into certain very important aspects which were in line with these hallmarks of endometriosis. Things are working towards a positive outcome, and we are trying our level best to carry on Sir's vision in that direction that he always wanted to. Very recently, this has culminated in an oral presentation that has been accepted at the European Society of Human Reproduction and Embryology conference to be held from 3rd to 6th July in 2022. With all your blessings and encouragement, let us hope that we can try enough to make the ripples in the vast ocean of basic research in endometriotic and diseases affecting women a possibility of the future. Thank you very much.
বিএজিএস থেকে স্যারকে এই বছরের জন্মদিনের শুভেচ্ছা জানিয়েছিলাম। সামনের বছর তা যাতে হয়, তবুও আমরা মনে মনে প্রত্যেক বছরই 2 আগস্টে আমরা তার স্যারকে জন্মদিনের শুভেচ্ছা জানাবো। এখানে আমি শেষ করছি, শ্রদ্ধার্ঘ, কিছু বলার নেই। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। সুরঞ্জন।
Thank you, Suranjan Da. Shaktirupadi to say a few words. And after that, Abhinasda will be saying, and following which we will take the lunch break. After that, we will come back for our, okay, after lunch break, we will come back with our panel with Indranidhi. We will come back with our panel with Indranidhi. Okay, thank you very much.
গৌতম আমাকে বলতে বললো বলে আমি এলাম। আমি প্রদীপদার কথাগুলোকে কন্টিনিউ করব যে অল sacred things are in the chest of drawers in my heart. আমার মনে হয় প্রত্যেকেরই একই রকম, সবারই মনে হয় স্যার আমার কত নিজের। প্রথম স্যারের সাথে আমার এনকাউন্টার হলো এনআরএস এ, তখন আমার এমডি হয়নি। স্যার পড়াবেন, আমি বললাম ওরে বাবা স্যার পড়াবেন, আমি তাহলে শুনবো। আমি ঢুকতে যাচ্ছি, আমাকে অন্যরা টেনে বার করে দিচ্ছে, আরে এটা এমডি ক্লাস। Then I said, okay, let me enter. If sir chases me out, I will come out. I entered. Sir was teaching steps of hysterectomy. And sir asked me, oh, who are you? I said, sir, I've just joined NRS from government. Oh, sit down, fine. Then I heard his hysterectomy lesson. Each and every steps I heard, and I thought tomorrow I can do hysterectomy. And a few days back, Dr. Shukmar Barik said that if you hear him, it would be addiction. That you will feel like hearing him more and more. Then my daughter had a project at her school on test tube baby. I took my daughter to sir. That time new building was not built, old building. Sir dictated her, that small kid of class 10. all the process of test tube baby in short. He drew the diagrams. I was surprised that am I disturbing him from his vast work? He's spending time with my daughter with this. Then he asked me, Shaktirupa, come over. PhD is opening, you come and work. But that time I was in a very short of money. I had just joined service. I could not do that. I told sir, after my retirement, I'll surely come. Then off and on, I used to come to the institute. Monjudi is like my own Didi. During my house staffship, I saw Didi, I learned many things from her. And then after retirement, I came to sir. Then I heard many things. Each and every class that sir used to take, I used to pull a chair behind and listen. How clear. All the reproductive medicine, I never used to get time at NRS. It was like plowing the land at NRS. Thousands of patients and sitting at RSS chair, just clearing up fast. Not a drop of water to drink also. So where will I know reproductive medicine thing? And then it was all so clear like crystal, hearing each and every lecture of sir. Then one fine day sir said, what are you doing coming every day, Shaktirupa? You sit on your own. He showed me Didi's chamber. Didi was not well that time. You sit and see patients. He used to feel for each and everybody, and if thus everybody used to feel he's mine. And while talking also, I then suppose sir has to give one lecture. He will just see, he will call Raja, his son now, and bring the slide and sees, got to practice. Tomorrow I have to give the lesson. That was also a shock to us. We usually go to the stage and we say some rubbish and come down. But he used to be so perfect with such full of knowledge in his head. Still, he used to do that. And he used to say, you know how I acquired this? When I used to teach, I used to look at the face of each and every student. If any student was inattentive, I knew the fault was mine. Perhaps I'm not being able to give that boy something that he wants. That was also a shock. I used to just, all these are my treasures. So Pradipda said his golden hand, that Ashirwad, thus I got from him. During the COVID times, he used to write this 4th volume and he used to dictate. I had to write. And then some mistakes, read on, and with Raja sir's son, we used to type it, and again, he used to revise it, and thus he completed his 4th volume during the COVID time. Not a thing, if one day I used to feel, oh, today I can't go, I won't go. I used to remember his lively presence on his chair. I used to run, no rest for me. If sir of 90 years, he can come and do that every day. And the last days when he got a stent, you know, just a few months back, and he was rejuvenated. He said, I can do everything. I can hear better now. I can see better. I can just conquer the world. You know, these were the words he said on his chair. Then again, he fell sick. He was admitted. Visitors were not allowed. But I used to creep in, just like going to the temple. I used to see him from outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gautam and Ratnadi and Manjushidi for organizing স্যারের শ্রদ্ধার জন্য, আমাদের শ্রদ্ধা নিবেদনের জন্য একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম, কিছু কথা বলার জন্য। আমি 1968-এ এনআরএস মেডিকেলে MBBS এ ভর্তি হয়েছি এবং তখন স্যারের ভেরি 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 গোল্ডেন পিরিয়ড। নিজের গভর্নমেন্ট সার্ভিসেস 3 বার স্যার এনআরএস এ এসছেন। সেকেন্ড টাইমটা এবং থার্ড টাইমটা ভীষণ ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট, এবং এই সময়ে তিনি যেসব কাজ করেছেন তার অনেক মূল্যবান দলিল আমার কাছে আছে। 2006 সালে আমি যখন এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজের ইউনিয়নের সেক্রেটারি, স্যারকে অনুরোধ করেছিলাম চিফ গেস্ট হিসাবে আসার জন্য, এবং উনি এসছিলেন এবং ওনাকে রাইট আপ একটা দিতে বলেছিলাম। যে রাইট আপ উনি দিয়েছেন আমার মনে হয় অনেকেই সেই বিষয়টা জানে না। এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজ সম্বন্ধে ডিটেলস তথ্য অনেকেই জানে না, এবং তিনি যে কাজ করেছেন এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজে সেই ডিটেলস তথ্য আমার কাছে আছে। তার কিছু লেখা কিছু পয়েন্ট আজকে হয়তো অল্প 2-1 মিনিটের মধ্যে বলবো। শিউলি এরা সবাই মানে এখন এর পরের যে প্রোগ্রাম তার জন্য ব্যস্ত আছে, সুতরাং আমি বেশি কথা বলবো না। স্যারের সঙ্গে পরিচয় 1968 সাল থেকে। সেই সময় থেকে আমার গ্রাম বাংলা থেকে এনআরএসে এসেছি, সমানে ইনফার্টিলিটি পেশেন্ট আসতো। হাসপাতালে দেখানোর ভিড়ের মধ্যে যেতে পারতাম না, হোস্টেল থেকে ছুটে যেতাম স্যারের সিআইটি রোডের চেম্বারে, এবং তখন থেকেই স্যারের সঙ্গে এই ইনফার্টিলিটি এবং এই বিষয়গুলো সম্বন্ধে চিন্তা ভাবনা এবং স্যারের প্রেসক্রিপশন প্র্যাকটিক্যালি নকল করে রাখা, প্রত্যেকটা ইচ অ্যান্ড এভরি প্রেসক্রিপশন আমার নকল করে রাখা আছে। এবং পরে অবশ্য চিন্তা ভাবনা করে যখন স্যারের সঙ্গে বিওজিএস এবং অন্যান্য এতে পরিচয় হলো, তখন ব্যাপারগুলোর মানে কেন এই ওষুধটা দিয়েছে, কেন এই টেস্টটা করিয়েছে, এগুলো সমানে চর্চা করেছি এবং এ ব্যাপারে প্রচুর প্রচুর ইন্টারেস্ট পেয়েছি। তো স্যার যে লেখা লিখেছিলেন সেই সম্বন্ধে 2-1টা কথা বলছি। যে ওই লেখার শুরুতেই ছিল, আই ওয়াজ বর্ন my long cherished feeling that I was born in Calcutta Medical College, but I was brought up in NRS Medical College. Whatever I have achieved in my life, big or small, has been possible perhaps for my long cherished association with this prestigious institute. আবার শেষের দিকে সেই লেখাতে অনেক কিছু কথাই লেখা আছে যেগুলো আমার ভীষণ মনে দাগ কেটেছে অ্যাজ এ স্টুডেন্ট অফ এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজ, বিকজ উনি 20 বছর, কম বেশি 20 বছর এনআরএসে ছিলেন, এবং ওই সময়টাতে বাইরে অস্ট্রেলিয়ার থেকেও গাইনোকোলজিস্ট, যে সময় উনি ভ্যাজাইনোপ্লাস্টি, সার্ভাইকোপ্লাস্টি এবং করতেন, ইউটেরোপ্লাস্টি অপারেশন করতেন, এবং তারপরে একটা পেশেন্টের টুইন প্রেগনেন্সি এবং হয়েছে, সেটা এত বেশি পাবলিশড হয়েছিল ওখানে অস্ট্রেলিয়া থেকে গাইনোকোলজিস্ট এসছে এই কলেজ ইন্সপেকশনে এবং স্যারের অপারেশন দেখার জন্য ওখানে। সেই লেখাতে স্যার লিখেছেন, ফাইনালি I would like to conclude my talk by saying that I do not know how much I have contributed materially in this college, but I must admit that NRS Medical College, just like my foster mother, has contributed enormously for building up my career. কথায় কথায় স্যার তো বলতেন যে আমি মেডিকেল কলেজে জন্ম, কিন্তু আমার পালিকা মা হচ্ছে এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজ। আর একটা কথা আমি বলবো, খুব মানে ইমোশনাল আবেগ। আমার মেয়ের বিয়েতে আমি স্যারকে নিমন্ত্রণ করতে গেছিলাম, তো স্যার বললেন যে মঞ্জুর কাছে কার্ডটা রেখে দাও, আমি ভুলে যেতে পারি, মঞ্জু আমাকে মনে করে দেবে। আর সবচেয়ে ইন্টারেস্টিং পার্ট, আমার ক্লোজ বন্ধু বান্ধব বিওজিএস এর অনেকে আসতে পারেনি, কিন্তু স্যার ঠিক ওই ঝড় বৃষ্টি হয়েছিল সেদিন, স্যার আর মঞ্জুদি ঠিক আমার মেয়ের বিয়েতে আমার ওই এতে এসে হাজির। আমি এটি অনুষ্ঠান করে এসে দেখি স্যার আমপানা খাচ্ছেন আর কি, মে মাসে মানে সেই শরবত খাচ্ছেন। এইগুলো আমি কখনো ভুলতে পারবো না। যে কথাটা প্রথমেই বলছি যে স্যার আমার ভগবান, আমাদের সবারই ভগবান। স্যারের লাইফ বাকি যেন অনেক শান্তিতে পরকাল বলে যদি কিছু থাকে, স্যার থাকুন, সেটাই আমার প্রার্থনা। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Thank you, Abhinasda. So we'll be taking the lunch break now and we'll meet again at 2:30 p.m. with the panel.
প্রথম স্থান অধিকার করেন। এরপরে পিতার ইচ্ছের কিছুটা বিরোধে রেলওয়ে গার্ডের চাকরি ছেড়ে আরো পড়াশোনা করার উদ্দেশ্যে চলে আসেন কলকাতায়। সাহায্যের হাত বাড়িয়ে দেন এক শুভার্থী স্বর্গীয় যুগল কিশোর সেন। তারই বদান্যতায় কলকাতায় থেকে প্রথমে আইএসসি এবং তারপরে সাফল্যের সাথে মেডিকেল কলেজে পড়াশোনা শুরু করেন। তিনি ছিলেন আমাদের গুডিভ স্কলার। মেডিকেল কলেজে সেই যুগে গুডিভ সাংঘাতিক সম্মানের। তারপরে
বিদেশ থেকে ফিরে স্যার জয়েন করেন মেডিকেল কলেজের ব্লাড ব্যাংকে। তারপর বালুরঘাট সদর হাসপাতাল হয়ে জয়েন করেন নর্থ বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কলেজ। এখানে স্যারের সঙ্গী ডক্টর হোরের সঙ্গে তার বন্ধুত্ব গাঢ় হয়। ডক্টর হোর স্যারের পরম শুভার্থী, সমস্ত সুখ দুঃখের সাথী। আজও তাদের সম্পর্ক গভীর ও অমলিন।
এবং তাতে তার সাফল্য ও গবেষণা সর্বজন বিদিত। বিকলাঙ্গ জরায়ু ও জনিকে অস্ত্রোপচারের দ্বারা স্বাভাবিক করাতেও ছিল তার বিশেষ আকর্ষণ, এবং এই হতভাগা নারীদের বহুজনকে তিনি সুস্থ করে দিয়েছেন, স্বাভাবিক জীবনে ফিরিয়ে দিয়েছেন, মাতৃত্বের আনন্দ দিয়েছেন। এরপর অধ্যাপক হয়ে আসেন নীলরতন সরকার মেডিকেল কলেজে। সেই সময় আসেন জীবনে তার সহধর্মিনী ডক্টর শ্রীমতী মঞ্জুশ্রী চক্রবর্তী। প্রত্যেক সফল পুরুষের পিছনে রয়েছে এক নারীর অবদান। এখানে ম্যাডামই তার সমস্তটি দিয়ে স্যারকে আঁকড়ে ধরে সাহায্য করেছেন উপরের দিকে যাওয়ার, এগিয়ে যাওয়ার, আরো এগিয়ে যাওয়ার, আরো নতুন কিছু করাতে। The best partnership of his life, Dr. Mrs. Manjushree Chakraborty. হ্যাঁ, তারপর আবার চলে এলো সেই বন্ধ্যাত্ব দূরীকরণের নেশা, এবং তাতে সাহায্য করলেন এইসব মনীষীরা যাদেরকে আজকে আমরা দেখছি। তৈরি হলো 1988 সালে পুরনো আয়ারল্যান্ড, এবং তখন তারপরে এলো আমাদের ইনভিট্রো ফার্টিলাইজেশনের টিম, অর্থাৎ টেস্ট টিউব বেবি যে নতুন টিম তৈরি হলো। চলে এলাম আমার ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন নতুন বাড়িতে। এর মধ্যে কিন্তু জন্ম হয়ে গেছে ইমরানের প্রথম টেস্ট টিউব বেবি প্রফেসর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তীর। সেদিন থেকে আর পিছনে তাকিয়ে থাকা নয়, এগিয়ে এত দূর এগিয়ে এসেছে যে ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন থেকে 5000 ঊর্ধ্ব টেস্ট টিউব বেবি আজ আনন্দের সহকারে কত বাবা মায়ের মনে এবং বুকে বুক ভরিয়ে রেখেছে। পেশেন্টদের সাথেও তাদের সম্বন্ধে শোনা, তাদের কাছ থেকে তাদের কষ্টগুলো বোঝা, এ ছিল একটা অদ্ভুত নেশা। এই তাদের সাথে যখন তাদের কষ্টগুলো আগে বুঝে তবে তাদেরকে তাদের সেই সমস্যা থেকে বার করে নিয়ে আসা, এক অদ্ভুত, যেন একমাত্র একজন ঈশ্বরের পক্ষেই সম্ভব। ঈশ্বরের থেকে কিছু কম নন তিনি। সবসময় একটাই কথা স্যার বলতেন, এখনো বলেন, টিএলসি ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। টিএলসি মানে টেন্ডার লাভ অ্যান্ড কেয়ার। এই দিয়ে মানুষের অর্ধেক রোগ বোধে সারিয়ে ফেলা যায়। এই যে আমরা দেখছি এখনো স্যার দৈনন্দিন জীবনের মধ্যে এটি তার একটা বিশাল প্যাশন। সারাদিনে কিছুটা সময় তিনি বের করবেনই। আইভিএফ এ টেস্ট টিউব বেবি করার সময় যে ট্রান্সফার করা, এমব্রায়ো ট্রান্সফার, ভ্রূণকে যে জরায়ুর মধ্যে স্থাপন করার সুযোগ করে দেওয়া হয়, সেটা তার দৈনন্দিন জীবনের একটি অবশ্যই রোজকার কর্মের মধ্যে পড়ে এখনো। প্রত্যেক বছর আনন্দ সহকারে পালিত হয় জানুয়ারি মাসে একটি রবিবারে এই সমস্ত শিশুদের নিয়ে একটি দারুণ আয়োজন। এই 5,000 ঊর্ধ্ব শিশু এবং তাদের বাবা মাদের নিয়ে এই দিনটার জন্য যেন আমরা ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন থেকে সবাই অপেক্ষা করি, স্যার নিজেও অপেক্ষা করেন। এর মাঝখানে কিন্তু শুরু হয়ে গেছে 2001-এ স্যারের FNB-র স্টুডেন্টদের পড়াশোনা করানো, অর্থাৎ ন্যাশনাল বোর্ড অফ এক্সামিনেশনস থেকে যারা ফেলো হয়ে আসছেন 2 বছরের কোর্সে, তারা স্যারের অধীনে রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন শিখে যাচ্ছে। 2001-এ শুরু হয়েছে এই জিনিস, এখনো চলছে। কত রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ সেন্টার এলো গেল, কিন্তু ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন সল্টলেক কলকাতা এই এক সবার কাছে এক কাম্য জায়গা, যেখানে সবাই যেতে চায়। এখান থেকেই আমরা পড়াশোনা করে উঠেছি আমরা সব অনেকেই, এবং আরো কত লোক আসতে চায়। তিনি আমাদের সকলের গুরু, আমাদের গুরুদেরও গুরু। গুরু ব্রহ্মা, গুরু বিষ্ণু, গুরুদেব মহেশ্বরা, গুরু সাক্ষাৎ পরম ব্রহ্মা, তস্मै শ্রী গুরুবাবে নমঃ। কি IVF তার ডিম্বাশয় থেকে ডিম্বাণু তোলা, ডিম্বাণু পিক আপ, এ কোনোটাই তাকে ছাড়া সম্ভব নয়। হ্যাঁ, এই সমস্ত জিনিসটাকে ভারতের সবার কাছে আরো ছড়িয়ে দিতে সাহায্য করেছেন প্রফেসর গীতা গাঙ্গুলি মুখার্জি। আর হ্যাঁ, এবার তো বলতেই হবে, অবশ্যই বোঝা যাচ্ছে এই প্রত্যেক ধাপে ধাপে যে ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন গড়েছে এবং ক্রমশ এগিয়ে চলেছে, 1 থেকে 5,000 ঊর্ধ্ব শিশু যে আজ টেস্ট টিউব বেবি দ্বারা সম্ভব হয়েছে, এবং আরো বিভিন্ন প্রসিডিওরে, অর্থাৎ আরো বিভিন্ন বন্ধাত্বের যা যা আরো রকম চিকিৎসার মাধ্যম আছে IUI এবং ওষুধের দ্বারা, প্রত্যেকটার পিছনে কিন্তু আছেন একজন মহিলা যিনি শক্ত হাতে ধরে রেখেছেন এই নীড়কে। তিনি হচ্ছেন প্রফেসর ডক্টর মঞ্জুশ্রী চক্রবর্তী।
স্যার আর ডক্টর বিমান ঘোষ স্যারের স্টুডেন্ট ছিলেন এককালে, আর এখন স্যারের যোগ্য সহকারী, স্যারের একান্ত স্নেহভাজন ও নির্ভরযোগ্য সঙ্গীরা। আজ স্যারের পরম নির্ভরযোগ্য সহকারী ও একান্ত শুভার্থী ডক্টর বিভূষণ ঘোষ আমাদের মধ্যে আর নেই। আধারের গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব, সারা রাত ফোটাক তারা নব নব, নয়নের দৃষ্টি হতে ঘুচবে কালো, যেখানে পড়বে সেথায় দেখবে আলো। স্যার জ্ঞানের আলো, তারপরও শুধু আমাদের দেশের মাটিতে নয়, বিদেশেও প্রশংসিত। Sir is indeed a great teacher and an ocean of knowledge whose waves are felt all over the world. We find him sharing his research experience in India and abroad. He published many papers in international and national journals, and his research and knowledge is accepted all over the world. Sir received regards, respect, love from all his students and colleagues, and many associations honored and felicitated this great personality. AICOG 2007 All India Foxy Conference. এখানে স্যার জ্ঞানের দীপ প্রজ্বলন করছেন। Sir, with the then the Minister of Health, Shujokantu Mishro, Dr. C.N. Purandare, Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee, she is one of his beloved students and also a great teacher like him. AICOG banquet sir somosto colleagues er sathe, students er sathe, juniors der sathe Momtazi ekhon amader MP, ex head of the department Eden Hospital, sir with Anil Misro, সকলের সাথে স্যার এআইসিওজিতে, স্যার উইথ সুভাষ চক্রবর্তী, এখানে ডক্টর মমতাজ সংঘমিত্রা স্যারকে ফেলিসিটেট করছেন, স্যার উইথ সুবীর দত্ত, এটা ইন্ডিয়ান কংগ্রেসে। We find this great teacher with his wonderful team of Institute of Reproductive Medicine. Sir, in R.N. Ganguly Foundation with Dr. Bulbul Rai Chaudhary. Here we find Sir with Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee, Dr. Mohammad Sharkar, Dr. S.K. Sharma, then a renowned pathologist, Dr. Shubhit Dotto. Sir is delivering his lecture now in Amsterdam. And there again with his IRM group, Sir with renowned infertility specialist, and here with his better half and the enjoying in Amsterdam. Here again with the vibrant IRM troop and Sir, and you see the smile, the wonderful smile of Sir and our beloved Monjudi, here perhaps waiting for the dinner. And Sir is looking so young with the young, vibrant team of Institute of Reproductive Medicine. Such a wonderful trip to Amsterdam, spreading his knowledge, spreading his rich research work to every corner of the world. You see vibrant Ratnadi and with renowned infertility specialist, again Sir in Sir abroad, he who loves, he who cares, and he who really thinks for them.
I hope that you were treated by me, say, many years ago. So both of you are happy child, so you are happy. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Shoroshi. Devashi's Tita, our granddaughter, my granddaughter. So how are you?
Fine.
Fine. Good. And how are you, Shoroshi?
I'm fine, sir.
Devashi's fine. So I want to hear something from you. How do you feel with this family? Well, good.
আমরা স্যারকে দেখছি মেডিকেল কলেজের রিউনিয়নের টি পার্টিতে স্যারের কলিগসের সাথে। এখানে সকলেই রিনাউন্ড এবং কৃষ্ণেন্দু মুখার্জি, ডক্টর সুবীর দত্ত, এখানে স্যার আবার স্যারের সহধর্মিনী মঞ্জুরি, স্যার ইন ইন্ডিয়ান ন্যাশনাল কংগ্রেস। এরপরে
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Dr.
AIM
B.N. Chakraborty, legend.
যেটি হায়াতে হয়েছিল এবং সেখানে স্যার জ্ঞানের প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলন করছেন। মধুমন্তী ইন্ট্রোডিউসিং স্যার।
Dr. B.N. Chakraborty is with us today. Of course, he needs no introduction. He is one of the pioneers of art in India and the father figure, the doyen of all art practitioners of Bengal. May we request you, sir, for the welcome address.
Good evening to everybody. Respected Professor Amit Banerjee, Vice Chancellor, University, West Bengal University of Health Sciences, Professor C.N. Purandare, President-elect PIGO, Dr. Monish Banker, our President Isar, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, is President-elect Isar, Dr. Geeta Ganguly, my co-secretary, there's the Secretary General of the Bengal chapter of Isar, and Dr. Hiralal Kunar is the chairman of ICOG, and Dr. Siddhartha Chatterjee is the secretary of Bengal Obstetrics and Gynecological Society, and Dr. Krishnendu Gupta is the president, I'm sorry, Dr. Krishnendu Gupta is the president of Bengal Obstetrics and Gynecological Society. It is reciprocated. That made me 20 years younger and provided all the incentive to work very hard for the success of this conference. Though originally intended to be a national conference, it has now taken the dimension of an international meeting. While preparing the scientific program, we have tried to maintain a syngamy between the clinical and the basic aspects as far as possible. I must thank and congratulate our organizing secretary, Dr. Geeta Ganguly Mukherjee, and members of the organizing committee, including office staff, who have worked days in and days out, and without their effort, it would not have been possible to organize this huge Congress. Lastly, I must appreciate the enormous amount of support, both physical and financial, from numerous pharmaceutical companies, big and small, and without their help and cooperation, we could not have organized or imagined to organize this type of meeting. I thank all the delegates who have come from near and far away places and their invaluable support. Long live Isar, long live Bengal chapter of Isar.
Dr. Siddhartha Chatterjee, one of the favorite students of Professor B.N. Chakraborty, who worked in reproductive medicine and research for 7 long years. He was a member of the second test tube baby team in Kolkata, 1985. At present, he is the director and chief consultant of Calcutta Fertility Mission. Let us hear what he says about his beloved teacher.
I'm feeling a bit nostalgic because I'm remembering those early 80 days when Professor B.N. Chakraborty was struggling to establish himself in the field of ART. And we started doing all this work in a small area at 139 BCIT Road, and there was laparoscopic collection at night. There was no down regulation protocol at that time, And most of the time, they are an ovulation when the scope was introduced.
Books are keys to wisdom's treasure. Books are gates to lands of pleasure. Books are paths that upward lead. Books are friends. Come, let us read. The first book of Professor B.N. Chakraborty was released on 28 June 2015. And it was a compilation of all his lectures and notes for MD and FNB students with the modern upgradation of his experience and research work. And especially highlighted on male infertility. স্যারের প্রথম বই খুব জনপ্রিয় হয়ে ওঠে ছাত্রছাত্রীদের মধ্যে
কনফারেন্স এপিআই
কিন্তু তারপরে স্যার থেমে থাকেননি স্যার শুরু করলেন স্যারের দ্বিতীয় এডিশন and this edition dealt with the most commonly encountered problems related to the reproductive medicine. It has got wonderful chapters on polycystic ovarian disease, endometriosis, genital tuberculosis, hyperprolactinemia, hyperthyroidism, and so on and so forth. And this book was released on 5th of November 2016.
Aspects. One of our very favorite disciplines. One is ART, and the second one is Isar. That is the Indian Society of Assisted Reproductive Technology. Well, I recall some old memories in that connection regarding IVF or ART in India and Isar in India.
I would like to request Professor Shubir Kumar Dotto to say a few words in this occasion.
Namaskar. This is an overwhelming situation. Actually, I must thank the organizer for inviting me to this August function. Now, this occasion has been graced by persons like respected Swami Subharanandaji Maharaj. We have with us Dr. Mukherjee, we have Dr. Gautam Kasturi, Dr. Arup Maji, Dr. Siddhartha Chatterjee, and last but not the least, icon of today's function, Professor Dr. B.N. Chakraborty, whom I will call as BNC. Now, today's function is the release of second volume of Clinics in Reproductive Medicine and Assisted Reproductive Technology, Volume 2. This has been released by Swamiji Maharaj, and his book, if you look at the back, you will find that there are a few works about Dr. B.N. Chakraborty, and I have compared these with the back page of volume 1. There, it was written as 69 papers in middle of 1950, and now after about 18 months, we have 84 papers. So you find about 15 papers in such a short time in international and index journals. So this indicates how he can be a living legend, how he can be so dedicated and worker.
Thank you very much. So at the end of the day, I'll not take very much long time. Well, half of this has been covered up by Gopinath. Thank you very much, Gopinath. And I'll be talking about in a very simple way the basics of reactive oxygen species and how does it affect male infertility, and a short summary of the treatment for male infertility with regard to the damage done by ROS.
As usual, it has been a mesmerizing evening. And at the end of this gala scientific session, we would seek the privilege from our chairpersons to felicitate our speakers.
But to say our all gratitude to him. He has shown a path which few of us could do.
Sir delivered Subhash Mukherjee Memorial Lecture in BOGS, and according to his words, my primary interest in infertility and subsequently in the discipline of reproductive medicine was created by renowned colleague of mine, late Professor Subhash Mukherjee, who pioneered the delivery of the first test tube baby in India, Durga, in 1978 and second in the whole world. Bengal Obstetric Gynecological Society, that was established in 1936. Sir, আমাদের এই সোসাইটির সাথে ওতপ্রোতভাবে জড়িত। BOGS এর অনেক মহান eminent gynecologistরা ছিলেন, আছেন এবং এখন BOGS যেভাবে বেড়ে উঠেছে সেটা স্যারেরই হাত ধরে। He is the friend, philosopher and guide of this Bengal Obstetric Gynecological Society. Sir has been felicitated in BOGS in 2016 at ITC Shonar with the Lifetime Achievement Award. And we as BOGS members are really proud to have Sir with us and by us, and we need his blessings. There is a short message from our present president, Dr. Subhash Chandra বিশ্বাস।
আমার মনে পড়ে 1980-81 সালে এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজে যে আমাদের গাইনি বিল্ডিংটা বড় ঘোরানোর সিঁড়ি যেটা, সেটা নিয়ে গিয়ে আমরা তিনতলার দিকে হই হই করে বেশ 50-60 জন ছেলে নামছি। হঠাৎ উল্টো দিক দিয়ে দেখলাম সুদর্শন, সৌম্যকান্তি, বর্ষা, লম্বা একজন স্যার, সে গম্ভীর গলায় এগিয়ে এসে বলল, তোমরা এরকম চিৎকার চেঁচামেচি করছো কেন? সবাই তো ভয়ে তো দেওয়ালে পিঠ থেকে গেল। আমি সাহস করে 2 পা এগিয়ে গিয়ে বললাম, স্যার আসলে আমাদের ক্লাস ছিল, কিন্তু ডেমনস্ট্রেটর দিদিমণি আর ক্লাস নিতে পারবেন না, আজকে বলে দিন। তোমরা এতগুলো ছেলে মেয়ে ক্লাস করতে এসে চলে যাচ্ছ, তো স্যার কি করবো, এই চলো চলো বলে স্যার নিয়ে আমাদের সেমিনার রুমে বসালেন। ফিটাস পেলভিস নিয়ে কখন যে আমাদের 1.5 ঘন্টা চলে গেল আমরা বুঝতেই পারলাম না। আর সেই যে স্যার আমাদের হাতে ফিটাস পেলভিস ধরিয়ে দিলেন, আমি আমার ব্যাচমেট সবাই প্রায় ছেলে, প্রফেসর অরুণ কুমার মাঝি, সেই যে ফিটাস পেলভিস হাতে ধরলাম, তারপরে আর ছাড়তে পারিনি। এবং শুনলে অবাক হবেন যে আমাদের ব্যাচে 5 জন গাইনোকোলজিস্ট এখন এমবিএস বা ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন জায়গায় প্রফেসর পোস্টে আছে। স্যারকে একবার ফেলিসিটেশন দেওয়া হলো গত বছর, এবং তাতে আমরা খুব আনন্দ পেলাম। স্যারের কাছে ফেলিসিটেশন নামান্তর মাত্র, ওটাতে কি আসে যায় ওনার কাছে কিছুই না, কিন্তু আমাদের ভিতরের একটা আনন্দ, আমাদের ভিতরে একটা অনুভূতি যে বিওডিএস এর প্ল্যাটফর্মে স্যারকে দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা কিছু একটা সম্মান প্রদর্শন করতে পারলাম, সেইটুকুই। তারপরে তো স্যারের যে নাম, স্যারের যে অবদান এই ইন দ্য ফিল্ড অফ গাইনি অবস্টেটিক্স, বিশেষ করে ইনফার্টিলিটি, সেগুলো বলে স্যারকে তো আমার মতো সামান্য একজন ছাত্র আর ছোট করতে চাই না। শুধু এটুকুনি স্যারকে বলতে চাই, বিশ্বজোড়া পাঠশালা তোমার, সবাই আমরা তোমার ছাত্র। বিওডিএস এর প্রত্যেক সদস্য বৃন্দের তরফ থেকে আমরা ঈশ্বরের কাছে করজোড়ে প্রার্থনা করি, স্যার তুমি দীর্ঘজীবী হও, তোমার অনুপ্রেরণা, তোমার শিক্ষা যুগ যুগ ধরে এই গাইনি অবস্টেটিক্স এর যারা ছাত্র তারা যেন চিরকাল মনে রেখে সামনে এগিয়ে যেতে পারে, এই প্রার্থনা করেই আমি আপনার প্রতি শ্রদ্ধা জ্ঞাপন করে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করি।
চড়ুই ভাতি, বাহ, এটা থেকেও কিন্তু ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন প্রচুর আনন্দ পায় প্রত্যেক বছর। স্যারেরই উদ্যোগে কোথাও না কোথাও আমরা প্রত্যেক বছর যেয়ে থাকি। সেখানে খাওয়া দাওয়া, আনন্দ, গান বাজনা, এবং তার সঙ্গে থাকে স্যার এবং ম্যাডামের নাচও, কিন্তু তাতেও কিন্তু স্যার আমাদের সাথে সমানভাবে অ্যাজ এ ভেরি ইয়াং ম্যান পার্টিসিপেট করেন।
প্রফেসর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী এমন একটা নাম, যেই নামটা উচ্চারণ হলেই এমন একটা মানুষকে চোখের সামনে ভেসে ওঠে, একজন লম্বা, সুদর্শন, ফর্সা এবং পর্যুপরি ইংরাজি থেকে যাকে বলে ডিগনিফাইড একজন ভদ্রলোক। প্রফেসর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী আমার মাস্টারমশাই হয়েন। আমরা প্রাক স্নাতক অর্থাৎ আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট লেভেলে মেডিকেল কলেজে পড়ি, তখন থেকেই তিনি আমার মাস্টারমশাই এবং তার ছত্র ছায়ায় অনেক দূর এগোতে পেরেছি। এই মানুষটি সম্বন্ধে বলতে গেলে প্রথমেই বলি, তার অধ্যাপক হিসাবে, ডাক্তারির চিকিৎসক হিসাবে এবং অধ্যাপক হিসাবে তাকে আমরা কেমন মনে করি। সেই সময় আমাদের স্ত্রীরোগ বিভাগে যে কজন মাস্টারমশাই আমাদের ছিলেন, প্রফেসর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী, প্রফেসর ভবেশ লাহিড়ী, প্রফেসর নগেন রায় চৌধুরী, শ্রীমন্ত ব্যানার্জি এবং উপর্যুপরি যে আমাদের পরপর প্রধানরা ছিলেন, যেমন কৃপা মিত্র এবং দিদি, এ সবাই কিন্তু তাকে বলে এক টিচার। তবে প্রফেসর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তীর এবং ভবেশ লাহিড়ীর পড়ানো সে এক অপূর্ব সুন্দর ব্যাপার। তারা প্রতিটি পয়েন্ট খুব বড় বড় বৃহৎ শক্ত বিষয় এমন সোজাভাবে পড়াতেন, মনে হতো এই কিছুই না। আবার পড়ানো হয়ে গেলে পয়েন্টগুলোকে আবার করে তারা আমাদের মনে করিয়ে দিতেন বা আমাদের সঙ্গে জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ মাধ্যমে সেটা পাকা একদম আমাদের মাথায় ঢুকিয়ে দিতেন। এবং এত সহজ মনে হতো প্রত্যেকটা জিনিস। প্রথমে মনে হচ্ছে বাবা, যেমন একটা অ্যামোনেরিয়া যে চ্যাপ্টারটা আছে, অ্যামনোরিয়া সম্বন্ধে আমাদের মানে যে ঋতু যাতে হয় না, মানে সেই ব্যাপারটা, সেটা ভীষণ কঠিন বলে মনে হতো। কিন্তু বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী যখন পরপর পরপর ছবি দেখিয়ে বা নিজে বলে পয়েন্ট হিসাবে সেটা পড়াতেন, সেটা একদম জলের মতন সোজা হয়ে যেত। এবং সেই বিদ্যাটা নিয়েই কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত ওই অ্যামোনেরিয়া ডায়াগনোসিসটা আমরা সহজেই করতে পারি, অনেক কিছু পরীক্ষা নিরীক্ষা ছাড়াই, শুধু হিস্ট্রি থেকে, ক্লিনিক্যাল এক্সামিনেশন থেকে, আর সেই পড়ানো বা রুগী দেখার মানসিক চিন্তা থেকে আমরা সেটা করতে পারি। আজ এইরকমই প্রফেসর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী একজন মাস্টারমশাই, এবং আজও এই বয়সে ওনার প্রায় 87 বছরের উপর বয়স, কিন্তু এখনো আপনারা দেখছেন যে একইভাবে কোনো একটা বিষয় নিয়ে, গাইনোকোলজি হোক বা সহ আরো আনুষঙ্গিক বিষয়ে যদি একটা কোনো প্রসঙ্গ আসে, তিনি সবাই যা খুশি বলে বলুক, তার উপরন্তু বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী কিছু বলবেন না বা আরো কিছু আমাদের পড়িয়ে দেবেন না, এটা আজ পর্যন্ত কখনো হয়নি। এটা কালকেই একটু প্রমাণ পাওয়া গেছে যে আমাদের বিলেত থেকে যে প্রফেসর এসেছিলেন, AMH সম্পূর্ণ একটা বেশ আধুনিক, এই বেশ কিছুদিন হলো এই হরমোনটার কথা বাজারে এসেছে, সেটা সম্বন্ধে যখন বললেন, স্যার সবসময় ছটফট করছেন যে ওনার বলা শেষ হলে স্যার কি বলবেন, কেননা ওই বিষয়ে ওনার 1 ঘন্টার উপর উনি বলে যেতে পারেন। তো এবং সবচেয়ে মজার কথা হচ্ছে, উনি যখন বলবেন তখন এত সহজ করে বলবেন যে সবারই মনে সেটা গেঁথে যাবে। এটা তার, আমি মাস্টার মশাই হিসাবে বা পড়ানো হিসাবে বললাম। আর তার চিকিৎসার দিকটার তো কোনো তুলনাই নেই। সব রকম স্ত্রীরোগ ডায়াগনোসিস তো আছে, কিন্তু সবাই আমরা জানি তিনি সবসময় নতুন কিছু, বিশেষ করে ইনফার্টিলিটি, অ্যামনোরিয়া, এসব বিষয় নিয়ে তিনি রিসার্চ করে গেছেন এবং সাফল্য লাভ করেছেন, আজও পর্যন্ত আরো এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। তার মধ্যে যেগুলি, এবং এই ব্যাপারে অনেক অপারেশন কিন্তু আমরা স্যারের কাছ থেকে শিখেছি। স্যার সে এখানেই থাকুন, মেডিকেল কলেজেই থাকুন, কি নীলরতনেই থাকুন, কি নর্থ বেঙ্গলেই থাকুন, যখন এই ধরনের একটা কেস, যেমন কারো জরায়ু নেই বা তার অপারেশন,
A very good afternoon. Welcome all to the post-lunch session. So far, I believe that no remembrance of Professor B.N. Chakraborty can complete without any scientific discussion, because of he was the most scientific person I have ever seen in my academic lifestyle. And these presentations is completely Sir's presentations, because when I was doing my FNB at IRM, I used to collect most of the or almost all presentations of Sir, what he has made, what he used to teach us during those days. And in between, a little bit of modifications I have done in the total presentation. We will be discussing the same thing. For my panelist, I would just like to request that it's just like having a class of Professor BNC on RSM or RPL, recurrent pregnancy loss or recurrent spontaneous miscarriage. I have used all presentation, all slides what Sir used to teach us in our FNB days. So I think as we will go on in next 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes time, you will be seeing all of them. So don't worry for that. First of all, I would like to invite my panelist, Dr. Shabnam Parveen. The specification is this, that we all FNBs are the panelists today, and the moderator is also an FNB of Sir. Dr. Shabnam Parveen on the dais, please. Dr. Shobhandev Kalapahar. Dr. Ratnaboli Bhattacharya, I think she is not present here. Dr. Joyita Shamanto. Actually, Joyita Di will be connecting through online. So for the IT people, I would like to request you, please connect her. She will be on screen or also audio visually, Dr. Joyita Shamanto. She is online now and she will be connecting with us. Okay. And Dr. Monica Chetani, Dr. Monica, Dr. Shakshi Gupta. And I would like to request Dr. Shonji Behra. Shonji, you also please come to the stage because Ratnaboli is not here. So we are requesting you to be with us. May we start or we will wait for Joyitadi to be online with us? Okay. We are waiting for 2 or 3 minutes time. Okay.
Hello, I am online.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, can you see me? I can hear you and see the screen, so that's okay. Thank you.
We can see Joyitadi.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide ki tumra debe. Next slide. We are having little bit of technical problems, nothing more on the slideshows. Okay. Well, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So I think lots of words has been done. Everyone has their own experiences about Sir. For me, what I have always believed that he was our guru. and he is immortal. There is no question of thinking that Sir is no more. Sir is with us in our mind, body, soul. He is with us. We have to continue with his legacy. And I feel that who are non-FNBs, they are also coming forward to continue with Sir's legacy. So why not we? We are direct students of Sir, especially is this ART subject or IVF success or infertility subject. We have got the teaching of Professor B.N. Chakraborty. It's a big blessing for us. Once we get something, we can't understand that what big thing we have got. When it passes away, we then realize that what we are missing now. So it's just like we should remember him in our mind and go on doing what he used to do. Means study every day, go on seeing your patient and teach yourself. That was always he used to teach us like that. So we are going to our first question. This is for Shabnam. I think Dr. Shabnam, this is your question. What is recurrent pregnancy loss? Why I put this question? It's a very simple question, but why? Because of Sir used to tell us you have to know the physiology first. Unless you know the physiology properly, you will never be able to understand the pathology. No investigation, no treatment later on. So Sir's every presentation has the physiological part and anatomical part at the beginning. Later on, he goes into the clinical matters. So it's just a simple question. What is recurrent pregnancy loss? The definition.
So historically, recurrent pregnancy loss was defined as 3 or more consecutive losses, spontaneous miscarriages. But currently, all the guidelines, they define recurrent pregnancy loss as 2 or more consecutive or non-consecutive spontaneous miscarriages, excluding ectopic pregnancy or molar pregnancy.
Anyone want to add on to it or want to modify? Anybody else in the panel? I think Joyitadi, do you want to say something regarding the ESRE guidelines on the definition of RPL?
So we in the UK, we mainly follow the RCOG guidelines more than the ESRE. And I know we are waiting for the latest RCOG guideline to come up, maybe later on this year. As of now, we are still investigating recurrent miscarriages after 3 miscarriages. But in future, it will change. It will be made individualized as per whether it is 1, 2, or 3 miscarriages. So as of now, it is 3 consecutive miscarriages is defined as recurrent miscarriage.
And Dr. Shabnam, do you want to categorize the recurrent pregnancy loss, like different types of recurrent pregnancy loss? Do you want to say something?
The different types can be first trimester and second trimester. First trimester is before 12 weeks and second trimester is after 12 weeks. Then it can be categorized as pre-embryonic, embryonic, and fetal. In pre-embryonic, less than 5 weeks, the fetal pole appears. The gestational sac appears, but there is no fetal pole. In case of embryonic, it is from 5 to 10 weeks where the fetal pole appears, but there is no heart rate. And in case of fetal, it is more than 10 weeks of gestation, and there is the disappearance of the fetal heart rate.
Oh, thank you very much. I think we are not wasting any more time. Right now, the ESRE guidelines is telling that more than equal to 2 consecutive pregnancy losses can be regarded as recurrent pregnancy loss. And about the types you have already mentioned, and there is one called preclinical pregnancy loss. That is, you get a urine pregnancy test positive or you get a beta HCG report positive, and there is nothing in the ultrasonography that we have missed. That is a preclinical pregnancy loss. After that, clinical. Among the clinical, pre-embryonic, you have rightly mentioned that less than 5 weeks, empty sac. Then when fetal pole comes 5 to 10 weeks, but no cardiac activity, and another one is less than 10 weeks that cardiac activity came, and then thereafter it vanished. And the others are mid-trimester between 12 to 20 weeks. Well,
Didi,
next question. Yes.
Didi, one is primary RPL and secondary RPL. When there is a interspersed with the one live birth, it is called secondary RPL. And when there is a no live birth, it is a primary RPL.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, true. What are the causes of RPL? This is a straightforward question to Dr. Shakshi. Shakshi, what do you think? What are the causes?
So if we categorize the cause according to the trimester, mostly in the first trimester, it is the chromosomal, the genetic cause is important. And in the second, we can, it is mostly because of the structural defects in the uterus, like a septum or a unicornate uterus. Apart from all this, if we consider the general causes, it can be because of hemophilic, the thrombophilias. Then you have a borderline thyroid or a borderline prolactin.
Means endocrinological causes.
To be more specific,
yes.
endocrinal, and then it can be secondary to some infections like the torch infection panel, the cytomegalovirus, the active
Here
infection.
I am differing little bit. It's to Dr. Behera. Do you think torch is really responsible for RSM, recurrent spontaneous miscarriages? Specifically torch or?
No.
Yeah.
Actually, infective causes are morely sporadic. A singleton pregnancy loss or like that. After that, most of viral or everything, there will be immunology will be developed in immunoglobulin G. Mostly they will cause sporadic miscarriages.
Yeah,
not
that's what's the thing. That's when we are thinking about infection, it's more on sporadic. For recurrent cases, you can get a panel of reports like IgG positive, CMV positive, then rubella positive and all. But per se torch is causing recurrent spontaneous miscarriages rarely to get. Among the any other causes you would like to mention, Shakshi?
At the moment, some few unexplained, you always have an unexplained
Yeah,
section.
absolutely. Absolutely. 30 to 50% cases we can get idiopathic or unexplained variety. Okay, thank you very much. So next is the case presentation. The case presentation we will start with, I think, Dr. Monica, we will start with you. Mrs. Bina Bor, a 33 years old lady, has 4 recurrent miscarriages, para 0+4, all between 6 to 8 weeks. No fetal heartbeat every time. USG has been done. There was a GSAC, a small fetal port, but no fetal heartbeat whenever it's been seen. Investigation so far done has been showing AMH 1.4, APLA and lupus negative, CMV IgG positive and rubella IgG positive. No more investigation reports are available. Only this much you are having. About thyroid, we don't know the status. A report of 2 to 3 years back, it is showing normal report. So how are you going to manage the case? We will go to everyone almost.
I would like to do karyotype of couple.
Okay.
Mostly it is, it may be due to chromosomal cause because it is the early miscarriage.
Okay.
All are the early miscarriages. And blood group, blood sugar, we have to check. Thyroid, as you are saying, the reports are normal. Then we can start with the preconceptional aspirin, and whenever the UPT is positive, we should start with the low dose of heparin.
No, that is the treatment part. I am just asking you investigation. So how would you like to know what could be the factor? Means there are subsequent 4 miscarriages every time between 8 weeks and no heartbeat. Just to get the 2 lines, means UPT is positive. After that, whenever you used to go to the doctor, 6 weeks you see a sac is there, maybe a little bit of pole, and 7 to 8 weeks whenever coming, it's nothing. If you follow after 2 weeks, again there is no heartbeat. Every time the same history is getting repeated.
Yeah, then we have to do.
You have told about the genetic factor.
Genetic factor.
And anything more you would like to do? You have talked about the hormonal factors also. You have asked, told about the blood sugar level and hormone levels and all. Anything more you would like to do, or do you like to think that this may be the cause?
These are the only causes which can happen.
Okay, okay. You would like to do any other investigations? The Shakshi wants to say something.
See, since the AMH over here, she's a 33-year-old lady and the AMH is 1.4, which is actually less than 2, which we consider as the normal cutoff. So let's look at the FSH and LH and look at the quality of the oocytes that she's carrying.
Absolutely true. And I would like to pass on to Dr. Joyita Shamanto. Joyita Di, your opinion. What else you would like to do and what are you thinking about it?
Yeah, so there are some routine investigations that might add, like vitamin D. Now, vitamin D levels have been recommended in the ESHRE guidelines that you were talking about, and that we are finding a lot of women with recurrent miscarriage who are having low levels of vitamin D. But irrespective of the levels, we should think of that. The other important thing is that I would always do a 2-dimensional TVS scan for everybody with recurrent miscarriage. And if there is a doubt in any of the cavity problems like any congenital anomalies, then they would qualify for a 3D ultrasound or if needed a hysteroscopy, because early pregnancy losses at this time is sometimes very typical of a septate uterus.
Anything on male factor? Anybody is thinking about anything? Sanjeev, yes. Male factor, do anyone has any doubts that there could be a sperm factor involved into this case?
Definitely. Here also the male factor, there is no mention about the semen analysis. If the semen analysis is okay enough, I may recommend DFI test also.
Sperm DNA fragmentation
Yes,
test.
yes, ma'am.
What will be your cutoff?
And again, ma'am, regarding first trimester loss also, serum prolactin and TSS I would recommend.
Also, you would like to do.
Yes,
You'd
for
like
my
to add on
personal
with sperm DNA fragmentation test, prolactin and
thyroid.
Thyroid.
TSS.
Didi has mentioned about vitamin D3 and hysteroscopy, which is a must. So if we go on doing all these things, we are missing one important point where sir used to tell, that is homocysteine. Sir was very fond of, and protein C and S. One of my sir also, Dr. Gautam Khastagiri is sitting here. Sir is a fond of protein C and S study. He used to also tell that you must see the coagulation factor also. This is one point. I am not talking about typical APLA. I'm not talking about, but these are the factors also. Anyone had the opinion to do the menstrual blood for TB PCR? I'm not talking about DNA only, but for Pactic culture. Since Madam from Patna is here with us, ma'am, your opinion on Bactic culture specially, you have a vast experience on that. To microphone.
But generally, that won't lead to recurrent pregnancy loss with the, with the profile that you are giving, 6 to 8 weeks, and every time, like, it's a blighted ovum, right, or anembryonic pregnancy. Or can you see the fetus, or you said
it was very difficult to see the fetus.
Yeah.
As you see the sac, and after 2 weeks, when you ask the patient, there is a small echogenic area, and you can't see the fetal heartbeat. Another 2 weeks you follow, fetal heartbeat didn't get. It shrinks, the sac shrinks. That is every time.
That's another thing, like, I do for, secondary infertility or infertility patients, like hysteroscopy, DNC and all that. But in this case, with
you are not
RPL,
thinking in that line.
yeah.
Okay.
I
Fair
mean,
enough.
the male factor, actually, I was thinking first, when you were mentioning the other things. So male factor, I mean.
You are in favor of.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you the clue, what we got in this patient. The husband karyotype, we found out this report in husband's karyotype, it was 46XY, 1 heterochromatin long arm QH, 9 QH plus and 22 PS plus. So we got this in the male karyotype in this particular case. Now my question is, do you think this is the only cause that every time she was having recurrent spontaneous pregnancy loss, and how do you going to treat the patient? That's a question to, who would like to take the question? Behra, you can tell. At the end of this question, I will take opinion from Dr. Nalini Gupta, because she was our teacher of genetics at IRM. At the end of this question.
According to data, even after more than 3 losses, there is a chances of a successful delivery, successful live birth. It's around more than 60%, more than 70%. So it's not only cause to go for a donor semen or like that. According to it's my personal opinion.
Dr. Kalapahad, anything else you would like to add?
We counsel them that there is a chance of repetition is high, though high, but there is a chance of live birth is also there. So we can carry on for the 5th time of pregnancy continuation. And also there is a provision of doing the gamete genetic screening. But there is a less evidence for the recurrent pregnancy loss to do this PGD or PGS for that. So they can try with these genetic reports with the chance that there is the miscarriage chance is high, but the chance of live birth is also good.
Okay, Joyitadi, do you think that anything like PGD can help in PGD-A or PGD-M, whatever you think, can help us in this case?
Yes,
How
so currently the PGTA guidelines as told by the HFEA website, which any of you can say, the Human Fertilization Embryology Authority, they are saying that PGTA is like a red light. It does not have any evidence for good prognosis young patients, and it does not improve cumulative birth rates. But definitely they have also said that if you look at a particular subgroup of patients and for which there are lots of upcoming evidence. There was recently a study from Kent by Professor Darren that if we are concentrating PGT on these subgroup of patients with recurrent miscarriage and recurrent pregnancy loss or recurrent implantation failure, there is definitely a role of PGTA where we can choose which embryo to implant to make the couple conceive quickly and have a live birth quicker than going through the trauma of repeated miscarriages. So yes, I would advise, but first I will send them for genetic counseling before going in for the next cycle with or without PGTA. The risks and benefits always needs to be discussed with the couple, and only if they are accepting, we will go ahead, yes.
Thank you very much. Only the last opinion from Nalini, Dr. Nalini Gupta.
Hello. See, when we see an aborted fetus chromosomes, we find that in 60% of the aborted material, we find some sort of chromosomal abnormality. I have seen more than 2,000 or 3,000 cases in such. And in most of the cases, you will find that it's a male fetus. Because female fetus has 2 chromosomes, X chromosomes, so their ability to survive is much more better than male fetus. This is my observation. And what we had seen that normally what we get in chromosomal report is either numerical abnormality or structural abnormality. But in our institute and with Sir's observation, we have seen that there is a satellite association between D and G group chromosomes. Because these chromosomes have satellite DNA on P arm. And when this breaks, it becomes sticky. And this, due to the stickiness, it attaches to the other D or G group chromosomes. This, during cell division, it goes to one pole and forms an abnormal gamete. And we have found the remedy of this also, of course, Sir has found. And we used to give low dose of aspirin to whosoever was affected by doing the chromosomal. We could find out that it is, they have satellite association. And if it is more than 7 to 8%, Sirs, we see the satellite association is quite significant. And low dose of aspirin, it helps in removing that satellite association and giving a successful pregnancy. And we have got many cases where everything failed, but this worked. Similarly, even a telomeric association, where telomere gets detached and then it becomes sticky. So the other chromosomes also, it gets attached and forms a string of chromosomes. Now this also, but this is not, we treated them with aspirin also, but it doesn't work. So in such case, in this case, we cannot say anything. It can be accidentally okay, or
that means the unanimous opinion is that we go for a genetic counseling session. Yeah. We will give another one more chance. What Sir used to tell, give another one chance. You try on your own. As Shobundev was telling, we will ask the patient to try on your own. If succeeded, then we will give the cocktail protocols. Just like we are giving aspirin, LMWH, sometimes heparin with progesterone and all these things. And we will see that whether we can come out with the 6 to 8 weeks phase. Once we transcend that, then we can continue with the pregnancy.
So it is usually commercial labs don't see this association and telomeric association or satellite association. So this is very important factor in looking for any chromosome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nalindi. We'll be going to our next question. Yeah, this is a straightforward question to Dr. Shabnam. I think Shabnam, we would take up with that. Rajanna Patra, a 29 years old lady, para 0+5. Between 8 to 10 weeks. TSH normal, AMH value 2.4. Antiphospholipid antibody and lupus negative, torch otherwise normal, a few IgG positive reports, karyotype already done and the report is showing normal. How are you going to manage the case?
So usually we see
It's
that
more towards going for an unexplained RSM. It's going towards unexplained RSM.
Yes. So usually we see that uterine abnormalities, they present as second trimester miscarriages, but still we should go for a uterine anatomy assessment before.
Just like Dr. Jaita was telling,
Yes.
we would like to go for a hysteroscopy, even if it is 8 to 10
Yeah,
weeks. we'd like to
initially a
see.
2D TVS, and then if we see any abnormalities, then go for a 3D TVS or hysteroscopy.
Okay.
And if we find that everything is normal, then we can designate it as unexplained RPL.
So would you like to do something on endometrial receptivity study? Do you think endometrial receptivity has got a role on this type of cases?
Actually, sir had done a lot of research on this. So there is a role, but evidence is insufficient for us to routinely recommend any tests or any molecular markers which can diagnose endometrial receptivity abnormalities in RSM.
Okay, Dr. Sanjeev, I want to say something.
Actually, in this case, it has not much more role. Endometrial receptivity has not much more role, because as far as recurrent implantation failure is concerned, it has much more role. But in this case, the patient is having pregnancy every time, and there is miscarriage 8 to 10 weeks of gestation. So in this case, it has not much more role as per me.
Any opinion from
Didi?
Shobhandev?
Sanjeev rightly said, endometrial receptivity mainly responsible for the recurrent implantation failure. In endometrial receptivity defect mainly lead to the recurrent implantation failure. But Sir has postulated that in his 4th volume, the quality and depth of implantation is important for continuation of a pregnancy. Because above the basement membrane during implantation, the changes due to some adhesion molecules, some apposition molecules, and the remodeling after the implantations, vascularization, and due to some enzymes, matrix metalloproteinases, and all the coagulase enzyme, that is also important for continuation of the pregnancy and quality of implantation. If the implantation is very superficial, that can lead to the spontaneous miscarriage, or if it is very deep and there is deficiency of the inhibitor of these enzymes, that can lead to the complications in later half. So depth and quality of implantation in molecular level and also in the vascular level is also important for continuation of pregnancy, and deficiency of that can lead to the unexplained recurrent spontaneous miscarriages.
Thank you very much. I'm just sharing 3 or more slides which has been actually prepared by Professor BNC. He used to teach us that impaired immunoregulatory atmosphere on endometrium, which actually hampers the endometrial receptivity, which leads to an altered embryo endometrial crosstalk, leading to an improper implantation. Sometimes it could be the cause of recurrent spontaneous miscarriage. This was one of his sir's favorite slides, where he used to teach when there is an implantation, during the window of implantation, estrogen stimulates and progesterone activates few molecules. Among them, physiological is the pinopodes, biochemical are the adhesion molecules, immunomodulatory are the cytokines and NK cells, and the genetic expressions was HOXA10 gene and trophonin. They made the endometrium receptives, and it happens generally between the 7th and 9th post-ovulation day, and which has a great role in preventing recurrent spontaneous miscarriages. So implantation is the biomarkers interplay. It causes apposition, adhesion, and invasion, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Shobhandev Kalapahar, that pinopode causes apposition, adhesion by integrin, L-selectins, and invasion by cytokines, LIF. There I would like to mention and share with you all, in the year of 2010, we had a publication in Fertility Sterility. Me and Dr. Sheta, I don't know Sheta has already left or not, maybe she has left. Dr. Sheta Rajani, we presented this paper at ASRM 2010. Our work was that abnormal pinopode and cytokine expression affects the endometrial receptivity, and it could be a cause in case of idiopathic recurrent miscarriages. And these are the pictures we got from the help of IIT Kharagpur. I think madam is here. Dr. Koel madam is with us. Thank you, madam, for being with us. We used to collect the picture from ma'am's lab, and sir has a beautiful connections and as a collaboration with IIT Kharagpur lab, where you used to send the samples of endometrium on 7th or 9th post-ovulatory day. There they used to see this under electron microscopy. And our work was that just to assess whether it is quantitative or qualitative involvement of the pinopores. We came out with the conclusion that if there is a quantitative and less than 20% of pinopore expressed in the endometrium, if the embryo plans to implant over there, there will be a complete failure or RSM can happen. But if the embryo is implanted in a better area where there is more than 50% expression of pinopores are there, you can avoid a recurrent pregnancy loss or a recurrent implantation failure. Well, so pinopores were, and also significantly pinopores were progesterone dependent molecules. Well, we come up with the next set of questions. How could immunological factors affect RSM or RPL, or rather the role of progesterone in the treatment of RPL? Most of the time unexplained in miscarriages, we used to write down progesterone. Either in intramuscular, we are giving vaginal or orally, any mode. So what is the role of immunological factors in affecting RSM and role of progesterone? This is going to Dr. Monica. Monica, please.
Progesterone, there are two types of cells, Th1 and Th2 cells. Th2 cells help in the continuation of the pregnancy, and Th1, they try to eliminate the pregnancy. Progesterone increases in the expression of Th2 cells. That's why we need to give progesterone. In sometimes in unexplained infertility, there are decreased expression of Th2 cells. When we give progesterone, there is increase in the Th2 cells, and it helps in the continuation of the pregnancy.
Dr. Joyita Shamanto, Joyita ji, would like to highlight something on this immunological factor?
Yes, so there is, as of now, the bottom line is there is no evidence that immunological factors or modification of any of them is actually helping with recurrent miscarriage, but there is a lot of interesting ongoing research in the UK now. And I am really surprised that when I did my FNB, that was 10 years ago, even then BNC sir used to teach us these. And when I came here, I was totally aware that these immunological factors are there. And we were taught these so long ago, and sir was so far ahead of his times. So one of the main things that we come across is the incidence of natural killer cells. Apart from these Th1, Th2 cytokines that you're telling, there is a lot of research going on over natural killer cells, peripheral versus uterine endometrial natural killer cells. And research has shown that increased natural killer cells is one of the responsible factors for recurrent miscarriage. Now, how do we treat it? Again, going back to all the therapeutic measures, the research has not shown that the addition of prednisolone in the form of steroids actually leads to a significant improvement of recurrent miscarriage. So the theory is absence of corticosteroid help leads to reduction of these molecules in the endometrium, and probably just replenishing them with prednisolone may help. So based on this, we have now started prescribing prednisolone to all idiopathic recurrent miscarriages. That is currently outside of RCOG guideline, but only from a tertiary center from like ours, with full counseling to the patient about the side effects and problems of prednisolone in early pregnancy and in the future. But there are some early good things that are being shown. One is prednisolone, and the other one new molecule that we have started is also hydroxychloroquine. And both of these are supposed to be immunomodulatory, specifically against NK cells or cytokines.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, what sir used to teach us that there is something called Th1 versus Th2 bias.
Yeah.
If you want to continue with the pregnancy, you have to convert to Th1 to Th2 bias. It's a kind of Th2 is undertaking it, and their pregnancy is getting continued. What progesterone do? Progesterone increases the expression of HOXA10 gene. By this, it causes NK cell recruitment and differentiation. Trophoblast, HLA-G expressions and PIBF and Th2 cytokine production. Th2 cytokine production in one hand will cause inhibition of NK activity. What Jyoti was telling, that NK cells are depressed. Once NK cells are suppressed or depressed, it will actually improve the endometrial receptivity. Endometrium will become normal and there will be good growth, good development, and we can avoid the RSM. Well, thank you very much. We will be going to our next slides. I'm taking a little bit of time because of the mode of presentation I'm changing. Well. So to correct the insufficient progesterone, thereby facilitate normal endometrial receptivity and normalize the immune response. So this could be the rationale. Our third question goes straight forward to Dr. Shakshi. Shakshi, Mrs. Rama Mandal, 34 years old lady, para 0+2. Look into the history. First pregnancy was a loss at 16 to 18 weeks, and second was by 12 to 14 weeks. The thyroid was normal, and AMH value showing 2.4. Antiphospholipid antibody and lupus are all within the normal range. And we are doing a screen sharing because yes, this question. Okay. So torch values were within normal limit, karyotype normal. For this case, I would like to proceed. What do you think could be the cause?
Both the losses are in the second trimester mostly.
Yes, it's a second trimester.
So the uterine structural anomaly will be the first thing that comes in my mind. I'll take the patient up for a hysteroscopy, or rather a combined laparoscopy with hysteroscopy, to completely assess whether there is any structural defect in the uterus, like whether it is a biconjugate, uniconjugate, or do we have a septum? Because see, the second pregnancy loss is at 12 to 14 weeks when there is a luteplacental shift. So if the placenta forms on the septum, there is decrease in the vascularity, and that is the point where we get missed abortion in cases of septal the uterus
implantation, septal implantation.
Septal implantation can happen. So the best possible way to go for this case is to do a diagnostic hysteroscopy and look for reasons and take it from there onwards.
Anything more? Any other cause? Do you think, Dr. Sanjeev? Anything you think? Monica. Okay, Monica. You
cervical incompetence.
You may think about, because it's decreasing. The time is decreasing, and I haven't mentioned one thing, that is the typical history. I haven't mentioned that could have been helping you, just like there was painless kind of a sudden rupture of membrane and it comes out. If suppose we are going with first thing is already, it's not working. First part is already been covered by Shakshi, that we are going to go for a hysterolaparoscopy. We would like to see whether it's septum or bicornuate or anything else. For cervical incompetency, what would be your approach? Monica, since you were talking about cervical incompetency could be a cause, how would you like to do the case? Approach, whether before conception you would like to do something, would investigate or give the treatment, or after conception? What?
Before conception, we should do 2D ultrasound followed by 3D ultrasound. In that, we can diagnose about the septum, bicornuate or unicornuate uterus. And for cervical incompetence, we can do a dilator. We can pass the dilator.
Are you going to really do it in your practice, or you would like to do something else? I'm asking you a practical question. This first part is already, first part is covered by Shakshi, that we are going to do a hysterolaparoscopy. That is over. Suppose you are dealing with this case and you found out with everything is normal and you are suspecting it's a case of cervical incompetence. What you are going to do? Do you want to do something before conception, or will ask the patient to conceive, and after that you would like to do a TVS by 10 to 12?
Cervical NSAR class can be done, preconceptional.
Preconception you would like to do what?
NSAR class, laparoscopic cervical.
Laparoscopic NSAR class you would like to do. And anyone wants to differ from them?
Yes.
No, we used to allow them to take conceive again, and we will follow up in antenatal period the cervical length and internal os diameter. If it is less than 2.5 centimeter, then we will give the surgeries at 12 to 14 weeks or 16 weeks.
Means you would like to go ahead? Let's have another pregnancy, and after that you are doing the TVS or transabdominal, and accordingly you are planning.
Yes.
I would like to ask Dr. Joyita. Joyita, what is your opinion? Would you like to give a stitch, or you would like to just rely on progesterone and a patient you want to live a sedentary lifestyle to the patient, take rest and give progesterone, loaded progesterone according to the evidences. What is your opinion?
So anybody with recurrent miscarriage, more than 35 years with 2 miscarriages will get progesterone anyways. Progesterone till up to 12 to 14 weeks. And then because she has got mid-trimester miscarriage, she will get transvaginal cervical surveillance from 16 weeks onwards. 16 weeks onwards, if the surveillance carries on, it carries on till 28 weeks. That is approximately, we are well into the viability. If within that time, at any point, we are seeing cervical length is shortening, then we go for rescue cerclage. Rescue cerclage, if it is not working and the patient miscarriages despite that, only in the next pregnancies, we think of a very early cerclage or a cerclage outside of pregnancy. Cerclage outside of pregnancy is not the first line.
Well, okay. Before concluding, I would like to ask, sir, Dr. Gautam Kasturi, sir, please, your opinion, because you used to give laparoscopic cerclage before conception. One opinion from you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shuli. Basically, what happens is, let me go one step behind to say why I'm saying this. When I came back from UK, I went and met Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, and he told me that he gives cervical encerclage as a routine with all twin pregnancies.
Yes, yes.
So I asked,
absolutely.
sir, why are you doing this? Because that it's not uniformly practiced. So he said to me that, Gautam, we work in a circumstances where patients come from Alipurduar, sometimes from Sundarban. So it is very difficult to monitor all these patients. So we have to sometimes do things which are not written in the textbooks. And we develop our experience. We try to publish it, but it's very difficult to do randomized control trials. So it is very difficult to publish as well. Sir has done so many publications, but it could have been 10 times more if they realized in what circumstances we work. Now, similarly, what happens is when we see these patients, you have to monitor them very regularly every 2 weeks to measure the cervical length. So in my opinion, in my personal opinion, the laparoscopic encerclage is a very simple procedure.
Preconception, you are talking about. Okay.
I'm talking about preconception. And if they have such history and if they do not come for preconception, I prophylactically give them stitch at 14 weeks.
Okay.
Because by giving this stitch, we are not increasing their risk of miscarriage.
Along with progesterone support.
Along with
progesterone
between
support.
14 to 16 weeks, I normally give, if there is a history of second trimester miscarriage, I'm not saying measuring the cervical length and giving progesterone is not adequate. It may be adequate, but odhikantu no doshayo.
Well,
if you do the stage, now there have been some patients who refused the stage and they continued the pregnancy.
And may land up in a PTL at 22 weeks. Preterm love.
This is what I'm trying to say. And some of them came and told me, yes, sir, you wanted me to have the stage. Look, I didn't have the stage. I went to a different obstetrician.
Yes.
And I've got a good baby. That is one side. And the other side is, until in the last 21 years, I had one patient for whom, after doing the stage in 2 weeks' time, she developed infection and she had a miscarriage. And this was a very educated patient with PhD. And she came and told me, if I didn't have the stage, perhaps my pregnancy would have been. So this is my frank confession, but I still believe doing things prophylactically actually doesn't harm the patient when there is an increased risk. Unless your patient is happy to come every 2 weeks and have the length measured. But in my personal opinion, I've seen patients who had normal cervical length just 3 days back and came with bulging membrane.
Yes.
Just a couple of weeks back, it happened to one of my patients, and we gave them a rescued encerclage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One from yes, Joyitadi. Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Gautam. I just wanted to add one little point there, Gautam, if that's okay. These patients who sometimes refuse, it's very hard to actually convince patients. And then if they refuse, sometimes there is a new something that has come up now that's called an Arabin pessary. I don't know if you have heard about it. And that is sort of like a small cervical cap-like thing, which on top of the progesterone can also sometimes help in keeping the cervix closed. So I don't know, there is a trial ongoing called the Stop It trial here, in which an Arabin pessary may sometimes be useful in multiple pregnancies, where the cervical cerclage has not shown to be of much benefit. Just wanted to add that information if anybody is interested to know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And Shangomitra Di, you used to measure the cervical length, the internal os diameter and the length of cervix during the 12 week, 10, even from 10 weeks you used to touch. Just your experience. Didi will share. Please pass on the microphone to her.
Yes, we measure, and sir used to insist that we measure, especially with IVF pregnancies. So when less than 2.5 or even 2.5, sir used to proceed with the insert.
And the diameter, anything you would like to say about the
yes,
diameter?
Diameter, if it is more than 10
millimeter,
yes, then also sir used to say, give a encirclage. Sir used to insist.
Thank you very much. So it's been a great learning and recapitulations. One question I will go a little bit later on, a role of infection, because one thing Dr. Gautam Khastagiri was telling, we have given the cerclage and after 2 weeks patient had a fresh UTI or a vaginal infection, suppose bacterial vaginosis or something else like that. And there happened to be a miscarriage and the blame comes to the stitch. We will go to this point. Before that, one single question, how endocrinological factor affects RPL and how are you going to treat this? This is for Shabnam. Shabnam, you would like to take the question?
Yes.
It's a simple one.
So the various endocrinological factors which may cause RPL could be hypothyroidism, like clinical hypothyroidism, or diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. So we need to investigate these preconception. If there is a history of RPL, we can go for fasting blood sugar, HbA1c, TSH. It's controversial whether we should go for anti-TPO antibodies or not. The ESHRE guidelines is saying that we should be doing an anti-TPO antibody, but the other RCOG and ASRM guidelines, they do not recommend it. Other than that, there are other causes like luteal phase insufficiency and hyperprolactinemia.
Since you are talking about luteal phase, how to diagnose luteal phase?
So it is difficult to diagnose luteal phase insufficiency. We can do a luteal phase progesterone level, but then since the progesterone levels usually have a trough, and so it is difficult to diagnose it through one measurement. So sometimes 3 measurements may be taken. And another way of diagnosing it is endometrial biopsy, but biopsy, it is a traditional method, but it is not standardized. So through that, we cannot
say it properly.
diagnose. Yeah.
Dr. Kalapahar, would like to add on something on luteal phase defect, its role and treatment, how would like to treat it?
There is whether this luteal phase defect or insufficiency is there is a controversy. There is insufficient evidence that luteal phase defect is there, except the stimulated cycles. And role of luteal phase defect in recurrent pregnancy loss is also controversial, but progesterone has a definite role to reduce these luteal phase deficiency by immunomodulatory effect, and also it increase or strengthen the implantation by progesterone induced blocking factor production, and also that TH1 to TH2 bias changes, and that progesterone by giving oral or vaginal load progesterone, oral digosteron or vaginal load progesterone is more preferential, as the local concentration is 30 times higher than the oral progesterone, and also it is sometimes convenient to take by this. And oral progesterone, the viability is more less in oral progesterone. And here one study from the IRM, there is a comparable efficacy of viability of digosteron versus the vaginal progesterone in luteal phase support up to 12 weeks of pregnancy.
Thank you. Shakshi, Dr. Shakshi, what progesterone do we want to use and route?
See, regarding the, let's first take up the route. Regarding the route of administration, things are very clear now. We all prefer using either vaginal or the intramuscular one. Oral is, I mean, it is not used usually. No, it's not preferred. And we have our reasons of doing this. Vaginal, we all know it's the bioavailability is more because of the countercurrent mechanism that goes around the uterus. And of course, the IM route is the best one because the level of progesterone in the blood is maintained in a sustained way, in a steady way. However, it has its own side effects of the inconvenience to the patient and abscess and stuff. So at the moment, the vaginal route is the best one. And
dose, just mention the dose.
The dose is usually it is around anything between 600, 800 to 1200. It has,
when you were given in the capsule form.
Capsule
yeah,
form, yeah, of
yeah,
course.
capsule form 600.
600 to 800. Some people prefer giving
Some-
200 TDS. Some will prefer giving 400 twice daily.
About the gel?
See, gel is something in my practice. I am not very used to using gel because
progesterone gel.
Gel is, of
8%
course,
gel.
it is an accepted form of administration of progesterone. But I'm not very comfortable with using gel. Not very
And an
comfortable.
expert opinion from Dr. Joyita Samanto, the mode of progesterone and the dose.
So
Your
there
opinion,
are
please.
various options, and I think all the preparations are here available in the UK, whether it is Crinon gel. But as a standard on the NHS, we use Cyclogest, that is the pessary, 400 BD. And now we have also started adding an injection that intramuscular or sorry, not intramuscular, the micronized progesterone called Lubion subcutaneous as an OD dose. There are some studies which says that you can measure the level of progesterone on the day of embryo transfer when you have already started progesterone from the day of egg collection. And if the level of progesterone is less than 10 on the day of embryo transfer, 10 nanograms per ml, then you can add on the parenteral progesterone as well on top of the pessary. But it's 400 microgram BD as of now.
Joyita, are you going to measure the blood progesterone level on the day of, means 5 days before the embryo transfer in FET cycles? Like when you have seen the endometrium is already 8 millimeters, suppose trilayered isoechoic, things are all fine. You would like to see the P4 before adding the progesterone?
So add the P4.
Transfer?
No, add
Is
the P4. You
there
are adding
criteria?
P4 and then bringing them back on the day of embryo transfer. That is your day 5 transfer. So patient has already had 5 days. That is when you measure and you see whether your pessary or whatever you're using PV is working enough or not. If on the day of embryo transfer it is less than 10, then you can add on. But again, this is not a routine practice. It is only done for some people with recurrent implantation failure.
And doctor, yes,
I would like to
Shakshi.
add something over here. Regarding the measurement of progesterone, when it should be measured, if it is a stimulated cycle and we are planning a fresh embryo transfer, we definitely have to measure
On OPU, day of OPU.
on the day
Yes,
of,
yes.
yeah.
What would be your cutoff? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Microphone, please. To microphone. Yeah, I will come. I will come, ma'am. I will come.
Because, I mean, when we all say, vaginal
Yes.
and this, that, but so much has been going on about dihydrogesterone.
And
So I was
dihydrogesterone was
wondering-
Sir's favorite
Yeah,
molecule.
so-
Sir's favorite molecule.
And 10 milligrams 3 times a day.
Yes.
So, with, sometimes when the sponsors are, like Abbott and all, we mostly talk about dihydrogesterone. So I wanted even Dr. Kastani's opinion regarding.
So whether we
oral
can give only dihydrogesterone or another support with that.
As a support, most of us are using it as a support. We do not have, we still, the IVF specialists, we have not shifted entirely to dihydrogesterone. We are still stuck with micronized progesterone. And as an add-on, we are using dihydrogesterone.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there is enough evidence now to say that dihydrogesterone is equally effective
Equally
as vaginal
effective, absolutely.
progesterone. It is equally, but I've said this several times, when you're working in a private sector, it is very difficult to change your own
Yes,
practice.
yes.
We have seen
Absolutely.
this with agonist cycle, very few people initially went to antagonist. Similarly, but there is enough evidence. So what we do, we maintain our vaginal because we have been using it. Now, those patients who are complaining, they are having vaginal rash, discomfort, we use it dihydrogesterone. And I totally agree with Dr. Shakshi as well that there is perhaps role of combined. There is yet to be one study having 3 arms, 1 arm dihydrogesterone, 1 arm vaginal progesterone, and 1 arm having a combination of both. And in addition to that, what Dr. Joyita has said, perhaps in some patients we have to give intramuscular progesterone on the day of egg collection and maybe 3 days after that egg collection, because initial progesterone level may not be achieved with the transvaginal route. And
Yes.
in Indian scenario, when women are inserting it, some of them are not inserting it properly.
And not maintaining the hygiene properly also.
Absolutely, absolutely. So dydrogesterone has a great role to play. It is not supporting any pharmaceutical. In Sir's memorial, it will be unjust not to support dydrogesterone because
Now,
Sir has
I have
published-
just mentioned there was a publication by Sir 2005. There we have expressed that there was a comparable result in the RCTs with dydrogesterone and vaginal micronized fluid. There was a Sir's publication in 2005. As Dr. Progra was also mentioned. Yes. So we are concluding that no evidence to support routine use of progesterone to prevent miscarriage in early or mid, but benefit in women with recurrent miscarriage has been proved. These all has already been discussed. So I'm going on. RPL is definitely distressing with no identifiable cause in over 50% cases. APS is a known and treatable cause. Aspirin and LMWH improves live birth rate by 80%. Uterine septum and synecdoche can be treated hysteroscopically with good outcome, and inherited thrombophilias seen in unexplained RPL may be of benefit. Progesterone for largely unexplained losses, but counseling, care, comfort, and cessation of smoking are the important issues. Last questions, almost last one, but last. How are you going to handle other endocrine factors and APLA? Sometimes you don't get a report of APLA positive, but you are treating on the line of APLA. This is a question to Dr. Sanjeev Behera.
If there is a definite endocrinal disorder, then we will treat according to the cause. And if there is APLA syndrome, then we should give low dose aspirin 75 and low molecular weight heparin.
Anything extra? Dr. Kalapahar, you would like to, or Dr. Monica? You are not speaking for a pretty long time, Monica.
Dr. Behera mentioned about aspirin. It should be given preconceptional. One thing, it is very important.
Okay. Preconceptional means from when you would like to start. And which mode, which dose, which one?
Preconceptional means whenever the patient is coming with the history of the RPL, we can start with the aspirin 75 milligram OD dose.
Along with folic acid and all.
Along with folic acid, definitely. And about low molecular weight heparin, previously it was said that we should give low molecular weight heparin when the heartbeat comes. But now the recommendation has changed. It should be given whenever the UPT is positive. As soon as, and the dose is 40 to 60 milligram daily subcutaneous injection for low molecular weight heparin. We should give this. And
About heparin 5000 IU or like that. Do anyone has having any experience or any opinion? Joyitadi,
Yes.
in case of suppose you get an unexplained infertility case and we are giving the cocktail treatment like everything aspirin 75 or 150 along with low molecular weight heparin 40 IU or 60 IU, still there was a mixed case. Next time, would you like to give add-on with 5000 heparin? Not low molecular weight, raw heparin 5000
The
IU?
real heparin. No, usually we give just the low molecular weight, either Clexane or dalteparin. But just wanted to share, obviously when I practiced in India, I absolutely did whatever you people are discussing. So there is no opposing in that. I am just sharing the little differences that I have noticed here now. Aspirin, there has been new evidence that aspirin should not be started before 6 weeks. So aspirin now we start only once we have confirmed heartbeat. Whereas heparin in the low molecular weight form, we start from the day of embryo transfer. And now there is something called a quad therapy in all these unexplained recurrent miscarriages. Again, the evidence is pending, but again, in a research scenario in a tertiary center, we do prescribe quad therapy to some patients with proper counseling. And quad therapy is prednisolone, aspirin, low molecular weight, and heparin, low molecular weight and progesterone. So that is quad therapy plus minus hydroxychloroquine. So we don't give HCG or the real heparin injection.
Prednisolone. You are giving prednisolone 5 milligram once daily?
10 milligrams
10
and
milligram.
hydroxychloroquine 200 till around 20 weeks.
Okay. Any experience, Dr. Kalapahar, about this prednisolone and
HCQ?
No experience, but regarding the 5,000 that you are telling,
Yeah.
we also used to use the unvaccinated heparin, 5,000 in first trimester, 7,500 in second trimester, and like that, and 10,000 after that, is comparable to the low molecular heparin, that is dalteparin. But advantage of this, there is less chance of heparin-induced thrombocytopenia or heparin-induced the osteoporosis in case of low molecular heparin. But in prophylactic use of these heparins, in both in unvaccinated heparin and low molecular heparin, there is no need to monitor the APTT or like that. But this heparin we used to use only in the proven Apla syndrome. Also, we have seen in unexplained spontaneous recurrent miscarriages where the anticardiolipin antibody or lupus nephritis is negative, SAR used to give this low molecular heparin and continue that, and the result was very okay with this treatment.
Up to 34 weeks,
Yes,
near
up to
about 32
weeks,
to
up to
34
34
weeks.
weeks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our last question, does infection has got a role in RPL? This is for Monica. Dr. Monica, you take up the question. Does infection has got a role in RPL?
In RPL, there is no role of infection. Mostly the infection caused the sporadic miscarriage.
Bacterial vaginosis, I would like to mention, do you think bacterial vaginosis can cause, or it's a sporadic one? And how would going to treat it? Suppose you didn't get any thing and the patient is having miscarriage every time at 17 to 18 weeks, and she will give you a history of UTI-like features, not fever, just irritations, frequency of micturition, and every time, this after 24 hours, she will expel out the fetus. It's a kind of, and you will go, every time she is doing the urine test and it's showing more parcels and culture report is showing the positive.
Then we have to treat the UTI accordingly. The report.
Do you want to give a prolonged course of antibiotic in the next pregnancy, starting from the conception? Like you are giving nitrofurantoin 100 milligram once daily at the bedtime for a pretty 6 months time or like that? Is there any recommendation for that or any practice like that? This is the last one. And I would like to take the opinion from the audience also. There's a very practical part where you used to face that every time she is having this type of problem.
I don't have any idea.
Anyone? Shakshi, you would like to say something?
No.
See, it depends at when is the patient coming to you. If she's already pregnant and giving you a history of this type, then it's best to take a high vaginal swab and treat her accordingly. And suppose if she's coming in the inter-pregnancy period, like she's not pregnant, then it is best to go for treatment of whatever, take a high vaginal swab and treat her and then allow her to get pregnant.
Okay.
That's what I think would be a wise thing to do. You could just
Any prolonged course of antibiotic from the very beginning, you know the patient is continuously have a chronic UTI patient. Every time this type of history, Indranidhi, your opinion. Microphone. Every time patient is having, are you always do the test and you get a UTI? It's an UTI. Patient is having, using the home bathroom and not going anywhere, everything.
Mean to say that it is proven by urine culture? And
urine culture
sensitivity
sensitivity.
that
2 times has
organisms
been
are
done.
growing.
First time, no test was done. Second time, it was done and it was proved that UTI was there.
If organisms are growing, then you have to give antibiotics for a prolonged period of time after checking the sensitivity. I mean, to which antibiotic.
In the next pregnancy, how are you going to plan?
I will be monitoring urine culture every month.
Hmm.
And if she grows bacteria, then we have to treat it.
Any evidence about that?
Along with that,
yeah.
I will do a very detailed counseling about the hygiene to be maintained so as to prevent recurrent UTI.
Any treatment for bacterial vaginosis for this patient?
Yes, of course.
As a prophylaxis or precautionary, you would like to give? Joyita Di, your opinion?
So for recurrent miscarriage, we now don't treat for infections because torch we know it doesn't help. And for bacterial vaginosis, again, what we do sometimes in recurrent implantation failures, we offer, there is a test called endometrio, which tests for the probiotics and as well as for some pathogens for chronic endometritis. Again, this is outside of guideline and with very much individualized counseling and things, not on the NHS, people who are in the private sector might be offered this endometrio test called Emma and Alice. And that test sometimes guides us whether this patient needs antibiotics. And that is only for a short course. There is no prolonged antibiotics that we are giving at present, no.
Short course as in 14 days?
Yes, 14 days. And that report will guide us whether this patient needs what specific antibiotic we need to give. And most of the time, what they give us is this patient has got a low population of the probiotic bacteria. So then they will tell us to give them lactobacillus supplement for around 2 to 3 months.
Like to give probiotics? Probiotics, yes. Would you like to give like once daily or twice daily from the beginning?
Yeah, once daily or twice daily. Vaginal suppositories or vaginal pessaries for 2 to 3 months before the next embryo transfer or before the try for the next pregnancy. Again, not in the RCOG guideline at present, I must tell.
I have a question for Dr. Joyita. You have mentioned HCQ. So in what dose do you use HCQ?
200 once daily.
There is a paper, if you want to see, in the British Journal of Clinical Pharmacology. There is a very recent paper on the new drug called HCQ, which is supposed to help in immunomodulation. We are giving it to very, very selected patients. And when during the COVID times, we were not using prednisolone at all. HCQ we were using, it was in a dose of 200 micrograms from the day of embryo transfer till around 20 weeks. And these are in patients with recurrent miscarriages who have failed even on all the other quad therapy drugs. This is only as a 5th edition.
Microgram, milligram?
Milligram or microgram, I think. It is 200. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Kalapadi would like to say something. After that, we will go to Sir, Dr. Gautam Khastagir, and we will end up the session. It's finished.
Then
Okay.
I have seen during my training that Sarah was using these probiotics in unexplained recurrent miscarriages for 3 months, twice daily for initial 1 month, then once daily for 2 months. Just we are hearing in recurrent implantation failure, these metagenomic analysis, EMR study or like that. But Sarah was using this.
That is before conception, we are starting.
Yes.
Are you continuing after conception?
No,
Sir,
yeah.
Once it's conceived, you are stopping it.
After 3 months, Sir allows them to either ovulation induction or spontaneous conception or any other infertility.
Okay. Conclusion.
I mean, just to add that I have come across a set of patients, there are very few, on whom the other doctors have given McDonald's stage on every time, 2 or 3 times, and it failed. And even if I've done an abdominal encerclage, they still had second trimester miscarriage. So that can only be because of infection. What else could be the cause? So in spite of giving them abdominal encerclage, they are having rupture of membrane and having a miscarriage between 16 to 20 weeks. Now, as Shobhandev was telling, we have been using this for quite some time, probiotic and prebiotic in all patients. People will criticize why all. But again, we don't have the facility of selecting, identifying by high vaginal swab at repeated interval. So if you start this before conception, and if you continue it at least up to 28 weeks of gestation, then
once daily dose or twice daily dose?
Twice daily for 1 month, then once
followed
daily,
by once daily dose.
And probiotic. It obviously increases the cost of treatment, but what is the cost of losing 1 pregnancy? So
absolutely.
Most of our patients are happy to take that. And in those group of patients where we are having the possibility of infection, we usually do a urine test and high vaginal swab every 2 weeks interval. If they are suffering from recurrent UTI, if you find out what organism and which sensitivity, you give that antibiotic.
But it's a short course. So
it's a short course of 2 weeks, maybe
2 weeks, and you repeat the culture again and you see.
But some people have, we have used phosphomycin as a preventive measure for recurrent. I mean, our urologist colleagues have said that you can use phosphomycin or maybe very low dose, what you said, nitrofurantoin, 1 tablet daily for 21 days, but they do not have experience of pregnancy.
Yes.
So we are little worried about the adverse effect of antibiotics.
We need more studies to come up on this aspect. Thank you very much. Thank you, my
Didi,
panelists.
Didi,
Okay,
actually,
okay.
No, Didi, in our centers, we have seen the many work in hyperhomocysteemia under guidance of Sir Pratipda has done, published many papers in history, also accepted that things. Hyperhomocysteemia means recurrent pregnancy.
Now, hyperhomocysteemia, do you think it causing miscarriage at the early stage or in the later stage?
Mainly early
In the
stages
early
of
stage, microthrombus
vascularization.
formation at
Yes,
the placental wall or decidualized area, and that is causing.
Yes.
So that can be treated by LMWH, either 40 IU or 60
Yes,
IU
yes,
or aspirin. Okay, thank you very much. It's been nice with you all, and presentations on recurrent spontaneous miscarriage. Thank you. Special thanks to Dr. Joyita Samanto for joining with us from London and giving your valuable time from your busy schedule of practice.
I
Thank
want to
you all.
thank everyone for giving me the opportunity. I'm in Manchester actually, but it has been lovely to see all of you today. Thank you so much to the organizers, Ratnadi, Shanghomitradi, Madam, and all of you.
Thank you all. Okay. So now we are concluding this session. Thanks all. Okay.
Actually, I've seen Sir from my third year age, third year students period, when he was a performer and clinician. At that time, science has not so developed. And in those days, there was clinical application and art of healing, not science of medicine or commerce of medicine prevailed in those days. And our infertility prevailed based on Hafiz, Trounson, Chang, and others. Sir published in 1965, 1,000 cases of follow-up case of radical hysterectomy. In 70s, 500 cases of VBA from 73, that atresia and MMK syndrome, Rokitansky syndrome. And one Golpo, usually we have heard from him in the chamber, 14 Anandapalli Road, after 12 midnight, regarding recurrent pregnancy loss. If your seed is imperfect, then there is loss. Suppose, very good story. Suppose, suppose a green papaya with white seeds. If you put that, there will be no tree. And ripe papaya, black seed, there will be tree. But in the black seed, inside it, some white material is there. If that is removed, only just cover, suppose from your rice, you have taken the seed, that cover will not produce a tree. If 50% loss, 50% there will be no tree. So try to see whether both the seeds are normal or not. Both semen and egg, ovum, and what Howard Carter has written, that is absolutely wrong. If you practice it, you will not be successful. I have practiced since 1982 with that early conception. 13 abortions, spontaneous abortion, then I have treated the baby on the 14th pregnancy. She is now around 40 years old, become a grandmother and mother. And just 1 month back, after 9 abortions, and still one patient I have delivered yesterday, after 5 abortions with central placenta previa, bleeding since 20 weeks. At 34 weeks, I have delivered the patient. What I have done? Forget about your guidelines. Those who have produced the guidelines, they have not practiced. See the sperm quality, sperm infection, and thyroid, homocysteine, blood sugar, and blood insulin. Very important. Insulin is 17 times more mitotic, and correct the parameters of the male side. And in case of female, see the 4 FSH, LH, your TSH and prolactin, PP sugar and PP insulin, control the PP insulin. Otherwise, defective baby will be there, may end in spontaneous abortion. And toxoplasma rubella. If that patient is delivered after 2000, when there is no MMR, you give routinely, whether your rubella is negative or positive, give 1 RVAC subcutaneous. And if toxoplasma positive is there, don't believe in robamycin. what sir said in those days, clindamycin, 45 days, along with 200 milligram metrogel for 45 days, it is a curative. They are all suppressive treatment. That will not cure. Regarding your cervical incompetence, if it is more than 4 centimeter, less than 4 centimeter, give circlage routinely after 14 weeks. What he said after doing the NT scan, but during those days, NT scan was not there. Dr. Sharma came here in 1982. After that, it was performed, but not in this advanced stage. And if you follow these protocols, I think all the RPL, all in my chamber, private chamber, I am doing this for more than 40 years with no failure. But covering in every aspect, every minute details. But subsequently, after 84, I am detached and going to my service. And after that, sir is going to the modern medicine and modern investigative protocols. That will not help. You see the difference between the panelists. They say this, that, this is the role, these are the dydrogesterone, these are duphaston, this is the, there will be difference. But obviously, duphaston is better. Because that Dr. Rajan published a monogram in 1993, your Lucknow conference. It's clearly established the advantage of duphaston. There is no destruction in the liver. No destruction, complete action. If you want to give that, you give it. But covering all the infections and stitch liberal use after 14 weeks. And another simple thing, sir, in those days advised, but nowadays I am not seeing anyone telling that when the patient will sleep, just like slanting position, give 2 bricks, two sides, so that potent is another thing. If you give the pillow, that will not serve the purpose. Give 2 bricks here, 2 bricks there. Then you will be successful, 100% successful. Even discontinue our advice or guidelines.
Thank you very much, sir. So we will be closing these panel discussions. And I would like to request Dr. Indrani Lodh to say a few words about sir. Okay.
I am requesting Dr. Bimal Chandra and Dr. Kishan Pradhan just share your experience with sir during his last journey at Calcutta Heart Clinic.
নমস্কার। আজকের একজন প্রথিতযশা চিকিৎসক, বিশ্বখ্যাত চিকিৎসককে স্মরণসভায় আমি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে থাকতে পেরে আমি ক্যালকাটা হার্টিং হসপিটাল সোসাইটির পক্ষ থেকে গর্বিত মনে করছি এবং কৃতজ্ঞতা স্বীকার করছি যে আমি স্যারের ডিরেক্ট ছাত্র ছিলাম না। আমি ন্যাশনাল মেডিকেল কলেজ থেকে পাস করেছিলাম, আমি মেডিসিন নিয়েই চর্চা করেছিলাম, কিন্তু স্যারের এত দূর পর্যন্ত দৃষ্টি ছিল যে স্যারেরা যে সময় ডাক্তারি পড়তে এসেছিলেন তারা একটা প্রগতিশীল চিন্তার মধ্যে ছিলেন। তারা শুধু একাডেমিক্সের মধ্যে নয়, আরো বাইরের অনেক জায়গায় তারা ছড়িয়ে পড়েছিলেন। তিনি যে সময় মেডিকেল কলেজের ছাত্র, সেই সময় আমি যে হসপিটাল থেকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করছি এখানে, সেই হসপিটালের যিনি ফাউন্ডার ডক্টর ননী গুহ ছিলেন, সেই ক্যালকাটা মেডিকেল কলেজের চিকিৎসক রেজিস্ট্রার তিনি ছিলেন। সেই সময় ডক্টর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী, ডক্টর সুনীল বাগজি, তারা মেডিকেল কলেজের তখন ছাত্র। সেই সময় থেকে ওনাদের যোগাযোগ, এবং ওরা ননীদাকে মানে ওরা বারবার সুনীলবাবু এবং আমাদের বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী ওনারা ননীদা এবং ননীদা একটা বিরাট আদর্শ, ফলে ননীদার আদর্শে ওনারা উদ্বুদ্ধ হয়েছেন। ওনারা শিক্ষাগতভাবে বিভিন্ন বিশ্বে যেরকম নিজেদের প্রতিষ্ঠিত করেছেন এবং এই ভারতবর্ষের বুকে কিছু নতুন কিছু করতে চেয়েছেন। ডক্টর ননী ঘোষ চেয়েছিলেন এই আমাদের ভারতবর্ষের পূর্ব প্রান্তে এমন একটা হার্টের হসপিটাল যেখানে সারা ভারতবর্ষের মানুষ আসবে। ডক্টর সুনীল বাগচি চেয়েছিলেন এমন একটা হসপিটাল যাতে চোখের চিকিৎসার জন্য সবাই কলকাতায় ছুটে আসবে। ডক্টর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী চাইছেন যে ইনফার্টিলিটি নিয়ে একটা কলকাতা একটা নাম হয়ে থাকবে। আর ডক্টর ননী ঘোষ মারা গেছিলেন অকাল মৃত্যু 91 সালে। তারপরে আমি তখন ন্যাশনালের ছাত্র। তারপরে আমি পরবর্তীকালে স্যারের ডক্টর ঘোষের স্ত্রীর অনুরোধে এবং বিশ্বখ্যাত মনীষী বা ডক্টর বিজ্ঞানী ডক্টর সুশীল মুখার্জি, যিনি ক্যালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটির ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর ছিলেন, ডক্টর ননী ঘোষের স্ত্রী তাকে নিয়ে এসে আমি তখন এই হসপিটালের সঙ্গে যুক্ত হই এবং এই কর্মসাধনায় আমি নিজেকে উজাড় করে আমার সারাটা জীবন এই পাস করার পর থেকে আমি ওই হসপিটালের দিয়েই পড়ে আছি এবং পাশে পেয়েছি ডাক্তার বাগজিকে পেয়েছিলাম এবং এই জীবনের শেষ দিন পর্যন্ত ডক্টর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী উনি যখন আমাদের হসপিটালটা ইসি ব্লকে, ওনার হসপিটালটা এইচবি ব্লকের, এবং উনি যখন 1999 সালে হসপিটালটা তৈরি করছেন তখন থেকে স্যারের কাছে যেতাম, বসতাম। ওনারা খালি বলতেন শুধু তোমরা কিছু একাডেমিক কিছু করো, তোমরা কিছু চর্চা করো। আমাদের ক্যালকাটা হার্ট ক্লিনিক হসপিটালে আমরা সেবা দিয়ে মানুষকে একটা চেষ্টা করছি। ওনারা বলছেন শুধু সেবা না, সেবার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে একটা একাডেমিক্স পড়াশোনা, রিসার্চ, এদিকে তুমি যাও। বারবার উনি বলে গেছেন এবং খালি বলতেন দেখো আজকে ননীদা নেই, ডক্টর বাগচি নেই, আমি হয়তো থাকবো না, কিন্তু তোমরা তো রইলে। এই তিনটে প্রতিষ্ঠান যেন একসঙ্গে কাঁধে কাঁধ মিলে সবাই এগিয়ে যায়, এটুকু আমি বেঁচে থাকলে ভাবছি, মৃত্যুর পরেও ভাবো তোমরা যেন সুন্দরভাবে এগিয়ে যাও, চলতে পারো। আমি স্যারের শেষ দিন যখন উনি স্ট্রোক নিয়ে ভর্তি হয়েছিলেন তখন একটুর জন্য ওনার যেটুকু জ্ঞান ছিল শুধু আমাকে বললো যে ওনার হাত দিয়ে বললেন ঠিক হবে তো, এইটুকু বোঝাতে চাইলেন। আমি স্যারকে বললাম, বলে তুমি আমাকে বললেন যে তুমি যখন এসেছো ঠিক হবে, খালি একটা মাথায় একটা হাত দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করলেন। কিন্তু যেহেতু উনি পেশেন্ট অবস্থায় শুয়েছেন আমি তো যেতে পারিনি, আমি দাঁড়িয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে স্যারকে কৃতজ্ঞতার সাথে নমস্কার জানিয়েছি। আজকের তার এই স্মরণ সভায় আপনাদের সামনে তার সম্বন্ধে একটু কথা বলতে পারি আমি নিজেকে কৃতার্থ মনে করছি। আগামী দিনে ক্যালকাটা হার্ট ক্লিনিক হসপিটাল, সুশ্রুত হাসপাতাল এবং ডক্টর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন যে IRM ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন, এরা যদি একসঙ্গে কাজ করতে পারে কলকাতার বুকে, ভারতের বুকে একটা নাম রেখে যেতে পারি, এনাদের পদাঙ্ক অনুসরণ করে আমরা চলতে পারি, এটুকু বলে আপনাদেরকে আমার হৃদয়ের অন্তঃস্থল থেকে শ্রদ্ধা জানিয়ে স্যারকে আমার নমস্কার জানিয়ে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। নমস্কার।
আমি ডক্টর বিপ্লব চন্দ্র, আমি ক্যালকাটা হার্ট ক্লিনিক হসপিটালের কনসালট্যান্ট। আমি ডক্টর বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তীকে বেশ কিছু বছর ধরে ওনার শেষ দিন পর্যন্ত চিকিৎসা করে গেছি, এটা আমার সৌভাগ্য বলতে পারেন। এই হসপিটালটা ডক্টর প্রধান বললেন, যিনি এই হসপিটালের সোসাইটির সেক্রেটারি, এই হসপিটালটা একদম শুরু থেকে এনারা আছেন এবং বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী সহ এরকম বহু মানুষের আশীর্বাদে এবং সহযোগিতায় আজকে হাসপাতালটা বড় হচ্ছে। প্রথম যেদিনকে উনি ভর্তি হলেন এবারে আর কি 17 মার্চ একটা MCA টেরিটরি স্ট্রোক নিয়ে, মাথায় একটা বড় স্ট্রোক নিয়ে ভর্তি হলেন। এর আগে কোভিড নিয়ে ভর্তি হয়েছেন, হার্ট ফেলিওর নিয়ে ভর্তি হয়েছেন সেভারাল টাইমস, কিন্তু যখনই ভর্তি হয়েছেন এই বয়সে একজন 90 বছরের মানুষ অনেক রকম অসুখ নিয়ে, প্রতিবারই ওনার একটা আশঙ্কা থাকতো ভর্তি হয়ে উনি বলতেন যে আমাকে বেশি দিন আটকে রেখো না, আমার অনেক কাজ আছে, লেখালেখি আছে, বই পাবলিশ করতে হবে আমাকে, পেশেন্ট দেখতে হবে আমাকে। ফলে এই যে একটা মানুষ 90 বছর বয়স হয়ে যাওয়ার পরও তার কাজটা কিন্তু থেমে থাকেনি। আমরা যারা মেডিকেল সায়েন্সের চর্চা করি এখানে, আপনারা সকলেই প্রায় ডাক্তার, আমি নিজেও ডাক্তার, কিন্তু নিজের একটু কমফর্ট জোনের বাইরে কিছু করে যেতে হবে মেডিকেল সায়েন্সের জন্য, এই যে একটা চেতনার জায়গা, এটা আমার মনে হয় ওনার কাছ থেকে আমাদের নেয়া। ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী, উনার আর কিছু পাওয়ার নেই, আমরা যারা এখানে ওনার পায়ের তলায় বসে আছি, আমাদের কিন্তু আগামী দিনে যদি কিছু করতে হয় ভালো কিছু, তাহলে এইসব যারা বড় মানুষ, যারা পায়োনিয়ার মেডিকেল ফিল্ডে, ওনার কি গবেষণার কাজ আছে, কি ওনার অ্যাওয়ার্ড আছে, সেটা আমার থেকে মনে হয় আপনারা অনেক বেশি ভালো জানেন। কিন্তু যেটুকুনি আমি একজন ডাক্তার হিসাবে, এত সিনিয়র একজন পার্সোনালিটি হিসাবে আমি পেয়েছি, অত্যন্ত একজন সাধারণ মানুষ এবং মিষ্টভাষী, এবং সব সময় কাজ করবার যে একটা মানসিকতা, কিছু একটা করতে হবে ফর দি সেক অফ দি পেশেন্ট, যেটা আজকের দিনে কিন্তু এই কমার্শিয়ালাইজেশন বলুন বা কিছুটা কর্পোরেট কালচার আমাদের এখান থেকে একটু যেন ডাক্তাররা তাদের একটা প্রিভিলেজড ক্লাস বলে মনে করে একটা কমফর্ট জোনের মধ্যে সবসময় নিজেকে রাখা, এর বাইরে একটু যে পেশেন্টের জন্য কিছু ভাববো, রাত্রিরে পেশেন্টটা খারাপ, আমি মেডিসিন ক্রিটিক্যাল কেয়ার এগুলো বেশি আমার এরিয়া আর কি, রাত্রিরে পেশেন্টের জন্য একটু রাত জাগবো, এই মানসিকতাটা আমাদের মধ্যে যদি কমে যায় তাহলে কিন্তু এই ধরনের মানুষ যাদেরকে আমরা বারবার খুব ক্রিটিক্যাল কন্ডিশনে ভর্তি হওয়ার পরও বাড়ি ফিরিয়ে যেতে পেরেছি, তারপরও পেশেন্ট দেখতে উনি পেরেছেন, তারপরও বই লিখতে পেরেছেন, এটা কিন্তু হবে না। আমি শুধু একটা অ্যাডভাইস দিয়ে ঘরে ফিরে এসে ঠান্ডা ঘরে ঘুমোলে কিন্তু পেশেন্ট বাঁচবে না। এটা আমি আপনাদের থেকে খুবই বয়স হয়তো ছোট অনেকের থেকে, কিন্তু এটা আমার একদম এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। আজকে একটা অভিজ্ঞতা বলছি, ধরুন একজন ডাক্তার, তিনি আমাকে বললেন আজকে নাইটে না, সে খুবই এক্সপিরিয়েন্স ভালো ছেলে, কিন্তু নাইটে আমার স্ত্রী আমাকে অন কল করতে দেবে না দাদা। আমি বললাম যে ভাই তুমি আমার থেকে অনেক ছোট বয়সে, আমার যে খুব বয়স হয়ে গেছে তা নয়, কিন্তু এইটা কিন্তু প্রথম দিনই বিয়ে করার পর বলেছিলাম আমার স্ত্রীকে যে পেশেন্ট আমার কাছে ফার্স্ট, ফলে যদি কোনোদিন এটা বিঘ্নিত হয় তাহলে কিন্তু খুব সমস্যা হবে। ফলে এই জায়গাতে কম্প্রোমাইজ, তাহলে এই মানুষদের চর্চা করে কোনো লাভ নেই, মানুষদের সম্পর্কে স্মরণ সভায় দুটো বড় কথা বলে কোনো লাভ নেই। ফলে এটা আমরা আজকের এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, এরকম অভিজ্ঞতা কিছু হয়, যেহেতু পেশেন্ট নিয়ে চলতে হয়, অনেক ডাক্তারদের সঙ্গে চলতে হয়, ফলে এই চেতনাটা আমাদের যেন থাকে, তাহলে কিন্তু আমরা পেশেন্টের জন্য কিছু করতে পারবো। এবং মানুষ সবাই মারা যাবে একদিন, সবাই মারা যাবো আমরা, মারা যাওয়ার পরে নিজের ছেলে মেয়ে স্ত্রী ছাড়া অন্তত আর 2-5 জন মানুষ মনে রাখবে যে না এই মানুষটা ফর দি সেক অফ দি মেডিকেল সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড ফর দি সোসাইটি কিছু একটা করে গেছেন যেটা আমাদের কাজে লেগেছে বা ভবিষ্যৎ প্রজন্মের কাছে কাজে লাগবে। ফলে আমি আবারও স্যারকে আমার হৃদয়ের অন্তঃস্থল থেকে শ্রদ্ধা জানিয়ে, ক্যালকাটা হার্ট অ্যান্ড হসপিটাল যে পথ চলা শুরু করেছে, আপনাদের সকলের সহযোগিতা লাগবে। এটা কোনো কমার্শিয়াল হসপিটাল নয়, কর্পোরেট হসপিটাল নয়। আমরা চেষ্টা করি, আমাদের সাধ্যমতো, লিমিটেশনস অনেক রয়েছে, ভুল ত্রুটি অনেক নিশ্চয়ই হয়, আপনারা সহযোগিতা করবেন এই ধরনের বড় মানুষদের, যাতে আমরা শুধু ইনাদের নয় সাধারণ মানুষকেও, অনেক কঠিন অসুখ নিয়ে আমাদের অনেক পেশেন্ট আসে, টাকা নেই বলে ইয়াং ছেলে মেয়ে আসে ভর্তি হয়ে কোনো ক্রিটিক্যাল ডিজিজে, আমরা কনসালটেন্ট হিসেবে যখন অথরিটিকে বলি যে এই ছেলেটিকে এর 20 বছর 30 বছর বয়স, একে বাঁচাতে পারলে পরিবারটা বেঁচে যাবে, আপনারা ফ্রিতে চিকিৎসার ব্যবস্থা করুন, অথরিটি কিন্তু 1 মিনিটও দ্বিধা করেন না, ডক্টর প্রধান অথরিটির পার্ট একজন, বলে তোমরা চিকিৎসা করো, এ বেঁচে গেলে যদি সোসাইটির জন্য কিছু কাজে লাগে গো অ্যাহেড। ফলে এই ধরনের অ্যাপ্রোচ নিয়ে আমার মনে হয় চললে সমাজটা সুন্দর হবে, মানুষের মুখে হাসি ফুটবে। ধন্যবাদ।
And now I would like to request Dr. Indrani Loth to say a few words.
আমার 2005 থেকে আমি IRM জয়েন করেছিলাম এন্ডোস্কোপি কনসালটেন্ট হিসেবে, এবং বৃহস্পতিবার আর শনিবার করে আমি IRM এ হিস্ট্রোস্কোপি ল্যাপ্রোস্কোপি করতাম। তো সেই থেকে আই ফিল ভেরি প্রাউড যে আমি IRM এর একটা পার্ট। রত্নাদি আমাকে ইনভাইট পাঠিয়েছে যে প্রেজেন্ট এন্ড পাস্ট IRM উইল ডু আ মেমোরিয়াল সার্ভিস ফর স্যার। এত সুন্দর মেমোরিয়াল সার্ভিস সত্যি আমি আগে দেখিনি। আর 2013-এ যখন আমার অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হয়, 22 অক্টোবর AIM আপডেট ছিল, আমরা সবাই অনেক কাজ করব, খুব ভালো করে কনফারেন্স করব বলে অনেক মিটিং করছিলাম, কিন্তু আনফরচুনেটলি অগস্ট মাসে আমার একটা খুব বড় অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হয় আর আমি হুইল চেয়ার বাউন্ড হয়ে যাই। তারপরে আমি তখন বেডরিডেনই ছিলাম, হুইল চেয়ারে করে একটু কাজে যেতাম, কিন্তু স্যার একদিন আমাকে ফোন করেন যে 22 অক্টোবরের মধ্যে ঠিক হয়ে যাও, তোমাকে কিন্তু এসে তোমার টকটা তোমাকেই দিতে হবে। তো প্রথমে মনে হলো আমি পারবো না, দেন আই সেড স্যার ডাকছেন তো আমাকে তো যেতেই হবে। তারপরে আমি, আমার অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট মুনমুন, আমরা সবাই প্ল্যান বানালাম দ্যাট হাউ দে উইল টেক মি অন আ হুইল চেয়ার। তারপরে আমি প্রথমে কনফারেন্স ভেন্যুতে গেলাম, তখন রত্নাদি আমাকে বললো যে না, আগে তুমি স্যারের ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসো, নিউ বিল্ডিং থেকে স্যারের সাথে আগে দেখা করে এসো। তারপরে আমরা আবার গাড়ি নিয়ে চলে গেলাম ওখানে। তারপরে হুইল চেয়ারে নেমে আমি যখন যাচ্ছি, স্যার তখন বেরিয়ে আসছেন। স্যার আমাকে দেখে মাথায় হাত রেখে বললেন যে তুমি ঠিক 7 দিনের মাথায় তুমি উঠে দাঁড়িয়ে পড়বে। এন্ড আই ফেল্ট যে স্যার যখন বলছেন তাহলে এটা তো ডেফিনেটলি এটা ঠিক হবেই। আমার মনে যে কি আশা জেগেছিল, মানে আমি সেটা বলে বোঝাতে পারবো না। এনিওয়ে আমি তো হুইল চেয়ারে করেই আমার যা টক ছিল সেটা আমি দিলাম, খুব অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েটেডও হয়েছিল, স্যারও তারপরে খুব বাহবা দিয়েছিল। তারপরে আইআরএম এর গ্রুপ ফটো উঠছিল, আমি হুইল চেয়ারে, আমাকে সারাউন্ড করে সবাই দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা ফটো তুললাম, অনেকগুলো ফটো আজকে দেখলাম এখানে। তারপরে এবারে একটা একটা করে 7টা দিন আমি গুনছি যে স্যার বলেছেন যখন তাহলে এটা হবেই। at the end of 7 days I will get up. তো 7 দিন হয়ে গেল, আমি উঠতে পারলাম না। একটু মন খারাপ হলো ঠিকই, কিন্তু আই টোল্ড মাই সেলফ যে মাথায় হাত রেখে যখন বলেছেন যে তুমি উঠে দাঁড়াতে পারবে, তার মানে আমি ডেফিনেটলি উঠে দাঁড়াতে পারবো। তখন কিন্তু আমার ডক্টররা কেউ আমাকে বলেনি যে আমি আবার আজকে যেরকম আপনাদের সামনে উঠে দাঁড়িয়ে আছি এরকম আমি দাঁড়াতে পারবো, বিকজ আমার রাইট ফিমারটা খুব বাজেভাবে ফ্র্যাকচার হয়ে গেছিল। তো ডক্টর সেড, বাট আই অলওয়েজ বিলিভ যে স্যার যখন মাথায় হাত রেখে বলেছেন আমি দাঁড়াতে পারবো। তারপর যখন ভালো করে হাঁটতে শুরু করেছি, তখন একদিন স্যারের সাথে গিয়ে দেখা করেছিলাম। আমার তো ছেলেও হয়েছে স্যারের কাছে ট্রিটমেন্ট করেই। আমি এই রেকারেন্ট মিসক্যারেজের পেশেন্ট ছিলাম। এই আজকে শিউলি যা যা ইনভেস্টিগেশন বললো, সব ইনভেস্টিগেশন আমার হয়েছিল, আর সব ঠিক ছিল। আর স্যার ওষুধপত্র দিয়ে বলেছেন try for pregnancy for 3 to 4 months আর to come after 3 to 4 months। স্যার কিন্তু প্রেসক্রিপশন এরকমই লিখতেন 3 to 4 months। এবার 3 months এ হয়নি, then I told my husband that আমাদেরকে তো ডেকেছে স্যার, তো আমাদের যাওয়া উচিত। তো ও বললো না, লেখা আছে 3 to 4 months, তো 4 months এর পরে যাব। ওই 4th মান্থেই গুড নিউজ হয়েছে। তারপরে ছেলে পাশ করার পরে আমি স্যারের কাছে নিয়ে গেছিলাম, এই আর কি। ভেরি নাইস। স্যার আমাকে অনেক চিঠি লিখেছেন, অনেক চিঠি আছে আমার কাছে, ওগুলো আমি একদম জুয়েলারি বক্সে রেখেছি। তারপরে ছোট ছোট প্রেসক্রিপশন প্যাডে লেখা আছে রেফার্ড, মানে একটা পেশেন্টের নাম, রেফার্ড টু ডক্টর ইন্দ্রাণী লোহার। জাস্ট ইমাজিন his prescription pad and he is referring the patient to me. I can't tell you what those notes really mean to me. তারপরে পুজোতে স্যার শাড়ি দিতেন, তারপরে স্যারকে রসগোল্লা খাওয়ালে স্যার বলতেন যে চিলি চিকেন আনোনি, চিলি চিকেন বেশি পছন্দ আমার। সো আফটার দ্যাট আই অলওয়েজ গেভ হিম রসগোল্লা অ্যান্ড চিলি চিকেন। পাটিসাপটা খেতে খুব ভালোবাসতেন, এই আর কি। স্যার ইজ স্যার, কিছু বলার নেই। থ্যাংক ইউ।
I would like to request Dr. Amita Datto to say a few words about Professor BNC.
My deepest respect, love, and my gratitude to Dada, Dr. B.N. Chakraborty. I am not a medical doctor, and you must be wondering why I am here. There were important discussions regarding art, which to you is assisted reproductive theory. To me, art means something entirely different. It means painting, dance, music. But somehow there was a deep bond of love, affection, and mutual respect between Dada and me. Let me tell you the first day that I met Dada. This was more than 25 years ago. I am a dancer, and on certain days, I have performed solo for more than 5 hours on the stage, 2 performances, 2.5 hours each. And sometimes in a week, I used to give more than 6 to 7 performances. Maybe that, in a way, damaged my health to a certain degree. And I was having some medical, gynecological problems. In fact, there came a time that whenever I was on the stage, since you're doctors, I'll very frankly say that bleeding started. And many people told me that I should stop dancing or have a hysterectomy. Now, at that age, I was still not in the menopause time. And many doctors again told me that if I had hysterectomy, then that would lead to other problems. But my husband said that no, there must be a way out. There must be some great medical doctor who will help you. At that time, one of my students' fathers, he said that I will take you to Dr. Boidonath Chakraborty. Now, I was scared because he was such a great name. And, I was also, because somehow, being a well-known person, you are used to some sort of pampering. You can't go on waiting in the clinic for hours. And so I said that I'll go over there. And I know that at Dada's chamber, there were so many patients. So I said, should I go over there? So he said that you're worrying whether he will know you or not. He knows you very well, although you have never met. When I went there for the first day, immediately he said that I always think of you as my sister. And then he heard my problems. And miraculously, he cured me. There was no operation. He never told me to stop dancing. In fact, he invited me to perform in many of the great conferences that he had. And through the use of medicine, he cured me. From that time, there has been a deep bond between him and me. Every year, in fact, up to 2021, on Bhai Phota Day evening, Bhatriduj evening, I used to go and give the tika or the phota to him. And when I went to his chamber, all the persons who were there, they said that, yes, he had said that you will come. And all the patients were kept in another room, and I went and gave him the tika. And he was so happy. In a way, he was such a great person, but he was so childlike. He had so much of affection. And he said that, yes, I always wait for your phota. In 2021, he said one thing which still rings in my ear. He said, if I am alive, I will take your phota next year. I really felt so bad. I said, why are you saying this, Dada? He said, I don't know. The word suddenly came out of my mouth. I'm sorry I said it. And that has come out to be true. Actually, great people, I think, can foresee the future. We speak about a person leaving his body, and then we say that he has become eternal. Amar Rahe, or he has become Amar, eternal. How does a person become eternal? When we are born, we will definitely die, but some people live on beyond their bodies. And I think, please excuse my saying these words because all of you are such erudite persons, great doctors, but I'm just expressing my own feelings. I feel that what he has discovered and what he has recorded for future generations makes a person eternal. Last year when I went, of course, he had crossed 90, 93. He was still reading various books and writing. In fact, he used to say that these days, I don't see so many patients because I have my students who attend to the patients, except for extreme or very important cases, I attend to them. But I'm going on reading and going on publishing and writing books and articles for future generations. That is one way of becoming eternal. Another way is when you create your next generation, and that is not just your own biological children, but your own, students who are in every respect your children because they carry on your legacy, they carry on what you have discovered. So today when I was seeing you all, some of you have left already, and I'm sure many people came in the morning. So all of you will keep him alive. At our university, I had started a performing arts therapy center, and Dada came to inaugurate it. At that time, he was speaking from his heart, and he said that, yes, music and dance is so important, and emotion is so important. He was telling us how, it's not that he just saw these cases from a scientific viewpoint. He could actually feel the pain of parents who wanted to have children and who could not. Then once he told me that a very senior lady who was well past menopause wanted to have a child. And so a cousin's egg cell was taken, ova was taken and implanted, and then she had the child. So I said that why would a person at that age want to have a child? And he said that, no, I can understand. I can feel for her because she wanted to go through the stages of actually experiencing the gestation period. So for him, definitely, he was so well versed in all the scientific data, but it was not just clinical cases. He actually sympathized with every person. He understood what was going on in the minds and the hearts of all his patients. And I think that is the greatest art. And perhaps because we were both artists in our own fields, that we had such a great bond. There was not a single conference of his in which I did not give a dance performance. And in some of the very important performances in the inaugural sessions, he had me do the role of the MC. And he used to appreciate that also. Well, what can I say? Bhai Phota, from 2022 onwards, will never be the same again. But Dada will remain in my heart as my Dada. And he will remain in this world, not only in the medical field, but in every field. Everyone will remember him because he is eternal, because he has made himself eternal. And talking about premonitions, once he told me that, I don't know, maybe I won't live for long, but I don't want to keep all these institutions that I have created to myself. I want to give it to the government and have such arrangements made so that they will carry on the work. And all of you know better than me how he created and preserved and kept for preservation. All the institutions he had built up, and of course, his scientific discoveries, his ideas will live on through you and through his published works, and he will be in our hearts forever. Dada, you will be, and you are Amar, you are eternal. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to request Sir's Research Associates, Dr. S.N. Kabir, to say a few words about him.
This August assembly, as I feel, is to reminisce about the sweet memories and to pay our homage to the departed soul of our respected Sir, Professor Baidyanath Chakraborty, an all-time great clinician, an eminent teacher, an internationally acclaimed researcher, and overall, a friend, philosopher, and guide to most of us. I stepped into the journey with Sir almost 40 years back. That was in the year 1983. That year I joined CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Biology as a scientist. My domain of research was development of some natural product-based emergency contraceptives. That time I didn't know much about Sir's activities. Only I had heard the name of Sir in connection with the first test tube baby. In the newspaper it came. Then one day one fellow, Dr. Subhadra Ghosh, that time she was Subhadra. Subhadra visited our laboratory with an approach. She was interested to pursue her PhD program in an infertility topic in collaboration with Professor B.N. Chakraborty. That was a hot topic that time, polycystic ovary syndrome. That time our head of the institute laboratory, Dr. Anita Pakrasi, he just told me that, Kabir, you just take care that you try to write a project so that is funded. And on behalf of Sir, Dr. Siddhartha Chatterjee, he will look after all those clinical aspects and provide sample for the investigations in our laboratory. I wrote the project, it was funded. And in that connection, I visited Sir's clinic at CIT Road several times. That was the beginning. And during the subsequent 40 years, our bond of love, affection, and respect kept on gliding, day by day increasing until Sir breathed his last. So it can neither be possible to frame that 40 years of co-journey within 8 to 10 minutes, and nor it is the ideal platform to do so. What I will do, I will just speak some of my glorious moments with Sir, and I would like to touch some as yet untouched aspect of Sir, that is his research aspects of the Sir, research, feelings about research, inquisitiveness, and great fashion, appetite for new findings. All of you must agree that Professor BNC was one of the exceptional Indian clinicians who felt that it is the bridging between the clinicians and the basic scientists that can help us promoting medical science further. And with that conception in view, he founded the Institute of Reproductive Medicine. I will not, because time is too limited, I will not go into the initial phases, but what I can say that those who are old associates of Sir, they, along with them, in a new IVF laboratory was set up in that first campus, and then only joined Monisha Dam and Dr. Ratna Chattopadhyay. Subsequently, because of new additions, there was increase in the size of the IRM family. And as an inherent part of the bigger family, some miscommunication, some misunderstanding, some of our old fellows, they left us. But from the very beginning, what I found, Partho and Shangomitra, they were there from the CIT road, and newly joined Monisha Dam and Ratna, they continued from the very beginning. And I never felt that they never thought about their own promotion or own well-being. They always acted on behalf of the IRM and remained loyal all throughout with Sir. Now, as a part of Subodha's thesis, we made several publications on polycystic ovarian syndrome. That is hypothyroidism, subclinical hypothyroidism, some therapeutic modalities, and she was awarded the PhD thesis. But Sir was not very happy. Sir particularly pointed out, Kabir, polycystic ovary syndrome, it's a multifaceted clinical entity. Is it possible to study that all those things in human beings? Because you are taking only blood, but there are so many aspects that need to be explored. Can't you imagine about some animal model? I said, yes, sir, there is animal model published. Animal model is there. We can do that. Meanwhile, Pradeep Chakraborty joined us. He was also interested to carry out some PhD program under the guidance of Professor B.N. Chakraborty, but since there was no laboratory facilities, I said, okay, Sir sent him to me. I said, okay, you work here. And again, we started working on polycystic ovarian syndrome. Pradeep developed that animal model. There is the neonatal androgenization as the model. Again, Sir was not very happy. Sir said, Kabir, do you think that this model actually replicate all the facets of polycystic ovarian syndrome? I said, sir, this is the only accepted throughout the world. It is the accepted model. But no, you leave it. You just compare what are there in the animal system and what are there, what we are observing. And you compare and you let me know. So I said, sir, you are right. It is not absolutely replicating the system, because we can replicate the ovarian aspects, morphological aspects of the polycystic ovarian syndrome, but the metabolic aspects are not replicated in this. So I said, oh, then you look for some other models that will replicate also the metabolic aspects of the syndrome. Then some paper came, hyperhomocystinemia, association of hyperhomocystinemia in polycystic ovarian syndrome. We started looking for that factor. And we particularly noted that, yes, hyperhomocystinemia is present in a significant population of PCOS women. And we started studying that hyperhomocystinemia, and Pradeep developed that hyperhomocystinic model of polycystic ovarian syndrome in rats. And what we noted that, yes, it replicates the morphological aspects as well as the endocrine aspects and metabolic aspects. And perhaps you know that we published several papers, and we noted that how individually polycystic ovary syndrome, insulin resistance can be associated with, can play the role of etiological role in the genesis of polycystic ovarian syndrome. We published a series of papers, and also we published that low molecular weight heparin and aspirin, they can be applied for successful pregnancy in particularly those patients who are associated with hyperhomocystinemia and polycystic ovarian syndrome. Perhaps I do not know how many of you know that 3 or 4 of our publications were cited and included in the ESRE book in formulating the guidelines for the management of recurring pregnancy loss. And that was in year 2017, yes. And Sir was very happy. Now, this was Sir. He was never satisfied with some findings. Always he just insisted, Kabir, go on for this and you look for some new models. Subsequently, we worked on other aspects of infertility also. Perhaps I generated 6 or 7 PhD students out of those products. And those problems were endometriosis, premature ovarian failure or primary ovarian insufficiency. And we again, in all situations, we developed appropriate animal model. Now, but time is too limited. What I will say, I will try to say a few words about the Sir's IVF. IVF, all of you know that it was initially devised to treat the mechanical infertility. But because of advancing science and technology, now all of you know that it can address most of the clinical indications of infertility. Now, at the present moment, if you consider the procedure, there is nothing. That is sophisticated technique. Anybody can develop. There is no rocket science in the procedure of in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer. So naturally, there were numerous IVF centers were set up in Calcutta and India. And perhaps there are so many centers who dealt with more IVF patients than IRM. But I should say that even all those things, Sir could claim a distinct distinction because of his contribution in the form of peer-reviewed publications. Can you imagine? A person like BNC who was thoroughly always engaged with patients, dealing with management of patients all throughout his career, he could find time to publish more than 120 peer-reviewed articles. And those are not in just merely some ordinary journals. Biology of reproduction, human reproduction, AMG, Obstetric, Gynecology, Lancet, what not? All those high impact factor journals. How it was possible? That was BNC. And because of this attitude, he could continue. Actually, whenever there was a failure, Sir didn't take that is a failure. Okay, repeat the test. I know. Initially, at every weekend, there was a board. And in board, all the failure cases are presented in the presence of different doctors and clinicians, endocrinologists. Myself was one of the members. And Sir always tried to find that individual factor which may be responsible for that failure. And those have been published in his articles. And all these series of books that Sir has recently published, perhaps you know, that is not the conventional information that is available in the internet. All the information interwoven with Sir's own practical experience, those have been presented in that particular book. And in that sense, those are some rare kind of book that is not the ordinary book that are available in the market. Sir actually wished to continue his ideas and thoughts rolling even after him. And with that conception, Sir wished that this institute should be handed over to Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India. But it is unfortunate, finally, that has not been materialized. But I wish that even during the post-BNC era, IRM that will continue with their innovative research on reproductive medicine, and it will flourish without the ambit of business. And as a person, what I found, Sir, excellent. I can't say anything about Sir. I don't know that whether during in my living years, I will find a second person like BNC. And just Sudarshan was telling that Sir never, I never found Sir রেগে গেছেন বা কাউকে খুব জোরে কথা বলছেন exactly. এবং স্যারের কাউকে সমালোচনা করতে পারতেন না, কাউকে এমনি অন্যান্য ডাক্তারদের দেখি বলে আরে ও কি জানে রে, আরে ওই তো 2-3টে লোককে নিয়ে এই চালা এরকম। স্যার কিন্তু never uttered any harsh words about his contemporary doctors and even with the juniors. আবার অনেক সময় হয়েছে কি যেখানে ডিজার্ভ করবে একটা মানুষ ক্রিটিসিজম, স্যার আবার সেখানেও করতেন না, সেটাও আমার ঠেকেছিল। আমি একটা এক্সাম্পল দিয়ে আমি শেষ করব যে ইন দ্য ইয়ার মোস্ট প্রবলি 2010 one project was submitted by a doctor from overseas hospital Hyderabad to ICMR for funding. So naturally, sir, just as usual, sir sent it to me. Kabir, you go through the project, you see if that can be funded. What is your opinion about that? So naturally, I did that, and what I noticed that work has already been done, and that has been published. Not only that, 95% of the language was copied in that project. And why I am telling, usually what you write in project that will be done, patients will be subjected to this and that, but that was written in the past tense. Patients were treated with this and that, we collected the blood. So I said, how it is possible that a project is being written in past tense? Just I went to the literature and I found on publication was there in human reproduction, and the 95% was copied, even with comma purnoched. তো আমি স্যারকে বললাম যে স্যার এটা হবে না স্যার, কেন কেন কি হয়েছে? আমি স্যার এই তো কপি করেছে, তো চোর। তো আমি কমেন্ট, এই কবির কপি করেছে বললো না, তুমি বলো এটা পাবলিশ হয়ে গেছে। আমি স্যার আমি পড়ছি, আমি 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 ওর প্রজেক্টে পড়ছি আর আপনি পেপারটা পড়ুন, আপনি দেখুন যে কোথাও কোনো ডিফারেন্স রয়েছে কিনা। এটা আমি এবং স্যার ছাড়া আর কেউ কিন্তু জানে না, আমি আজকে প্রথম বললাম আর কি। স্যার তুমি ঠিকই বলেছো, তুমি হার্শ ওয়ার্ডটা ইউজ করো না, কপি করেছো বললো না। তা আমি এখন ঠিক মনে করতে পারছি না আমি কপি করেছি বলেছিলাম কিনা, আমি একটু বলেছিলাম যে এটা পাবলিশ হয়েছে এবং এটা এই কাজটাই অলরেডি হয়েছে, এইভাবেই বোধহয় এটা দিয়েছিলাম। এবং তুমি বলে দাও যেটা ফান্ড করা যাবে না, ওটা ফান্ড করা যাবে না সেটা বলে যাও, কিন্তু তুমি কপি করে সেটা বলো না। দিস ইজ বিএনসি। হ্যাঁ, মানে আমি জানি না লোকটা কি দিয়ে ধাতু দিয়ে সত্যি কখনো। এবং অনেক মজার মজার ঘটনাও স্যারের সঙ্গে, কারণ স্যারের সঙ্গে আমি মানে ইন্ডিয়াতে কত জায়গায় যে একসঙ্গে গিয়েছি তার ইয়ত্তা নেই, কত মজার মজার ঘটনা রয়েছে। এবং সব জায়গায় কিন্তু স্যারকে কখনো আমি দেখিনি যে একটু জাস্ট উঁচু টোনে কারোর সঙ্গে কথা বলেছেন। সত্যি এই লোকটাকে অনেক কিছু শেখার আছে। এবং আমি জানি না, আমি সত্যি আমি বলছি, আমি ভেতর থেকে বলছি যে আমি এরকম কোনো মানুষের সংস্পর্শে আজ পর্যন্ত আসিনি, এবং আর যে কদিন বাঁচবো তার মধ্যে এরকম একটা লোকের সঙ্গে সংস্পর্শে আমি আসবো না। আমি জানি স্যার যেখানেই থাকবেন ভালো থাকবেন, এটা তো বলার কিছু রাখে না, কারণ ওই একটা লোক যে কোনোদিন কারো ক্ষতি করেছে বলে বা কারোর সম্বন্ধে কোনো এই করেনি। স্যার আপনি যেখানে থাকুন ভালো থাকুন, আমাদের সবারই প্রণাম, ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Koel Choudhury to share her experiences.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I never thought I'll be standing here speaking in the memorial service of our beloved sir. I met sir 20 years ago. I'm a professor at IIT Kharagpur, and I still remember the first time I came down 20 years ago to set up a research collaboration with IRM. I was very nervous because a man of his stature had agreed to meet a young faculty member like me. That was my first meeting and I was simply overwhelmed. Probably for the first time I had met a person with such a brilliant mind, such passion for clinical research, yet an epitome of humility. And then started our academic journey together. It was mid-2000. I remember sir told us that he wanted us to explore the safety effect of letrozole in infertility treatment. We set out to study spindle quality in mice model. We conducted the largest ever randomized trial in 1,300 plus women. And we could publish in top journals like Fertility and Sterility. But this was not the only rewards. The bigger reward was when we got a call from ICMR headquarters. I still remember the director of the Division of Developmental Biology, Maternal and Child Health wanted all our data, PhD thesis copy, publications, everything related to our letrozole study. I still remember the expression on Sir's face. He was overjoyed. He kept on saying, ICMR nijera chaiche. ICMR has called up nijera chaiche amader letrozoler kaj. Another topic which was very close to Sir's heart was, as Dr. Shivli pointed out also, was dormant genital tuberculosis. We could prove his hypothesis that endometrial receptivity is impaired in these women. There are many innovations we have done together. I cannot go on and on. Another one which I would like to mention is the definition of a new concept, introduction of a new terminology by Sir to the global scientific community. Recurrent implantation success, RIS. And I remember the editor and the reviewer of the journal wrote to us, appreciating the effort. I will not go on and on, but yes, Sir has definitely been a leader, the person who would show us, who would define the clinical question very intelligently. And we would just try to use science and technology to solve the problem. But this is also true that without others like Dr. Ratna Chattopadhyay, Dr. Sanghamitra Ghosh, late Dr. Goswami, Dr. Sunita Sharma, Pradeep Chakraborty, we couldn't have scaled such heights. I think we have a large number of publications together with IRM today. So always dreamt of making his institute a center, for infertility treatment and also a center for advanced research. With his blessings, I want to and wish to carry forward my collaborative research, take it ahead. That way, I somehow feel we'll be able to really pay tribute to Sir. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Dr. Nalini Gupta to say a few words.
Namaskar, everybody. There are no words which can ever describe Sir. I'm associated with him since last 35 years. What I am today is only for him and his blessings. In all my personal and other crises, he was always there to help me, to guide me, to do whatever, even monetary help he has given me. So I can't even say thank you. It's too small a word for him. And he always wanted that a basic science and clinical science should go together. And with his guidance, we opened up stem cell laboratory and we published lots of paper in genetics with collaboration with CCMB Hyderabad. he always had something very new, which nobody thought of even. And he said that, see, we have so much of spare embryos. Why not we start stem cell from embryos? And we did that work for 5 years with Dr. Ratna Chakravarti helping us to give spare embryos. And but unfortunately, change of government and other things, they stopped the grant and we had to finish. But we reached till the hematopoietic stem cell from the embryo. And Sir was very happy with that. But in our country, research may not go very far. Something or other political changes will take place and we suffer for that. And well, thank you, sir.
Actually, everybody is getting emotional. So we got more letters from Dr. Usha Sharma, Patna, tribute to Professor B.N. Chakravarti. Also from Dr. Professor Kamal Bakshi, AIMS, now senior consultant at Apollo Hospital and Fortis Lab MA. She has also sent us with letters. And right now we will be listening to different video messages which has been said by different doctors across the India, different corners of India. And you can play forward with this.
It's truly a great honor today to talk about a person who was father to me, mentor, guide, one of the most noble soul ever seen in my entire life. Professor B.N. Chakravarti, the legend, was present in lives of many of us, whether it was when we were operating a complicated case of agenesis of cervix in Jaslo Hospital. B.N. Chakravarti would interestingly operate with me. Then endoscopy came, multiple times we have interactions on endometriosis and so many other things. Furthermore, important it is that he was a person with a very humble heart, genius as far as knowledge is concerned, meticulous beyond imagination. And more important, he was very humble and was eager to keep teaching people. I missed coming to Calcutta because as I was leaving, I sprained my left leg, though my ticket was there, and I truly feel that the loss is mine. Because 1st May, Maharashtra and Gujarat Day is a very big day for everybody. But more important is we are remembering one of the tallest personality in the field of medical profession, especially in the field of IVF, recurrent pregnancy loss. He was present during our inauguration of IVF Center in 1999. I remember he, Kamnira, Pushashwari, and so many others were present. And he was a person who released a combined book between me and Preeti on the heart and soul of IVF is in the lab, the inside story. I remember that was released in Isar conference at PGI Chandigarh by Professor B.N. Chakravarti. He was a guiding force, and whenever the name Calcutta came, I consider that the father of IVF in India and Asia, Professor B.N. Chakravarti, taught us not only IVF, not only recurrent pregnancy loss, taught us that you have to be continuously reading, writing, working, teaching. Such a humble person. I thank Dr. Gautam Kasturi and the Isar Bengal Society, because during the Yuva Isar in Calcutta, few months back, we had the opportunity to felicitate this giant person, and he was present for almost 3 hours. We are sitting next to each other. We have such moments very often. But very important is you realize how big he is, because he will listen and react. And he will talk what he knows, what is important for anybody else to follow. One of the greatest person, wonderful personality, very genuine. Incidentally, 2nd August, his birthday is also the birthday of Preeti, my wife, and also late friend, Dr. Mandakini Pariyar. Legends are born once in a lifetime. They live in the hearts and they always preach us. The magnanimity with which he donated his entire place to ICMR, and the mammoth number of students of his is the biggest tribute. I bow and salute to this great man to bless us with kindness. Thank you. He's truly.
Dr. B.N. Chakravarti. He was an icon. He was the teacher of teachers. And I think he's always been a mentor and guide to all of us. In fact, I remember the last time I met him, he was still so full of energy. He was, talking about research, papers, as recently as 1 year ago. So this is a life which gives us inspiration. And for us IVF specialists, we really regarded him as our father figure. And today we've lost him. And it really is very, very sad. And we are very, but you know what? I'm grateful that he contributed so much to IVF. In fact, he was the pioneer in proving that India actually had the first IVF baby. So he's done a lot of things for our IVF fraternity. And today, as I pay my respect to him, I really want to tell him that all the IVF specialists of India love him. And as the president of Isar, I want to convey our respect, the entire fraternity's respect to Sir, and give condolences to his entire family.
Namaskar. Namaste to everyone. This is a heartfelt tribute to one of the greatest person we have ever known after my grandfather. He did resemble my grandfather in his life and what he did.
I can't really thank enough for the kind of leading force and an inspiration he has been in not only our lives, but the lives of millions and millions of people all over the ART world.
Professor B.N. Chakravarti taught us how to practice clinically, how to be ethical, and how to do research, which was so very important. I mean, his original papers has motivated me and our team and Jaideep and my children to write papers, to do some research, to look at the data, and what a parting gift he has given to the people of India and to our country. He donated his whole institute for research purposes. I salute to him. Salute, sir.
I think there's nothing more anybody can learn from him. To be on the top and then be so grounded, so humble, so generous, always giving. Thank you, sir, for being an inspiration for a lifetime for all of us. God bless
You will always remain in our hearts, in our minds, in our clinics, everywhere, Professor B.N. Chakravarti. Rest in peace, sir, wherever you are. We will remember you. We cannot forget you forever.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Namaskar.
Namaste to everyone.
Life given to us by nature is short, but the memory of a life well spent is eternal. With heavy heart, I send this message on the occasion of memorial service to commemorate of life and work of late Professor B.N. Chakravarti. I came to know Professor BNC, as he was fondly called by his friends and colleagues, since November 1986. Those were the days when both of us had our first IVF baby born in the same month and in the same year, one in Kolkata and other in Mumbai. Digital communication was absent at that time, and we were only dependent on post, telegram, and phone calls for communication. We personally met many years later when I was invited to give a lecture in Kolkata during the annual conference of Indian Society of Assisted Reproduction, organized under the leadership of Dr. B.N. Chakravarti. My friend, Dr. Geeta Ganguly, introduced me to him. I found him to be a genuine, humble, and friendly person with no air about his achievements. Later, we met several times during national and international conferences on infertility and ART. I was always impressed by his talk, which involved his research work. He was a good orator and a teacher par excellence. He was always accompanied by his wife, junior colleagues, and embryologists of his institute in national and international conferences. I recall the time when I was invited by Bengal Obstetric and Gynec Society to give oration on the occasion of celebration of recognition of Dr. Subhash Mukherjee's work by Government of Bengal, and he was given the credit for producing first test tube baby of India. This was just possible only because of the tireless efforts of Professor BNC and his colleagues. It was an incredible feat to pursue the truth behind lack of acknowledgement of Dr. Mukherjee's work in the past. In later years, Professor B.N. Chakravarti was involved with ICMR in drafting rules and regulation for Government of India and thereby shaping the law on ART and surrogacy in India. Many a times I used to have a heated arguments with BNC on certain aspects of ICMR rule, which I found was not good for upcoming young infertility specialists and also for the economically compromised infertile couple. Professor B.N. Chakravarti then would with cool mind, would then explain his point of view about establishing good infertility practice in India. I met him last time in Kolkata in 2018, where Isar conference was held. We had dinner together after inauguration of the conference. We laughed, we joked and chatted. He looked perfectly healthy. Life is unpredictable. Due to Corona pandemic and travel restriction, I could not come to Kolkata during Yuva Isar Congress in this year 2022, where he was given Isar Ratna Award. We all humans are immortal. One day we have to leave this world. It is said in Gita by Lord Krishna, Nainam Chindanti Shastrani, Nainam Dahati Pavaku. Our soul is immortal, and our good work is remembered by generations to come. Professor B.N. Chakravarti will always be remembered for his pioneering work in the field of infertility and ART, and his work will be written in bold letters in history of ART in India. My heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Mukherjee and to all his well-wishers. Say not in grief, he is no more, but live in thankfulness that he was.
Respected Chairperson of Isar Bengal, Dr. Gautam Kashtir, respected patrons and executive members of Isar Bengal, Dr. Ratna Chattopadhyay, Dr. Shivali Mukherjee, all the learned guests present here, I am highly privileged and honored to be invited as a guest to share my memories of Sir. It is a great work on your part that you have organized such an unique program, memorial service for our most beloved teacher of the teachers rather, Professor B.N. Chakrabarti. It is a great loss for all gynecologists and the field of obstetrics and gynecology on the whole that he is no more physically with us. It is beyond words to describe what he meant for all of us. When I go to the memory lane, it is full of his teachings and greatness. He was extremely brilliant, a great scholar, and a person of great values, but was equally humble and down to earth. He was real God for lakhs of infertile couples who were blessed with a child with his blessings and care. He was the first to start one dedicated center for reproductive medicine in Salt Lake City. He was the person who propagated and promoted IVF not only in India, but also in countries nearby. Before this, IVF was almost a professional secrecy. He imparted IVF training to innumerable aspiring doctors who are now IVF specialists spread all over India and abroad. He loved teaching and was a superb teacher. He also took great care of his students and trained them not only in IVF and reproductive medicine, but also how to be humble, sincere, and dedicated. He had great trust in his students. He had visited Patna many times for various conferences, seminars, workshops, and CMEs. He especially came to inaugurate the first ever IUI workshop in Patna in the year 2000, which was held at the Reproductive Center of Dr. Himanshu Rai, who is one of his beloved students, and he blessed him by coming there and inaugurating it. We shall ever remain grateful to Sir for this kindness. Professor BNC was a great orator, and there was always a pin drop silence during his lectures. He made the subject so simple and easy that everyone could easily follow what he said. He was a great scientist and a great researcher. There are numerous books and publications based on his original research. One particular thing with Professor BNC was that he never said no for anything if it was not beyond his control. I remember that in 2014, when for All India Congress, which was held in Patna, I requested him to grace the occasion and deliver his lecture. He was not physically well at that time, and I am sorry I bothered him, but he still agreed and he came and delivered his talk. We all doctors should learn lessons from his life. I pay my sincere tributes to the pious soul. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Dr. Durusha. Today we are meeting here to remember our great teacher and the greatest scientist India has produced, Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, whom we lost a few weeks ago. It's been a very sad moment for the medical fraternity, especially the gynec fraternity, that we have lost someone who's so well known for his work and such a humane person with such a soft touch about him and down to earth, a person full of humility. And that is what I loved about him. I first met Dr. B.N. Chakravarti when I was a resident doctor at the Wadia Hospital. And this was way back in the 70s. And at that time, Dr. Chakravarti had come to the Wadia Hospital as a guest of Dr. Ajit Mehta, who was my chief at that time. And Dr. Ajit Mehta had this very nice, program wherein he invited mentors or specialists from all over the country once in a month, who then spent a whole day with us, with the resident doctors and our team for the whole day. And we had various sessions in terms of demonstrating surgery, discussing difficult cases, taking ward rounds, developing friendships with them. Being resident doctors, we always look upon our seniors as, we just love them, we respect them because they respect us. And in short, when I met Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, he came to the Wadia Hospital and he operated on a very difficult case, on a situation where it was a young girl who had a very tiny uterus, who did not have any, the vagina was not connected to the uterus and she was not menstruating because of that. So in short, he did an excellent surgery whereby he created the vagina, he connected the uterus and the cervix to the vagina, and lo and behold, in the next 3 months, the patient was menstruating. So that was Dr. B.N. Chakravarti in those days, way back in the 70s. That's when I met him and I developed a great liking for him. And I really respected Dr. Chakravarti because whenever I went for meetings in various conferences, whenever I met him, he still remembered my name. He still remembered me as a registrar from Wadia Hospital who had assisted him during his surgery. I mean, for such a great man to remember, I thought that was something fantastic. Then following that, I had kept meeting Dr. Chakravarti during various, infertility meetings. And I remember once when I saw him at ESHRE, that's the annual meeting of the European Society of Human Reproduction, wherein his team had been selected to present work, which was not done anywhere else. And it was done for the first time in India. And it was a little controversial. He presented the work. And then today it's become a habit with all of us to use that particular product in our treatment. So in short, he has been an innovator. He's been a very thoughtful person, having set up his whole institute for reproduction, which he has done in Calcutta, and making it so clinically available to lots and lots of women. And also the research he did was just fantastic. At this age, many of us, or many of the people his age, would have taken a back seat and said, I've done enough, let me relax. But no, till the last day, I think Dr. Chakravarti was working. And I know that he had donated his entire building, or the whole institute, to the Indian Council of Medical Research. Such was a man who walked on this earth. Such was a man I knew. And I think I've been delighted and I've been happy that I've been invited to speak about him. And I truly appreciate all what Dr. Gautam is doing and the team in Calcutta is doing, Dr. Ratna, for having this event in memory of Dr. B.N. Chakravarti. I'm sure he will be remembered for many, many years to come, and he will be written down in the history of Indian gynecology. Thank you very much again for having me here.
Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Parbrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. I convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Gautam and Isar chapter, West Bengal, to give me the opportunity to pay my homage to the revered teacher, Professor Chakravarti. Everyone knows about his work, his contribution to the original research in the field of ART. It is very difficult to find words to convey one's feelings, but I'll still try and share some of my experiences. I'm taking you to back in 1989. His institute was the Mecca for all ambitious OBGYN students who wanted to pursue their career in the field of ART. His doors were open for one and everyone. I can't recall anyone from those years who was doing IVF or was planning to do IVF and had not visited his center. He would never say no to anyone. I went to Kolkata in 1989 and then again in 1994, especially to take his Ashirwad before finally starting IVF, besides other conferences to which I was always invited. While in Kolkata, it was a different world. He would be sitting in OPD and seeing all patients with his perennial smile and reassuring word, ho jayega, ho jayega, ho jayega. His clinic at CIT Road remained open till 12 midnight. He would tell me, go to the stimulation tables. To learn IVF, you have to learn stimulations. We would follow him everywhere in OPD, OT. This is where I first saw him doing the original Shirodkar's technique of cervical circulage, with which I am still following. I asked him once, shall I be able to do IVF? His answer was, anybody who perseveres can do IVF. This was a very true statement, especially in those early days where things were real hard to do. And this helped to carry me when the waters were rough. We heard from him how they started experimenting IVF in baby incubators, supplying CO2 manually from a cylinder. We would meet on many occasions during conferences. I always collected my lots and lots of questions to be asked from him. He would not mind if I tried to utilize even few minutes which were available with him. Whenever I had a problem, I would give him a call and he would answer and try to solve the problem. The whole team was also so much accommodating and considered me as part of the institute. In the end, I would like to quote one incident. Everyone knows about his success stories of treating congenital absence of vagina along with cervical agenesis, even in the presence of small rudimentary horns. I had read his work. When I got an opportunity to operate on a case, I called him to ask for tips. He narrated the operating steps on phone with practical tips to avoid pitfalls. I lapped up every single word and the operation was successful. His desire to teach was really infectious. With IVF, I've also acquired his teaching passion, which has led to starting of IVF diploma course under the aegis of Indian Fertility Society and Amity University. He is no more, but he will always be there guiding us and motivating us. Thank you for patient listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled here today to mourn the sad demise of Professor Buddhanath Chakraborty, commonly known as Professor B.N. Chakraborty, an eminent teacher, teacher of teachers, a researcher, and a clinician par excellence. He stands way out as a stalwart among the reproductive health physicians in this subcontinent, and has spent most of his lifetime in improving this subject from its infancy to its current state. In a way, Professor Chakraborty is also my mentor, because in the early days of my practice, when infertility treatment was in its infancy in this country, I used to send many of my patients to India for better treatment. And there is only one address, that is a Professor B.N. Chakraborty in Salt Lake City. When these patients came back, I had a chance to go through the advice he has given, as well as the prescription he has written, and learned a lot from that. So that was some sort of distant learning. But when travel became easier, we had our people from Bangladesh, doctors from Bangladesh had an ample opportunity to attend conferences, workshops, and seminars, which was also participated by Professor B.N. Chakraborty, and there is always something to learn from these encounters. Later on, he became a very esteemed guardian colleague, and we had many hours of face-to-face discussion, and sometimes he also invited me to go to Calcutta on special occasions. So his loss is not a loss to India, but this is a personal loss to me. Professor B.N. Chakraborty has got or had its roots in Bangladesh because he was born in Bangladesh. But unfortunately, he had come to Bangladesh only once at our invitation for a short period of time. At that time, the warmth that was shown to me by his students, trainees, and patients overwhelmed him. And he expresses a desire to come back again, particularly to visit his paternal or ancestral homes. So we made arrangements, all arrangements were made, and he was supposed to make a second visit. But unfortunately, this did not materialize because of the advent of COVID. So the visit was postponed for a later date, and unfortunately, before that date came, he has expired. But in any case, even if he is not there, I think his ideals will linger and his teachings will linger for a long time among his students, colleagues, and particularly the patients who has got the benefit of his wisdom in order to have a complete family. So I have got nothing else to say apart from everyone else. This is a great personal loss to me. I have lost a great colleague, a senior colleague who was always there whenever I needed any advice. So, but people have to go sometimes. We have to accept it. Only we hope that God Almighty keep him in peace. My condolences are for Mrs. Chakraborty. Ladies and gentlemen, my first interaction with Professor B.N. Chakraborty was in the 1990s
when freshly out of the medical college, I went to Calcutta to spend a few weeks under him to learn the art and the nuances of assisted reproductive technology. What struck to me at first was his immense passion, almost a childlike passion to practice infertility and ART. There would be tons and tons of patients waiting in his OPD, and he and his team members would see or attend to each and every of these patients with the same amount of enthusiasm till the fag end of the day when the last patient was seen. He also was a great teacher with a tremendous willingness to teach whatever he had gathered over his vast years of experience. He would spend time, he would show us all the procedures, the techniques, and this was at a time when ART was in its infancy and there was a sense of secrecy surrounded around the entire procedure. But he was completely open, completely transparent on what he did. What I also saw was he had carried out a lot of innovations to make the procedure more cost effective for the patients who were not as affording as one would wish. He would go to the extent of even offering free treatments to patients who would require ART but could not afford ART. In that sense, he was completely unique. But more than anything else was his humility. For the stature that he had, he was extremely humble. And that is one thing which I feel all of us needs to learn from him. He was a mentor for a lot of people. He led a lot of organizations. He was a part of a lot of government committees. And he was always willing to help anyone and everyone who came to him for help. His loss is an irreparable loss to the ART fraternity of India. My heartfelt condolences to Professor Chakravarti, his family members, and his team members. May his soul rest in peace. My first interaction with Professor.
Today we have gathered to celebrate the life of a great son of the medical fraternity who has left behind a powerful legacy of humility, simplicity, and dedication towards development of the specialty of reproductive medicine in our medical field. I recall my association with him across conferences and was fortunate enough to share the dais with him in some national as well as some international conferences and forums. I also had an opportunity to visit his center in Kolkata for renewal of the fellowship program in reproductive medicine, which he was running. It was exemplary to see how he had built an institute into that 4 floors of a residential building. And I also saw his passion for research. He had made a small animal lab at the bottom of the institute in the ground floor, just outside the main building, where he had kept white mice, and he had bought a polescope, which was very expensive. And I had never seen a polescope, only used to read it in textbooks. I saw it physically over there, and he used that to see the spindle of oocytes, and he used it for his students, his researchers, to be able to see and identify a spindle of a oocyte in those days, early days, that was maybe in 2007, 8, 9, that how it looked like and would it get damaged if ICSI was done. Well, he was a Bengali from the core of his heart, and even though he went to England to study and he went to various places and countries, he never lost his Benglish accent while speaking to anybody and everybody. He touched the lives not only of his students and people who worked with him, but also socially, whomever he met. I pray to God that his vision continues to lighten up the generations to come. May the Almighty Lord rest his soul in eternal peace and give solace to the bereaved family and friends. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be able to express some of my thoughts for this great departed soul. Today we have gathered.
I am Dr. Naina Patel from Akanksha Hospital Research Institute, Anand, Gujarat. Today, on this day, we all feel the loss and we mourn the death of our beloved late Dr. B.N. Chakravarti ji, who has been a huge father figure in the field of infertility for the medical fraternity as well as the society. He is a legend, and the amount of contribution he has given to the medical world in infertility and to the society by large is unmatchable. We all are forever going to miss him, and his mark as an infertility specialist helping the medical fraternity as well as the society will always be remembered. Today, I remember one incident when we were in Ashray abroad for a conference. He saw me and just told me that, how do you do so many surrogacy cases? I just got a call from my doctors that a surrogate has delivered. She had placenta previa, she is bleeding, and number of blood pints are given. And he just laughed and gave that smile to me. And that was, I feel, one interaction where I felt that he genuinely acknowledged my work. He has been with me as a guide, mentor, when we wrote a book chapter in his book when he was editing. And I still feel that it will take ages to reach his level of scientific knowledge and the research that he was doing it. Definitely would love to follow his footsteps. Once again, my heartfelt condolences to the family and his colleagues and his staff. Yes, his loss will be there for us forever. Thank you. I am Dr. Naina Patel from Akanksha.
Namaste friends, I am Dr. Vijay Mangoli, an embryologist. I first met Dr. B.N. Chakravarti in 1994 during first national conference of Isar in Mumbai. I was a budding embryologist and he was a well-recognized, well-known senior gynecologist of India with a vast experience in infertility. What I still remember is his typical attire with black suit, his distinct, as if a proprietary spectacle frame, and above all, an indigenous, spontaneous, childlike, innocent smile that instantly establishes an intimate bond with you. He appreciated my talk with very encouraging comments, which was truly a great boost for me because it was my first talk as an embryologist. Then it became routine to meet him in various infertility conferences with the same affection. And believe me, talking to him for 5 minutes was like gaining knowledge from 5 books. He has equal knowledge and understanding about the basic science as he had about clinical science. And therefore, it was always a pleasure to discuss about various aspects of embryology, including technical aspects with him. 2 instances I remember about his appreciative and considerate nature and about his humble, down-to-earth simplicity. In 1999 at Foxy National Conference in Lucknow, I was conducting a live ICSI demonstration workshop for the first time. As all embryologists might realize, It is a difficult task to perform the ICSI in a completely new place with unknown setup, with which you are not well acquainted with. Now, I had a tough time to control the sperm movement in the injecting pipette. Dr. Chakravarti, who was sitting in the auditorium, immediately explained the skillful technicalities involved in the ICSI procedure to the audience and appreciated with a loud applause when I finished the injecting sperm in the ooplasm. Only a person who understands the degree of difficulties while performing ICSI in such situations can relate to it. The second instance was about his humble nature. During my tenure as Secretary General of Isar, a national conference venue was awarded to Rourkela by established protocols and procedures. Dr. B. Chakravarti wanted to have it in Kolkata. He very politely asked me the feasibility, but when I told him that once awarded and announced, it is not possible to change the venue unless the organizers agree and give the consent. Without any further insistence, he not only accepted the decision wholeheartedly, but actively participated in the conference. Friends, there are some people who you wish to be immortal. People like Dr. B. Chakravarti always feel their presence like a lighthouse, so you can progress on the path under their able guidance. Let's walk on the path of scientific approach and moral values he had created for us. I sincerely wish to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to express my feelings towards our beloved Dr. B. Chakravarti. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, today we are here to remember a legendary person who inspired thousands of infertility professionals all across India. A person whose life was fully dedicated to teaching, training and treating infertile couples. He was a non-political person, not associated with any society or association, but loved by all of us. Professor B.N. Chakravarti sir was a person who trained multiple generations of doctors, treated lakhs of infertile couples and gave happiness to them. He immensely contributed to the ART development in India. He was one person who pioneered multiple surgical techniques, especially congenital genital malformations. A great teacher, a thorough academician, but a very humble person. He was always welcoming to any request from wherever it is coming. He was very accommodative and never said no. My association with him was very long, dates back to 1990, and it is very memorable. I was finishing my senior residency and was looking for a godfather who can train me to become a successful fertility expert. I met him in one of the Mumbai conference in 1990 and approached to him and asked him whether I can train under him at his center. I was not expecting instant yes, but I was really surprised when he said, "Why not? You can come at any time." That was Professor Chakravarti, sir. That was his nature, to share the knowledge, treat infertile couples throughout his life. He used to call me by name, and whenever I called him to deliver any lecture in Delhi or in any of the conference, he never said no, even when he was ill. He was very fond of teaching, going into the depth of the subject. I used to meet him at least once a year, sometimes even twice a year. And whenever I met him, I learned something or other, whether it was a discussion on reproductive subject or the life. He was always inspiring. Today he is not with us, but he will always be remembered as a great teacher, a great human being, a thorough academician, and always helpful. I am really sure that he is resting in peace because he has done so much for the society, so much for the humankind. I am thankful to Isar Bengal chapter for organizing this memorial event and giving me an opportunity to remember him, sharing my association with him. He will always be remembered by me and everyone present here. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Life is a cycle which starts with birth and ends with death. The deeds that we do in our lifespan can speak loud and clear of what we are. On this auspicious occasion of memorial service, I'm extremely honored and proud to be sharing my love, memories, and respect to commemorate the honor of the life and the works of Professor Chakravarti, who is fondly known as the teacher of teachers, and of course, who doesn't know, he was a pioneer of art in India. I was very lucky indeed to be closely associated with Professor B.N. Chakravarti. He has unknowingly taught me a great lesson in life. So I'm very happy that people are listening to this sort of a story. And also there are PGs and other students who are listening, and it's really a great lesson to learn. This was in 1994 when the Isar annual conference was held at Kolkata at the Science City. On day one of conference, Sir was standing at the main auditorium gate of the venue, and I was late by 10 minutes and running to enter. He stopped me and said, "Kanti, why are you late?" So I said, "Sir, I'm really sorry. My accommodation is provided at a very far off place. And so there's so much of traffic in Calcutta that I got late." He said, "Whatever, you should not have any excuses, and whatever it is, whenever there is a conference or academic sessions, please see that you get up early, then regularly what you get up, and you make it a point to attend the sessions on time." After this, I've learned such a big lesson that I go get up early, dress up, and I'm generally not late for the academic sessions. So I have organized many conferences at Ahmedabad. He always accepted my invitation. Once when I told him, "Sir, it's very difficult to contact you. Whenever I call, the manager or whoever, they say, okay, we'll inform you," and all that. He immediately sent me his personal number, and then I never had a problem. One more incident that I remember when I invited him to Isar conference, annual Isar conference we had at Ahmedabad, and I think he had an oration in that particular conference, and all my other colleagues were worried because they said, "What if Professor B.N. Chakravarti doesn't come?" But I told, no, don't worry, he will come. Actually, he was not well and he had a spine problem or something. He was very sick. But you won't believe he came even despite of his illness. I can never forget this very, very good gesture by him. And during my tenure as a Foxy Endometriosis Committee chairperson, I did many academic activities with him. I was extremely fond of his research work in endometriosis, and so I requested him, and he fondly took me in that as well. And so we have done a research on the endometrium and endometriosis project. And so whatever I learned from him, I must say commendable. So dear friends, life is an opportunity to be an example to others what he was by setting exemplary standards. That's what he did. He is one of them. So I'm very, very thankful to Dr. Gautam, Dr. Ratna, and the entire Isar Bengal team for making me a part of this great commemoration. I pay my respectful homage to the departed soul. Om Shanti. Namaste.
Sir, Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, what to say? I've known him for so many years. But about a year back, I got the privilege to take his interview about his life. And that is the day I came to know what an amazing human being he was to the deepest reason and level. In fact, when I asked him I'd like your interview, he said, there's so many people who are more important, who have done more for people than me. Why do you want to take my interview? And when I told him that your interview will be an inspiration for people, you know what he said? He said, only if this is the way you're looking at it, will I give you an interview. And that interview was life-changing for me when I came to know from where he started, how he started, sheer hard work, the mission to do something for women who did not have children, the mission to teach people so that they would be able to contribute, and most importantly, his love for the subject, and more than the subject, his love for human beings. We all miss him because of what he contributed to all of us. और अगर हिंदी में बोलूं तो आप जैसे लोग कभी जाते नहीं हैं, हम आंखें मूंदते हैं और हमारे सामने आ जाते हैं. Thank you very much, sir, for being the way you were and the way you will stay with us. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar, I'm Dr. Anshu Jindal. I'm an infertility specialist practicing in Meerut. And I came to Salt Lake, Kolkata in August 1997. This was a very memorable year for me. Memorable because I had just completed my post-graduation and senior residency from Lady Hardinge Medical College. And I was recommended that if you want to learn IVF, you should go to Dr. B.N. Chakravarti at Salt Lake. So here I found myself in Kolkata, and he was truly an inspiring teacher, a teacher par excellence. He was so inspiring that after a heavy day and attending his OT as well as to his OPD, even at the end of it, I would see him sitting back in his OPD after seeing all his patients and then reading and then writing articles, bulletins. He was truly a very inspiring teacher. So he was so admired by his staff at IRM. And this was a time when ICSI had just started in India. And I think Dr. B.N. Chakravarti was a pioneer in this field. Even the Institute of Reproductive Medicine was trying all the patients for ICSI at that time. So it was really a memorable year. It was the same year that Mother Teresa passed away in Kolkata itself, and we lost Lady Diana, such big personalities. So this year of August 1997 will always remain etched in my mind. And I'll always remember Dr. B.N. Chakravarti as such a fine human being, and what a teacher he was. Really, we will miss him a lot. Rest in peace, sir.
We all know about the great achievements of B.N. Chakraborty, sir. He has taught so many of us. He has written so many papers which have gone into international publication and has taken the Indian ART scenario to the international platform. I, of course, remember him from certain personal experiences. The first one was in mid-1990s, when after completing my post-graduation in Obs-and-Gynae from All India Institute, I decided to spend a few days with him at the Calcutta Center. And I was surprised how even at his level of seniority, he would take out the notes. It was a lady who was undergoing laparoscopy. He cross-checked all the notes, cross-checked the findings, or vaginal findings. And then he did the laparoscopy, wrote the findings himself, and gave instructions for post-operative advice. So his meticulousness struck me to detail, to the right care. And then many years passed, and I completed my Commonwealth Scholarship from UK. I started my practice in Delhi. And in 2010, I happened to meet him now as an IVF expert. And we met in Rome, Eshrei. And we were going on for long walks together. And I was surprised that he was so agile and active. And he would say, yes, I love walking, though I can't walk so fast now. And always smiling, always part of the group and interactive. It was a pleasure to be with him. Since then, at every meeting, whenever I met, I took his blessings. He was happy to meet me. And it's not just me, it's like his interaction to each one of us was very personal, very kind, very humble. And I was really touched that I could be in proximity with him on certain occasions. And I can only say that we were blessed to have him with us. We all know.
I pay my homage to respectful departed soul, B.N. Chakravarti sir. He is a godfather of Indian infertility, and I'll share my experiences with him. 20 years back when I started my IVF, few years I was not myself and Dr. Monica. We were just going to Asia and SRM, and we used to see how the people do the researches and all. Then Dr. Monica told me to go to the B.N. Chakravarti sir for 1.5 months training. 15 years back, I went there. I stayed for 1.5 months there in this institute. And this is my Bhagavad Gita. In this, he has taught me everything. I still remember the full day course. We were 15 students from whole of India, from Rajasthan, from South, from Gujarat, from East. We all were 15 days. We were all together. Then workshops. We used to see, sir has to tell us each and everything. There was language problem also, but he taught us everything. And what he has told me is that on his knowledge only he guided me, Randhir, now you are doing very well. You both are very good in research. So he guided me how to present the papers, how to write the papers for ASHRAE. And I used to meet him in every ASHRAE paper, and he used to tell me, Randhir, don't get afraid on the stage. You see, you pay your regards to the Indian patients which have taught you and they have made you. So I had research on those papers and that. And I remember still one thing I'll quote, he told me, Randhir, endometriosis is a disease of everything. Don't think it is only the endometrium. Endometriosis is a defective of endometrium, a oocyte, tubes, everything. So there are simple things which I know. So he has taught me all very thing, and I'll continue whenever in coming life. Still, I am alive till my last day of life. I'll try to follow his knowledge, and from that day only, I try to help 1 or 2 patients every month for a poor patient who don't have. So this is my regard to departed soul.
আমি অধ্যাপক ডাক্তার সামিনা চৌধুরী বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে বলছি। আমি প্রথমে আপনাদেরকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ জানাতে চাই এরকম একটা মহতী অনুষ্ঠানে আমাকে আমন্ত্রণ জানানোর জন্য। সশরীরে উপস্থিত থাকার আমন্ত্রণ পেয়ে আসলে আমি আপ্লুত। বিভিন্ন কারণে যেতে পারলাম না, আপনারা সেটা ক্ষমা সুন্দর দৃষ্টিতে দেখবেন। অধ্যাপক ডাক্তার বি.এন. চক্রবর্তীর প্রতি শ্রদ্ধাঞ্জলি। আমি আজকে ফিরে যেতে চাই তার একটি ছোট্ট ইচ্ছে ছিল, সেটি দিয়ে শুরু করতে চাচ্ছি। তিনি ইচ্ছে প্রকাশ করলেন, আমি আমার জন্মভূমি ফিরে যাব। শুনে সেদিন আমাদের কি আনন্দ। তিনি আসবেন, কি দিয়ে তাকে বরণ করব, কি সুর দিয়ে তাকে বেঁধে রাখবো, তিনি কি খেতে ভালোবাসেন, সব আয়োজন আমরা সমাপ্ত করে বসে তার অপেক্ষায়। তিনি আসবেন। একজন বললেন হুইল চেয়ারের ব্যবস্থা লাগবে, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই যদি প্রয়োজন পড়ে। কিন্তু শেষ পর্যন্ত বিধি হলো বাম, শুরু হলো ডেঙ্গুর প্রকোপ বাংলাদেশে। আমরা সাহস পেলাম না, কি জানি কি হয়। সেই আক্ষেপ এবং অপূর্ণতার অনুভূতি এখনো আমাদের বাংলাদেশে তার যারা উত্তরসূরিরা আছে অনুভব করি। আমি তখন ওজিএসবি, আমাদের ন্যাশনাল সোসাইটি অবস্টেট্রিক্স এন্ড গাইনোকোলজিক্যাল সোসাইটি অফ বাংলাদেশ, তার প্রেসিডেন্ট ছিলাম। তাকে আমন্ত্রণ জানালাম, স্যার আপনার জন্য আমরা একটা ভার্চুয়াল সংবর্ধনার আয়োজন করতে চাই, আপনি একটু অনুমতি দেবেন, আপনি আসবেন তো? হ্যাঁ, তিনি এসেছিলেন। তিনি টানা 1 ঘন্টার একটি লেকচার দিয়ে গেলেন, যেটাকে আমার মনে হয় মাস্টার স্পিচ বললে কম বলা। আমরা মুগ্ধ হয়ে সেদিন সকলে ওনার সেই লেকচারটি শুনেছি এবং আমাদের পরম সৌভাগ্য তার হাতে তুলে দিয়েছিলাম সকলের ভালোবাসার প্রতি একটি ক্রেস্ট এবং বাংলাদেশের লাল সবুজের পতাকার রঙের উত্তরীয়। তিনি অত্যন্ত সানন্দে গ্রহণ করেছিলেন এবং তিনি ছিলেন অত্যন্ত আবেগে আপ্লুত। কয়েকদিন পরে একটা ইমেইল পেলাম, তিনি লিখলেন, আপনারা যে অভূতপূর্ব আবেগ ভরা অনুষ্ঠানের মাধ্যমে আমাকে সম্মানিত করলেন তা আমার হৃদয় ছুঁয়ে গেল, আমার মনকে ভীষণভাবে আলোড়িত করেছে। অনেক সম্মানে আমি ভূষিত হয়েছি, অনেক স্মারক প্রাপ্তি হয়েছে আমার এই জীবনে, কিন্তু ছেড়ে আসা জন্মভূমি থেকে, সেই দেশের বড় কাছের মানুষের কাছ থেকে যে ভালোবাসা, সম্মান আর শ্রদ্ধা জানানো হলো, তা আমার কাছে অমূল্য। এখানে শেষ নয়, তিনি আরো লিখেছেন, আমার অনুজ প্রতিম সুচিকিৎসক এবং প্রবাদ প্রতিম শিক্ষক ডাক্তার টি এ চৌধুরী মহাশয়, স্নেহধন্যা ডাক্তার সামিনা চৌধুরী, ডাক্তার সালেহা, ডাক্তার রাশিদা এবং অন্যান্য সবাইকে বলছি যে তোমরা আজকে আমাকে আরো ভালো থাকার রসদ জুগিয়ে গেলে। তোমরা সবাই ভালো থেকো, তোমরা এগিয়ে চলো। ডাক্তার বৈদ্যনাথ চক্র। তার সংবর্ধনায় একটি বক্তব্য আমরা পেশ করেছিলাম, সেটা আজকে আমি শোনাতে চাই। আমার মনে হবে তিনি যেন এখনো শুনছেন। শরতের এই বৃষ্টি ভেজা সকালে বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে আমাদের শ্রদ্ধা। বাংলাদেশের ফরিদপুরের মাটিতে জন্মেছেন অনেক দেশপরণী মহান পুরুষ, হাজার বছরের শ্রেষ্ঠ বাঙালি বঙ্গবন্ধু শেখ মুজিবুর রহমান ও তার সুযোগ্য কন্যা শেখ হাসিনা, বর্তমান বাংলাদেশের প্রধানমন্ত্রী। জন্মেছেন পল্লী কবি জসিমউদ্দিন, কবি সুকান্ত ভট্টাচার্য, লেখক সাহিত্যিক সুনীল গঙ্গোপাধ্যায় এবং প্রথম বাঙালি মুসলিম নারী স্ত্রীরোগ বিশেষজ্ঞ জোহরা বেগম কাজী। ফরিদপুরে 1928 সালের এই আগস্ট মাসের 2 তারিখে এ মাটির শান্ত স্নিগ্ধ শ্যামল ছায়া ঘেরা এক কুটিরে জন্ম নিয়েছিলেন এক মহান পুরুষ, উপমহাদেশের কিংবদন্তি স্ত্রীরোগ ও ধাত্রীবিদ্যা বিশেষজ্ঞ বৈদ্যনাথ চক্রবর্তী, সবার কাছে যিনি বিএন চক্রবর্তী নামে বেশি পরিচিত, যাকে ঘিরে আমাদের আজকের এই আয়োজন, এই শ্রদ্ধা নিবেদন। যিনি তার জীবনকে উৎসর্গ করেছেন নারীদের চিকিৎসা সেবায়, কখনো বিনামূল্যে, কখনো স্বল্প মূল্যে। হাজারো পরিবারের কোল আলোকিত করেছেন তিনি। একজন কিং মেকার, তৈরি করেছেন হাজারো বিশেষজ্ঞ, যারা এখন সারা বিশ্বে অত্যন্ত মর্যাদার সাথে চিকিৎসা দিয়ে চলেছেন। আমাদের সকলের শিক্ষক চিরতরুণ স্যার বিএন চক্রবর্তী এখনো চালিয়ে যাচ্ছেন তার সেবাদান ও শিক্ষাদান কর্মসূচি। ওনার জীবনের সার্বিক সুস্থতা এবং দীর্ঘায়ু। একটা ঘটনার কথা উল্লেখ না করে পারছি না। তখন তার বাল্যকাল, কেরোসিন দিয়ে হারিকেন জ্বালিয়ে পড়াশোনা করতে হতো, কিন্তু ঘরে যে কেরোসিন নেই। কিনে আনলেন কেরোসিন, হঠাৎ কি করে যেন কেরোসিনের বোতলটি হাত থেকে পড়ে ভেঙে গেল। পড়াশোনা চলবে কি করে? বালকটি তখন একটি কাঠ জ্বালালেন, যার আলোতে পড়াশোনা চালিয়ে গেলেন। যে কাঠ তিনি সেদিন জ্বালিয়েছিলেন, সেই মশালটি এখনো জ্বলছে, তা কখনো নিভে যাবে না। স্যার, আমরা কথা দিচ্ছি আপনার এই মশাল আমরা নিভতে দেব। আপনি যেখানেই থাকুন, আমাদের অন্তরে এই শ্রদ্ধাঞ্জলি গ্রহণ করুন। আপনি আমাদের আশীর্বাদ করুন। আপনার পদচিহ্ন ধরে আমরা যেন এগোতে পারি। আপনি আমাদের সকলের সালাম ও প্রণাম গ্রহণ করুন। আমি অধ্যাপক ডাক্তার সামিনা চৌধুরী বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে বলছি।
Professor B.N. Chakravarti, or Sir, has been my mentor, professor, tutor, and literally God ever since the day I have known him. I have spent around 2 years at the Institute of Reproductive Medicine almost a decade ago, but those 2 years where we lived almost 24/7 with Sir, Madam, and the IRM team has literally changed my life since. it was not just the knowledge, his mentoring, his towering personality, and his magnanimous presence at the Institute at every moment made it feel magical. And even though we were just doing a fellowship in reproductive medicine, we felt ourselves so tall standing next to Sir, as one of our friends said, head, neck, and torso above the rest. It was his passion for knowing the truth, his quest for finding new things that has always taught us about research in IVF and reproductive medicine. Of course, the business of it we came to know much later. I remember many occasions where Sir has just asked very simple questions, and that has led to me looking into fathomless number of articles to find the answer to his very strange but very simple question. One day he asked in our class, we are always looking at IVF failures, why patients fail, and we are looking at studies, we are trying to new ways to improve the success. But have we ever looked at why so many patients are becoming positive? Have we ever looked at the ways how we treat patients and how we can collate their positive aspects and then spread that to the rest of the patients who don't have that? So that was a very peculiar question and led me to think as to really what are the things that we are seeing but yet not noticing? What are the things that are giving us our ground to stand as IVF specialists, not just the failures, but also so much of the success and happiness that we happen to share, the learning that we got from Professor Chakravarti. His hard-working life, all his years, it has been tremendous inspiration for all of us. I remember after ward rounds in the night when everyone is going to sleep, so tired after a long day, he would be sitting in his library well beyond the late hours and in love with his journals, going through new articles. And this was his zest for learning, for knowing new things that has always encouraged me into being what I am today. Thank you so much.
Rajiv Thal, and I am one of the many admirers of Professor B. N. Chakravarti, and one of the many who strive to live up to his ideals and standards of scientific excellence. I have had the good fortune of having interacted with him in several scientific events and conferences over the last 3 decades or so. And I was always overawed by his never-ending zeal for teaching and learning. One falls short of words in attempting to describe his greatness. He was a teacher of teachers, a mentor of mentors, and a guide of guides. In his passing away, the world of science has lost a great luminary. His legacy will, however, continue to live on forever, and we shall always cherish the fond memories we have of him. We pay our most respectful homage to him.
Namaskar.
Namaste to everyone. This is
I have mixed feeling when I was told to talk about such a legend. I don't know whether I should mourn on his demise, on our loss, or I should cherish his life, the life worth lived. He has given thousands and thousands of families the blessings, the babies they want. He taught hundreds of ART consultants. He was a pioneer in the field of ART. His publications, his research made India and every Indians proud from time to time again. And giving his building for ICMR research publication work, he will be living not only in the hearts of every gynecologist, but with his work, he will be living in minds of each and every scientist for decades to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me. It has been a memorable day in our life. I will never forget this. The amount of emotions, amount of information, what we have learned today, I think years of training in hospital, in clinics, couldn't give me how to learn, how to do research, how to do teaching, how to become humble, how to help people. So we have learned in perhaps 6 or 8 hours. These memories will stay with us forever. We have all heard from different individuals. Sir will be immortal. Sir will be remembered by years to come. I didn't meet Subhash Mukherjee. I only heard about him. Similarly, there will be generation who haven't seen Dr. Baidyanath Chakraborty, but he will be remembered like we haven't seen Newton, we haven't seen, I did meet Edwards, but I never met Steptoe. Similarly, today's event has given us so much wealth of information. And on behalf of Isar Bengal, I sincerely thank each and every member of IRM and each and every student of Professor B.N. Chakraborty, each and every member of obstetrics and gynecology and infertility across India. I'm sure if you would have requested people from abroad to give their opinion, which I'm sure we will do now, we will be enriched even more. Now, every good thing will come to an end. I've come to the end of this program, and I'm ever so grateful to each and every member of IRM, particularly Ratnadi, Sanghamitra, my sister Indrani, who had the fortune of working with B.N. Chakraborty. I keep on saying that I never worked with B.N. Chakraborty, but I could feel his hand was always on my head. Every time I met him, he said, Gautam, you and me belong to that club. I'm sorry I'm saying this, but I'm very emotional. Who has won? I'm sure Indrani has done that as well. All the prizes and medals of Medical College, Eden Hospital, Goodif Scholarship, gold medal, then Green Armitage medal and everything like that. I didn't stood first in the university, which Sir did. So was my teacher, Professor B.C. Lahiri. But from the very first day I met him till the last day, I couldn't go and see Sir on his hospital bed. But when I went to see him on the 15th, I could see a smile on his face. He was fresh. Looking at his face, it didn't look that he had been suffering. I was listening from Ratnadi that even before the day he was hospitalized, he saw patients and he wrote articles. And this is something all of us, although several years, I'm 32 years junior than B.N. Chakraborty. It seems I'm 32 years older than B.N. Chakraborty. I don't do even 1% of his work, even though I'm so young. So from today, I take this vow that we will have to follow Professor B.N. Chakraborty. Now, I would request Sri Shushanto Chakraborty to say a few words on behalf of IRM, and then we will close the program. And I must also thank the pharmaceutical friends of ours, And it will be real unjust if I do not mention my, what I would say, my brothers and sisters or my children from Rueda, each and every one of them, because without them, this event wouldn't have been successful. How they have decorated this hall, efforts they have taken in collecting the pictures. Me and Ratnadi, we were just said, eta korte hobe, ota korte hobe. But if you look at the quality of that work, it has taken Kolkata to such a high level. I get phone call from Bhubaneswar, from Bhopal, from from New Delhi. Who is doing your work? Please send their information, and I'm sure I will make them very busy, and that will be very happy. So my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. This is the best event you have done. This is the best, even better than Isar 2018, because in one day, the amount of work you have done, I will ever remember until the last day of my life. Maybe this is emotionally much better program than Isar 28 or any other Isar or whatever will come in our lifetime. Sorry for being emotional, but I should not forget this day ever in my life. And sincere thanks to Ratnadi for being my Didi. She always calls me bhai, ha bhai, hoye jabe, ha bhai, kono chinta nei. And thank you all. Thank you. Shushanto, please come.
নমস্কার, আমি স্যারের সম্পর্কে আর কি বলবো। স্যার আমার জ্যাঠা, অ্যাজ ওয়েল অ্যাজ আমার মেন্টারও ছিলেন। অনেক কিছুই শিখেছি স্যারের কাছ থেকে। আমি সবসময়ই বলতেন যে মানুষের পাশে থাকো, সেটাই আমি চেষ্টা করব যে সবার পাশে থেকে এবং সবার সঙ্গে থেকে সবকিছু এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার। এবং আমি আমার আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন করব ডক্টর গৌতম খাস্তগিরকে, আমাদের প্রিয় গৌতম দা, যিনি আমাদের সঙ্গে আজকে 16 তারিখের পর থেকে একদম একটানা আমাদের সঙ্গে এটা করে সবকিছু সঙ্গে আমাদের নিয়ে গেছেন। এবং রুয়েদা ক্লিনিকের প্রত্যেককে আমি ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন করব, প্রত্যেকটি সদস্যকে, যে তা আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ যে তারা এত সুন্দর আজকের ইয়েটাকে, এত সুন্দর শোটাকে সাজিয়েছেন। এবং আমার দিদি আজকে আসতে পারেননি, একটি বিশেষ কারণে আটকে গেছেন উনি। তো আর আরেকটি হচ্ছে আমার দিদি রত্নাদি, যিনি আমার সঙ্গে প্রত্যেকটি মুহূর্তে ছিলেন। মানে 3 জানুয়ারি থেকে প্রত্যেকটি মুহূর্তে আমাকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে তিনি স্যারের জন্যে আমরা যেটুকুনি করতে পেরেছি এবং চেষ্টা যেটুকুনি করেছি সেটুকুনি প্রত্যেকটি মুহূর্ত আমাকে সঙ্গে দিয়ে গেছেন। এই বলেই আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করব। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
স্যারের জন্ম হচ্ছে 2nd। সো কিছুটা যারা আপনারা রাশিফলে বিশ্বাস করেন, নিশ্চয়ই স্যারের কিছু কিছু রাশিফল আমার মতো লিও লিও লিও। সত্যি আজকের দিনটা শেষ না হলে ভালো হতো, এই আর কি। সবকিছুই শেষ করতে হয়। রত্নাদি দুটো কথা বলুন শেষ করার আগে। সঙ্গমিত্রাদি বললে খুশি হতাম। আমি 32 বছরের বড় শুনে সঙ্গমিত্রাদি বললেন। হ্যাঁ, মানে আমাদের একটা কথা বলি যে এগুলো আপনাদের ডিসিশন। আমাকে অনেকে এখানে বলে গেল, যেটা আমার হয়তো বলা উচিত কি উচিত নয় জানি না, বললো যে ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিনের নাম কি ডক্টর বি.এন. চক্রবর্তী ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন হবে? আমি বললাম সেটা তো স্যার যেটা ঠিক করে গেছেন সেটাই হবে। মানে যেরকম আমাদের এনআরএস মেডিকেল কলেজ, হ্যাঁ, একজনের নামে ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন, চিরকালই আইআরএমই থাকবে, কিন্তু
নেবে আর কি রিকোয়েস্ট করলো স্যারকে যে আমরা নেব, এবং তখন ওরা স্যারকে একটা মিটিং এ ডাকলো এবং স্যার ভীষণভাবে সম্মানিত বোধ করলেন। স্যার ওখান থেকে ফোন করলেন, স্যার বললেন যে ওরা আমাকে বললো যে এটা বিএনসি ইনস্টিটিউট অফ রিপ্রোডাক্টিভ মেডিসিন করা হোক, ইস্টার্ন জোনে এই নামটাই থাকবে। তখন স্যার বললেন, আমি রাজি হইনি সেই কথা। আমি বলেছিলাম ওদের ICMR IRM থাকে, আমার নাম দিয়ে যেন এটা না হয়। কিন্তু জানি না, এখন তো সত্যি স্যার আমাদের মধ্যে নেই, কিন্তু আমাদের মধ্যে আমরা যদি IRM এর সবাই মিলে ঠিক করি, প্রত্যেকের মতামতের মূল্য আছে আমাদের, সবাই মিলে যা ঠিক করবে আমরা সেটাই করব ভবিষ্যতে, তাই তো?
না, বিখ্যাত মানুষরা চান না যে তাদের নামে কিছু হোক। সংগীতদি বলবেন, আমার প্রপিতামহ ডাক্তার অন্নদাচরণ খাস্তগীর মেয়েদের শিক্ষার জন্য একটা স্কুল প্রতিষ্ঠা করে গেছেন চট্টগ্রামে, এবং সেই স্কুলটার নাম উনি বারবার করে বলে গেছেন যেন ডক্টর খাস্তগীরের নাম না নেওয়া হয়। কিন্তু তার সত্ত্বেও ওনার পরের জেনারেশন ডক্টর খাস্তগীর উচ্চ বালিকা বিদ্যালয়ে বলেছেন, কিন্তু অন্নদাচরণ খাস্তগীর নামটা দেয়নি। অনেকে আমাকে মজা করে বলে যে আপনার নামে চট্টগ্রামে একটা স্কুল আছে। আমি বলি যে না, ডক্টর খাস্তগীর খালি এমনি একা নয়, আমার আগে 7 জেনারেশন ডাক্তার ছিলেন। তো যাই হোক, স্যার যেটা চেয়েছেন সেটাই যেন থাকে। স্যারের নামে ইনস্টিটিউট হোক কি না হোক, আমার মনে হয় আজ থেকে 100 বছর বাদেও IVF এ ডক্টর চক্রবর্তীর কন্ট্রিবিউশন থাকবে।
আমরা ভবিষ্যতে যেটা করতে পারি, একটা এটার সঙ্গে ইন কোলাবোরেশন উইথ একটা রিসার্চ ইনস্টিটিউট বা ট্রেনিং ইনস্টিটিউট একসঙ্গে করে সেটা স্যারের নাম দিয়ে আমরা করতে পারি সবাইকে নিয়ে।
আর একটা আমার বলার আছে, সেটা হচ্ছে স্যারের জন্মদিনটাকে আমরা যেন কমেমোরেট করতে পারি। হ্যাঁ, না এবছর না, কমেমোরেট করব অ্যাজ IRM ডে করে আপাতত।
সেটা পরের বছর থেকে আমাদের হবে।
হ্যাঁ, এটা খুব ভালো। আরেকটা ইসারের তরফ থেকে আমি একটা অনুরোধ করছি আপনাদেরকে, যে আমরা যদি স্যারের নামে একটা মেমোরিয়াল ওরেশন স্টার্ট করতে পারি। আমাদের এবছর সেপ্টেম্বর মাসের 2 তারিখ আর 3 তারিখ ইসারের অ্যানুয়াল কনফারেন্স হবে। সেখানে আমরা অবশ্যই সুভাষ মুখার্জির নামে ওরেশন আছে, এবং আমি শিওর আরো অনেক জায়গায় হবে। হয়তো বেঙ্গল অবস এন্ড গাইনি সোসাইটি করবে, হয়তো ইসার অল ইন্ডিয়া ইসার করবে। কিন্তু আজকে আমরা সায়েন্টিফিক প্রোগ্রামগুলো করতে পেরে খুবই তৃপ্ত, কারণ স্যারের সম্বন্ধে সবকিছু শুনলাম। কিন্তু স্যার কিন্তু খালি সায়েন্সটুকুকেই ভালোবেসে গেছেন এবং সায়েন্টিফিক প্রোগ্রামের জন্যই গেছেন, এবং এখানে অনেক কথা মনে আসছে, ছোট ছোট কথা। স্যার প্রত্যেক বছর আমার যিনি শিক্ষক ডক্টর BC লাহিড়ী, তার স্ত্রীকে পুজোর সময় শাড়ি দিতে যেতেন। নাই, আমি কিন্তু খবর পেয়েছি বদ্রীনাথের কাছে তুমি একদম পড়াশোনা করছো না। অবাক, পড়াশোনা করছে না? বলছে যে গৌতম খালি পেশেন্ট দেখে, কোনো পেপার লেখে না। তো উনি আমাকে বললেন যে স্যার যদি তোমার সঙ্গে এরকম কথা বলে থাকে, এটা সত্যি যে আমি দুটো কাজ একসঙ্গে সত্যি করতে পারি না। আমি যখন গবেষণা করেছি, আমি UK-তে ছিলাম, ইন্ডিয়ায় ফিরে এসে প্র্যাকটিসটা এস্টাবলিশ করে মাসিমাকে প্রণাম করতে। সো মাসিমাকে যদি এই কথাটা বলে দেওয়া হয়, তো ডক্টর লাহিড়ীর স্ত্রী আমাকে বললেন যে তুমি কিন্তু পড়াশোনা করছো না। ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী উনি তো বৌদি ছিলেন, নাম করে বলতেন যে বদ্রীনাথ আমাকে এসে বলে গেছে তুমি পড়াশোনা করছো না। এটাই আর কি। শেষ করলাম। আপনাদের সবাইকে আমাদের আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ, শ্রদ্ধা, ভালোবাসা জানাই। আপনাদের সবার মধ্যে স্যার বেঁচে থাকবেন। আজকের দিনটা আমাদের হৃদয়ে চিরকালের জন্য মনে থাকবে। আমরা চাইবো এই রেকর্ডস গুলো সব রাখা, এবং পরে আমরা ছোট ছোট পিস করে বিভিন্ন মানুষের, আজকাল মানুষের ধৈর্য নেই অনেকটা দেখা বা শোনার, ছোট ছোট টুকরো করব। আরেকটা কাজ করতে হবে, আমার তো কাজের শেষ নেই, তামান্না হয়তো আপনি ভালো করতে পারবেন, এই ভিডিওগুলো শুনে শুনে লিখে ফেলতে হবে। তা লিখে ফেলে আমরা একটা বই বের করব, এবং স্যারের এই কথাগুলো সব জেনারেশনে জানা উচিত। এবং আজকে আমরা যে বক্তব্যগুলো শুনলাম, কতগুলো তো ভিডিও এসছে, আজকে যারা যা বললেন সেগুলো একটু ভিডিও দেখে দেখে আপনারা যদি লিখে ফেলেন, আই থিঙ্ক দ্যাট উইল বি এ ওয়ান্ডারফুল পিস অফ ইনফরমেশন। হিস্ট্রি, ইতিহাসের বইয়ে খুব ভালো জায়গা করবে। আপনাদেরকে আরেকবার আমার আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ। আপনারা আজকে যা করেছেন কথায় মানে বোঝানো যায় না যা ভালো হয়েছে।
আজকে তোমরা হৃদয় থেকে করেছো, মন থেকে করেছো, ভীষণ সুন্দর হয়েছে।
এবং আমাকে বহু মানুষ বলে গেছে খাওয়াটাও নাকি ভালো হয়েছে নিচে। হ্যাঁ, স্যার খেতে খুব ভালোবাসতেন, আমার কাছে অনেক অনুরোধ এসেছিল ফিশ ফ্রাই করলে হয় ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি। নিশ্চয়ই আমরা স্যারের জন্মদিনের দিন করবো। এবছর জন্মদিন পালন হবে না,
এবছর তো
এই করতে নেই। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আমরা স্যারের জন্মদিনটা একটা IRM ডে বলে খুব বড় করে সেলিব্রেট করবো। এবং স্যার যেরকম খেতে ভালোবাসতেন, আমাকে ইন্দ্রাণী বললো, ইন্দ্রাণী আছে না, বেরিয়ে গেছে, ওই তো ইন্দ্রাণী আছে, চিলি চিকেন আর রসগোল্লাটা কিন্তু আইটেমে রাখতেই হবে। আর ইন্দ্রাণীকে দায়িত্ব নিতে হবে খাওয়া দাওয়ার ব্যাপারে, আর সুনিতাকে দায়িত্ব নিতে হবে পড়াশোনার ব্যাপারটা। সুনিতা খাওয়া দাওয়া খুব একটা পছন্দ করে না, দুজন পাশে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে, বোঝা যাচ্ছে একজন খেতে ভালোবাসেন, একজন কাজ করতে ভালোবাসেন। কিন্তু স্যারের চেহারাটা যদি দেখেন, হ্যাঁ, স্যার খেতে ভালোবাসতেন, স্যার খেতে ভালোবাসতেন। শিউলি আমাকে প্রায় বলেছিল যে আপনার সাথে স্যারের প্রচুর সিমিলারিটি আছে। স্যার নাকি যেখানে চেম্বারে বসেন, পাশে ছোট ছোট, আপনারা বলতে পারবেন, বাদাম, একদম একই জিনিস, বাদাম বিস্কুট, এবং ম্যাডাম নাকি খুব একটা পছন্দ করতেন না এটা। তো শিউলি প্রায় বলতো, স্যারপট করে মুখে পুড়ে দিত, পুড়ে দিয়ে ম্যাডাম এসে যাই তুমি আবার খাচ্ছ। আমাদেরও একই অবস্থা, আমার চেম্বারের ওই বাক্সগুলো আমার স্ত্রী সরিয়ে দিয়েছেন, কারণ আমি ডায়াবেটিক আর কি। হ্যাঁ, আমার ওই কৌটোগুলোতে তাতে নারকেলের নাড়ু, আরো বিভিন্ন রকমের কিছু বাদাম ফটাফট খেতে থাকি, চিড়ে ভাজা। তো আর স্যার খুব মর্নিং ওয়াক করতে, বাড়ির সামনে ওই পার্কটায় হাঁটতেন, নাইট ওয়াক। তো সেটা আমি ঠিক করেছি, আমার ওখানে নর্দার্ন পার্ক আছে, সেখানে গিয়ে একটু হাঁটবো। আর আমার বাড়ির সামনে তো এখানে সেন্ট্রাল পার্ক আছেই, মানে আমার দুটো চেম্বার, আর এটার সামনে দেখেন স্যারের সাথে কত সিমিলারিটি, স্যারের দুটো ইনস্টিটিউশন, আমিও দুটো করে ফেলেছি। থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ। দীপককে ধন্যবাদ দিইনি। আর আমাদের ওর নাম কি, সুদর্শনের টিম, আপনাদেরকেও সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ দিই। আর আমাদের যারা অডিও ভিজুয়াল করেছে, আমি নাম জানি না, তাদেরকেও ধন্যবাদ দিই। হ্যাঁ, খুব খুব ভালো করেছেন, আনইন্টারাপ্টেড, মাইক বন্ধ হয়ে যায়নি, অডিও ভিজুয়াল বন্ধ হয়ে যায়নি, সেটা আমাদের মাইকের প করে শব্দ হয়নি, দেখেছেন? আমি খালি বলি না, সবাই কিন্তু বলছে। বুঝতে পারছেন কি হয়? কলকাতার বদনাম হচ্ছে মাইকে প করে শব্দ, হঠাৎ স্লাইডস চলে না, সেগুলো সব আনইন্টারাপ্টেড ঠিকঠাক মতো হয়েছে। থ্যাংক ইউ। আপনাদের ওর নাম কি, সঙ্গমিত্রা না? সঙ্গমিত্রা দিদিকে গিয়ে বলবেন যে আমরা খুশি। থ্যাংক ইউ।